to get boring. Smug, she took a casual sip from her cup. Profits are starting to decline. People expect the gold-eyed shadow to win nowadays, he remarked, using her newfound nickname. She hummed, I'm not throwing a fight if that's what you're suggesting. Never, Faythe. I wouldn't diminish your talents like that. He paused and then said, but we should find you someone more challenging. She lifted an eyebrow. And you have someone in mind? He hesitated as if even he thought it was a dangerous idea. That spoke volumes, yet she still couldn't have braced herself for what came out of his mouth. How do you think you'd fare against a fae? She choked into her wine glass and met his insane proposition with wide eyes. Do you want to get me killed? She hissed, the music hiding her tone. All you'd have to do is outsmart him. Go on the defensive until you can get into a killing position, Ferris said nonchalantly. She glared at him, trying to hold back her expression of outrage so people wouldn't question their encounter at the edge of the party. If that's all, then you can bloody well try it yourself, she snapped. He chuckled in amusement. It was just a suggestion, and one that could rake in a much higher sum than even your first night. She contemplated, actually gave the senseless, absolutely ridiculous idea some thought. There was no chance of her besting a fae. Their speed alone was simply not a match for any mortal, not even close. She had dabbled in swordplay with Nick, and he had never even been trying. It would be near impossible to dodge their attacks. Unless... Faythe straightened, sucking in a subtle breath. Unless someone possessed the ability to foresee their movements beforehand. Her heart's tempo increased as she thought it over. She had done it once, had caught Nick's leg before he could fully move out of the way, because she'd seen him plan his next move. It would be a risk, a huge risk, and it would be her life on the line if she took it. There was a high chance her death at the hands of a fae would go unpunished, accidental or otherwise, especially as she'd be foolishly and willingly putting herself in the line of peril. She shuddered. This was a very, very dangerous game she was playing. I'm in, she blurted. His eyebrows raised at her agreement. But not yet. I'll need a couple of weeks for experience and practice. I'll need to be fully prepared, she said with all the bravado she could muster. She would need to practice, just not in the way Ferris assumed. She had only foreseen movement once, by accident, and since that time with Nick, she hadn't really tried to tap into her conscious abilities and see what else she was capable of. He stared at her for a moment, an eyebrow still cocked in surprise, giving her one last chance to take it back. When she held firm, he gave her a single nod in answer, a phantom handshake for the deadly deal she'd signed. The song slowed, and Faythe stood drinking while she watched couples join and sway to the romantic melody. Her eyes drifted to her friends, and her heart melted at the sight. Their outfits matched perfectly, and together they brought the starry night sky to the dance floor, dark blues and silver accents creating beautiful floating constellations where they swayed. They were laughing, eyes bright, as Marlowe's hands draped behind Jackon's neck, and he held her tightly by her waist. She knew she should look away from their moment of intimacy, but she couldn't help the sting in her heart at the way they looked at each other. A set of emerald eyes flashed in her mind, and Faythe hated herself for exactly who she pined after in that moment. "Dance with me?" Ferris's voice broke through her thoughts. She turned to find his hand held out to her. Grateful for the distraction, she took it and let him lead her into a space where they could join and dance together. After a quiet moment, he said, "You are some woman to behold, Faythe, both on and off the fighting field." His eyes darkened. A playful smile tugged at her lips. "It's a shame I don't mix business with pleasure." He chuckled softly. "A shame indeed." Chapter 28. The party came to an end at 1 a.m, and they all left together while the hall staff cleared up as part of Faythe's generous rental sum. Marlowe had booked a room for her and Jackon at the East Town Hostel, so they could have a night alone for once, not wanting to stay with her father in the cottage behind their compound. They dropped Faythe off at the hut and said goodbye with no small amount of teasing on Faythe's part about what they would get up to. Her friends flushed in embarrassment, to her great amusement. She didn't change into her night clothes, instead pulling on a pair of leather pants and a loose white shirt and sliding into her boots. Maybe she was being foolish, but she hadn't been able to get a certain arrogant, annoying, irritatingly handsome Fayguard out of her head all night, and she was tired of waiting to see if he would seek her out, in her head or otherwise. As she slipped into bed fully clothed, she closed her eyes and waited to fall into darkness. Then she awoke, standing in the gold and white mist of her mind. Her hands became slick with sweat, and her heart raced with nerves. The last time she was in the black and gray clouds of Nick's subconscious, she'd had no clue about anything she was or what he was. So much had changed since. That day seemed like another lifetime ago. Nick could very well push her out with half a thought or not let her enter at all. He would be aware the moment she tried to project herself into his mind, just as she was whenever he visited hers. Without giving herself time to cower, she closed her eyes and thought of him. When she felt the pull and didn't immediately hit a mental wall, she knew she had made it through. It didn't stop her from slowly peeling one eye open first to check, though, a part of her hoping to still see gold. But it was the starkly contrasting whorls of black and gray she was met with when she opened her eyes fully, and she wasn't sure if she felt relief or fear at being back. After a short moment, Nick came into view. She almost stumbled, gaping at the sight of him bare-chested, hands casually slid into his sleep pants. His usual loose-fitting white shirts had hinted at his toned upper body, but this... Seeing him bare made Faythe's cheeks catch fire. She was at a loss for words, and screamed internally to channel herself out of his mind. She'd clearly interrupted his deep rest. I can go if you, sorry, she stumbled like an idiot. I was planning on a full night's rest, but I couldn't deny you, Faythe. A wicked smile twitched the corners of his lips at her obvious embarrassment. Why are you here? At least he was back to his insufferable, cocky ways. Their last awkward encounter hadn't tainted the air between them. You haven't been around in a while. She trailed off, having no idea where her train of thought was going. I didn't realize I was needed. You're not, she snapped instinctively. Then she recovered. I mean, it would have been nice for you to check in or something, she said lamely. Why? Faythe gawked a little. Sorry, I guess I made the mistake of thinking we might be friends. She turned to leave as if there were an imaginary door, when the mist shifted to wrap around her middle and hold her still. Even her mind felt a weight upon it, as she was held from projecting anywhere. Nick had once told her it was possible to become trapped in another Nightwalker's mind. It was why they didn't often risk it. Now she was stuck here against her will. You could just as easily have visited me any time as well, you know, he said softly. She turned to him. All the anger she was about to unleash faded at the remark. He was right. She had been just as absent as he, and she hadn't even realized, stupidly waiting on him to make the first contact, thinking he wouldn't want to see her again after their intimate moment in the woods. It had been nothing. You're right. I'm sorry. I've been distracted, she said with a weak smile. She wouldn't tell him about the cave, not wanting a lecture on the dangers and her recklessness like Jackon would give her. Can you meet me in the woods? She asked. Nick curved an eyebrow. Tonight? It's almost 2 a.m. Please? He released a long, dramatic sigh. Fine, 20 minutes, he said begrudgingly. She felt the mist release her, and then the pressure lifted off her mind, too. He gave a smug smile. "You're free to go." She childishly stuck her tongue out at him and heard the echoes of his chuckle before she was back in her own mind. Rising to consciousness, she immediately shot out of her cot. Faythe arrived first, emerging into the waterfall clearing and taking a big gulp of pure, fresh air. She sat near the water's edge, idly picking at the grass and letting the calming sound of running water hypnotize her. After another few minutes, rustling came from the tree line, and a familiar head of polished black hair and piercing green eyes came into view. She beamed at the sight of Nick. It struck her just how much she had missed his company these past couple of weeks. It felt different, clearer seeing him in person compared to in their minds. "So, what is it you have to tell me that couldn't wait?" he said by way of greeting. He dropped down next to her, casually leaning back on his hands as he observed her with his usual arrogant smile she'd come to love and hate. "I was actually hoping you'd help me with my conscious abilities," she said warily. He looked at her in curiosity, waiting for her to elaborate. "I want to learn how to control them better, in combat specifically." The air was silent as she waited for him to quiz her further. She had no doubt he would force her to reveal her completely futile plan to challenge a fae in a fighting pit. "I suppose I could volunteer to be your test subject," he said casually. She grinned in response. "But if I release my mental barriers to you, I trust you won't go poking around where you shouldn't," he added in playful warning. Faythe frowned. "How does that work? Your barriers? I was able to slip right into Jackon's mind and Marlowe's. There were no walls." She cringed as she admitted to what she'd done. "Did you now? And how was it? Being in their minds, I mean." "You didn't answer my question," he chuckled. "I'm curious too, you know. You're something that's either never existed before or hasn't for a very, very long time." When she didn't respond, he rolled his eyes. "They have them, they just don't know how to use them. And not because they're mortal. I'm a Nightwalker, and a powerful one," he said, not out of arrogance. "Mastering the mind is part of who I am, and I've centuries of practice. I don't think you'd get past my barriers even if you tried. Most of us are the same. With weaker immortals, you might stand a chance. But those without our gift, fae and human, don't naturally have the instinct to protect their minds and wouldn't know how to even if they did. Some have trained specifically against our ability and are able to form solid mental barriers, but it's not common." She hummed her interest. "Have you ever come across someone with a barrier?" Nick nodded, "Many times, but none I haven't been able to shatter through." Faythe shuddered. Was he really that strong in his ability? At her unspoken question, he went on. "I guess some may have held out against a lesser Nightwalker." Again, there was no haughtiness in his tone as he explained the facts. "It's risky, though. If the host discovers you're in there, it's as good as killing them. Their fragile mind can't handle the confusion of having two essences consciously present at once. They don't tend to recover mentally. It's also dangerous for us. A lesser Nightwalker might never recover. It takes a lot of strength to keep the separation and get out before both minds mingle." Faythe swallowed hard at the new information, knowing now why he was so worried about her being discovered. Not just for her physical well-being, but the mental danger it presented. "When I was in your mind, you said you could feel me," she said, more as a question. "The other side of your ability is different in that respect. When we nightwalk, our whole mental being gets projected into another's. With your gift of consciousness, you're still completely awake and in your own head at the same time. It's fascinating," he said in awe. Faythe felt more bewildered than fascinated by the concept. "But I would be cautious," Nick continued. "While I believe you could dive as deep as you wanted into a person's mind without causing them harm, every ability has its limits. With you, I'd be wary of having your feelings and emotions become too entwined in another's, that you lose yourself in there in the heat of the moment. You need to always be able to separate yourself from the host." A silence settled while she pondered over the new information. Then she spoke. "I only heard what I wanted to know when I looked into their minds," she began quietly, finding the grass suddenly very interesting. "I haven't tried going any deeper, only what's been on the surface. Thoughts that were just there. It was easy to hear them." Nick made a curious sound. Since she was getting all her truth out, Faythe added, "I nightwalked through Marlowe, too." Sitting up straight, Nick's arm grazed hers as he scanned her face, possibly looking for any sign of guilt or anger. "On purpose?" he asked carefully. She winced and nodded. "Good," he said, leaning back again. When she whipped her head to him, he shrugged. "You needed to practice. I assume it went to plan, or you'd be taking out a tree by now." She chuckled softly, grateful he didn't hold any judgment or disapproval in his response. It was a relief being with him, she realized. She didn't have to hide anything about herself, and he never looked at her with any kind of distaste or hatefulness. He didn't fear her for what she might be capable of. "Now, are we going to get some progress made here so we can both get back to sleep tonight?" he asked, getting to his feet. Neither of them had brought their swords, but Faythe didn't need a blade to practice reaching into his mind and predicting his movements. She stood, too, going over to where he waited. Nick braced himself as if he were going to pounce, and he did. She couldn't stop her squeal of surprise as he lunged impossibly fast, ducking and lifting her over his shoulder. Not even winded from the sudden movement, she was astonished by his delicate hold. "Put me down!" she shrieked. He rumbled with laughter beneath her, but just as fast as he'd scooped her up, she was once again on her own 2 feet, dizzy from bewilderment. "Sorry, I thought we were starting." She gaped and then dropped her face into a scowl. Changing stance, Faythe braced herself this time. She took a breath and locked eyes with him. "Are you ready?" She heard the question at the edge of his mind. The corners of her mouth twitched up in response, and in taunting challenge. "Don't hold back," she said. He answered with a wicked grin. She saw his first intention to go for her legs again a split second before he physically moved, and she jumped right to narrowly dart out of his path. Turning around, he straightened, giving her an approving side smile. Nick didn't waste a second, the thought of his next attack flashing from his mind to hers, and she twisted around him in the nick of time. Her heart raced from the concentration she had to hold to keep track of him and his speed. She saw his following maneuver, but she was a second too late in avoiding it before he swiped her feet from under her with a side kick. He caught her with an arm around her waist before she could hit the ground, their faces coming intimately close as he straightened, and in a flash, the feelings from their last near kiss pulsed through her. They were gone the moment he released her and stepped away. Faythe noticed his taunting grin had also vanished. Clearing her throat, she said, "I need to be faster." She was already panting, not from physical exertion, but the mental toll it took. He gave a short nod. "Try again." They practiced for another hour, and she gained speed on her reaction time, slightly as the thoughts flowed into her more naturally. Still, she couldn't keep it up for long before he had her beat. She sprawled out on the grass, feeling both mentally and physically drained. Nick sat beside her, looking completely unfazed. "Do you ever get tired?" she remarked in irritation. "Of course I do." He smirked down at her. "Just not nearly as easily." They sat in a long minute of silence, and when her breathing was once again normal, she lifted herself up right next to him. "We could work out a schedule," she said, "to meet here for practice. If you can, that is." He shot her a side glance, thinking it over. "I suppose I could dedicate some of my nights to helping. I'm nothing if not charitable." She pushed his arm playfully, but he barely budged, her palm feeling like it connected with a slightly cushioned stone. Breaking through their peace, a loud animalistic scoff sounded behind her. Faythe whipped her head around, then she shot to her feet at the sight. The mighty white stag! It took her a moment in her shock to ask, "You see it too, right?" "The giant beast? Yes, Faythe, I think it's pretty damn hard to miss," he retorted. She didn't respond to his sarcasm, relieved she wasn't hallucinating. "Do you know what it is?" she asked instead. Before he could state the obvious in that irritatingly derisive way of his, she added, "I mean, what it wants." It was uncanny how similar this encounter looked to the last. The stag once again threw its head sideways as if beckoning her to follow. "I would say that's pretty obvious, too. Wouldn't you?" She bit back her retort, but managed a glare in his direction. "Have you seen it before?" He shook his head. "Never." Since he wasn't offering any help or encouragement, she went to follow it of her own accord and didn't glance back to see if he joined her. Just like the time before, it led her through the uneven rows of trees and right to the same temple in the clearing, motioning her toward it before disappearing through the stone doors. She knew Nick had followed and witnessed the whole encounter from his footsteps nearby, and she shook her head, trying to make sense of what she'd just seen for the second time. Not a movement was different on the stag's part. "It was exactly like before," she mumbled, confusion creasing her forehead. "You mean you've seen it before?" he asked with piqued curiosity, coming to stand beside her. A vacant nod was her only answer, as she trailed up the stairs of the portico and pressed her palms to the doors. "What do you want?" she pondered out loud. Resting her ear against the solid, cold rock, she strained to hear if there was something, or someone, inside. "You need the Riscilius, Faythe." She pushed off the stone with a gasp. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" Nick said from behind her. Perhaps she was going crazy. That seemed like the only logical explanation. She dared to press her ear to the door again and waited. Nothing. Huffing her frustration, she marched back down the stairs and turned to look at the structure. It offered no clue or insight as to why she should be here, and she wanted to bellow her annoyance at the still stone building for wasting her time. It must be mere chance. The stag could have appeared to anyone. Maybe it was on some centuries-old magical loop no one had bothered to stop. A message for someone long since passed. These woods were bound to be full of ancient tricks and mysteries. Faythe shuddered, not wanting to stay longer and discover them, or they her, since that was how it seemed to work around here. Yet as she held her eyes on the symbol of Aurealis that branded the door, she swore it started to glow slightly as if beckoning her to discover what lay beyond. She wanted to turn from the structure and vow never to follow the damned stag again, but the reckless, impulsive side of her dominated her sane, rational brain. One word became a chant in her mind that she couldn't silence. The Riscilius. It had to be the key to get inside. Fortunately, there was one book-loving blacksmith in the kingdom who might hold the answer of where to find it. Chapter 29. The early morning air held a chill to it as Faythe made her way to the market for work. Autumnal equinox was only a week away, and eager revelers had already started decorating the buildings with banners of vibrant fall colors in anticipation of the full bloom of the new season. She pulled her dark green cloak tighter around her and glared up at the sun that mocked her by not offering any warmth. Still, she was a little relieved the days were no longer so clammy and dry. Over the past week, she had met with Nick every second night to practice her mind skills for combat, which was a fancy way of saying to get put on her ass every 5 minutes. She was getting better, though, slowly. She was all too aware the fight with her Fey competitor was looming closer. 2 weeks' time, Ferris had told her a few days ago. She'd had to force back her panic that it might not be enough time for her to be competent in her ability to foresee their impossibly fast movements and stand a chance. But she couldn't tell that to Ferris. Rounding the last corner, she strolled up to the bakery stall and offered a cheerful greeting. Her smile fell when Marie looked at her sadly without responding. "We've been thinking, Faythe. I know you've helped us for a long time now, but we just can't afford the cost to keep you any longer. Grace has agreed to help with the deliveries, but we don't expect it to be as busy here with the cooling weather." Marie spoke quickly and nervously. She was being let go. A month ago, Faythe would have perhaps embarrassed herself by falling to her knees and begging Marie to reconsider. The small, insufficient wage was all she had to make ends meet. But now? She smiled warmly. "I understand, Marie. You're doing what's best for your family, and I wish you and your daughters well." It obviously wasn't the reaction Marie expected. Her mouth popped open in surprise. She came around the small counter and took Faythe's hands. "You'll be all right, dear," Faythe answered with a squeeze and a nod. The baker embraced her tightly. "Could you run one last errand for me, though?" she asked, shuffling back around the stall and producing a small box. "Mrs. Green hasn't made an order for a while, but would you take this to her? I would hate to think she might have had a bad lot the last time." "Mrs. Green?" Faythe frowned, taking the box. How had she not noticed when Mrs. Green was one of her most frequent and joyous delivery stops? She had been so wrapped up in her own problems, she hadn't even realized how long it was since she last saw her, and Faythe felt riddled with guilt at her selfishness. Then a dark feeling settled over her. The last time she'd seen Mrs. Green. Faythe nodded with a weak smile and offered Marie one last farewell before setting off. She quickened her pace, the urge to get there as fast as she could drowning her with overwhelming dread. Her nerves were irrational, she tried to reassure herself, and she would be breathing in her relief the moment she walked into the mill and saw Mrs. Green sitting in her usual spot at the kitchen table doing something to occupy her hands. Still, she was almost jogging by the time she rounded the next corner, and the large off-white building came into view. She hurled herself through the door, not bothering to knock or call out. When the familiar chirp of Mrs. Green's voice didn't greet her straight away, her stomach dropped further. Faythe walked into the kitchen and found it empty. She called out in the hope someone would echo back. Leaving the box on the table, she continued her search as a daunting feeling set her on edge. Everything was too still and untouched. Too quiet. Hearing movement from the outside, she loosened off slightly. One of the workers, they would know where she was. Out the back door, she spotted an older man by the shed grinding some contraption she assumed was full of grain. She practically ran to him, blurting out, "Have you seen Mrs. Green?" He jumped in surprise at her sudden outburst, and Faythe mumbled a quick apology. "You haven't heard," he said. She blanched immediately. "Heard what?" His face fell grave. "She was taken near 2 months ago now, to the castle. She never came back," he said solemnly. Taken. Just as they had gotten Reuben out. Faythe had told Mrs. Green she would be safe. Her hand shot up to cover her wide mouth, and she backed up a few steps as if the news were a physical blow. The pain was similar. Her chest tightened painfully, and the air around her refused to fill her lungs properly. The man muttered something else, condolences she could faintly hear. "Some Fae guards came in the middle of the night. One had a particularly nasty-looking face with a long scar," he recalled. The man tilted. No, it was her own vision that wavered and threatened to make her collapse at the malicious face that flashed to the forefront of her mind. Captain Varys. He had been here, and he had seized Mrs. Green. Had she been brutally handled like the innkeeper's son? Oh, gods! Oh, gods! Faythe's stomach twisted as nausea washed through her. It was her fault. She had told Mrs. Green she would be safe if she didn't know anything, and had sworn to Reuben she would look out for his mother. She had to blink fast to stay present through the waves of dizziness, while her thoughts became a whirlwind. She didn't know what to do, think, or how to react. Twisting on her heel, she took off. Her feet slapped loudly against the cobblestone as she sprinted down the streets, barely dodging the pedestrian traffic. Her cloak bellowed behind her, and she didn't stop for a second even when her lungs and throat caught fire, begging her to rest. She kept running through the grass and all the way up hills, across long fields, until she saw him. Jackon glanced up from his work, then he did a double-take when he spotted her hurling herself over the plowed fields toward him. Dropping his shovel, he briskly walked to meet her. Faythe came to an abrupt halt in front of him, but couldn't get her words out as the exertion of her long sprint caught up with her all at once. She panted hard and nearly doubled over to throw up, but Jackon grabbed her by the shoulders, his face chalk white as he frantically looked her over. "Faythe, what's wrong?" he asked in panic. "What's happened?" She gathered enough breath, and her eyes burned as she said, "Mrs. Green, they took her." Jackon released a rush of breath at the information, disturbed but apparently relieved the grave news wasn't about her or Marlowe. He embraced her as if she might collapse, and she very well might if he didn't hold her as she released her grief into his shoulder. He let Faythe cry and compile herself before pulling back to look at her. "Tell me what happened." They retreated into a barn and sat on stacks of hay, as Faythe relayed the vague information she knew. "Shit," Jackon swore, pouncing to his feet. "What reason would they have for taking her?" He began to pace the floor. Faythe shrugged weakly. "Maybe she knew more than she was letting on. Or maybe they're more ruthless than we thought, and are eliminating whole households that displease them." Jackon ranted a colorful array of curses and insults to portray exactly what he thought of the Fae, their guards, and the royals. Faythe was too hollow in her own grief, her own guilt, to have room for anger. "It's my fault. I should have got them both to leave, but I told her she'd be safe." Jackon sat next to her and put his hand under her chin, tilting her head so she could look him in the eye. His remained fierce as he said, "This is not your fault. Her death is not on your conscience, not even for a second." Neither of them considered the possibility she could still be alive. The Fae didn't take human prisoners, but it still stung Faythe's heart to hear the word that was so final. Death. She must have known they would come, and didn't want to risk ruining Reuben's escape. We can only hope she sacrificed herself with the intention of saving her son, that it wasn't in vain, he said, and Faythe picked up on his slight tone of uncertainty. If they had failed, if Reuben hadn't made it to safety, her death and his would be in vain. Faythe couldn't dwell on it further for fear she would fall apart completely. She left Jackon to finish his workday and headed back to the hut. She didn't plan to tell him she no longer had a job at Marie's stall. She would keep up the pretense to justify her income. It was yet another lie, and she hated herself more every day for the master deceiver she was becoming. At home, she sat in utter silence and let her mind reel. She barely registered Jackon coming home or the small idle chatter he tried to engage in over supper. When he was asleep, snoring next to her, she shot out of her cot and dressed swiftly before leaving and storming all the way to the woods. She spotted the Fae guard with his back to her through the tree line, but he didn't turn when she emerged. "Did you know?" she said with icy calm. Her rage boiled beneath the surface, but she wouldn't release it, not until she heard it from him. Nick twisted slowly around, his face unreadable. "You're going to have to elaborate a little, Faythe." Her anger spiked and then simmered. "Mrs. Green, Reuben's mother. Did you know she was taken the night after we got him out?" He was silent, deliberating, and her patience began to run dangerously thin. "I did." She expected it, but it didn't make the blow any less. You kept it from me all this time? I didn't think it was something you needed to know. She had to close her eyes and breathe for a moment, or else she would erupt. He was my friend, and I swore I'd look out for her, she seethed, opening her eyes again to blaze at him. His face fell a little, the only display of regret he would show, but then he wiped all expression away and stared at her blankly. Did you have any part in it? She braced herself, not sure how she would handle the knowledge if he had. Nick shook his head. No. But Varys found out about Reuben the night before I did, and had plans to bring him in. When they found he was missing, they took his mother instead. He doesn't like to be made a fool of, so he conjured a story about how he saw the same traitorous actions in her mind, too. He explained plainly. It made Faythe sick. She had never seen him so detached and unreadable. She wanted to believe him. He had no reason to lie. But he was Fae and a king's guard. She would be a fool to think he was any different to his companions when they were all tethered by the same leash. Her anger flared to a reckless rage, and before she could stop herself, she honed in on him, his mind, intending to take the information for herself to be sure. She was met with a stone-hard black wall as anticipated, but she threw herself into it and focused all her mental strength on pulling it down. "Stop," he growled, his voice low in warning. She didn't, and kept trying until sweat trickled down her forehead, and a headache formed from the effort. The woods disappeared into a faint blur as she hurled everything she had into the block on his mind. Her mind was a wrecking ball, slamming into his over and over while she pictured the wall's destruction that would grant her free access to his thoughts, his memories. She could feel it weakening, but not nearly enough for her to get inside. "Faythe, stop! Now!" he barked louder this time. When she didn't back down at his second command, he was upon her in a flash. Her feet were out from under her, and she was airborne for a split second before her back met the cool grass. She breathed heavily as the mental contact severed, and she took in her surroundings again. He was on top of her, one knee applying light pressure to her chest, while his hand held hers locked above her head. Her eyes flashed, and she thrashed to get free, but his hold only tightened, and her eyes burned in frustration. Giving up, Faythe went limp beneath him, squeezing her eyes closed to calm herself. One look in his eyes right now, and she knew she would erupt again. He made her feel like nothing when he enforced his strength, and she hated him for it. "Don't try that again," Nick said in quiet, lethal caution. Then the pressure released completely, and he walked away from her. She lay there a moment longer, gathering herself so she wouldn't lose control again. Then she pounced to her feet and whirled to face him. "I don't need your help anymore. I'll figure it out for myself," she hissed coldly. She didn't wait for his response, twisting on her heel and marching straight out of the woods. He didn't follow, and she didn't look back. Chapter 30. Sitting at a workshop bench surrounded by open books she had no interest in actually reading, Faythe sighed. When she awoke that morning after her blow-up with Nick, she instantly felt guilty for her outburst. Sure, he deserved some of her anger. He had kept information from her when he knew what it meant. But he didn't deserve her attempt to infiltrate his thoughts. In hindsight, she was glad she hadn't been able to break through his firm mental barriers. He had looked quietly furious at her for trying, and she didn't blame him. She sulked because she felt like she had lost a friend. Not just a friend to practice her mind skills with. Faythe felt the loss much more than that, fearing Nick would never forgive her. She had come to the blacksmith's since she had nowhere else to go with all her spare days, and would be bouncing off the walls if she stayed in the hut. She'd told Marlowe about her dismissal from the bakery, and her friend had been more than welcoming, had even offered to teach her a thing or two about her trade. Marlowe sat at another bench, still poring over the foreign note Faythe had long since given up caring about. However, the blacksmith was fascinated and spent a lot of her time trying to decipher it. "I think I have it," she exclaimed, making Faythe jump a little as they had been sitting in silence for some time. "Well, there are some words that don't make full sense yet, but I have most of it." She twisted in her seat and beckoned Faythe over with an eager wave. Faythe welcomed the distraction and obliged, going to stand close to where she sat. "It's worded like a poem, with stanzas and rhyming couplets, but it doesn't make sense, really." Marlowe held out the new piece of paper she had scribbled her translated version onto. Faythe took it with a frown and read, "Spirits of the realm, there were 3, a balance of life, soul, and death, and all together they would agree to balance the world until their last breath. One to guide the light, her temple stands tall, in a wood that begins in fright. A fear is the key, or thou shalt fall. One to tame the dark, her temple sinks low, in a black labyrinth stark, blood is the key to chase away foe. One to connect the souls, her temple rises high, a winding path not without ghouls, a bond is the key to touch the sky. Each hold power of mighty great, but together they form one. The Rescilius is needed to open each gate, to retrieve the pieces and undo what was done." Faythe's eyes widened as she finished, and she set the paper down, pointing to one word that sent a spear of ice through her. "Do you know what this is?" Marlowe squinted. "Rescilius? That's what puzzled me, too." She got up and went over to the stack of books. Faythe trembled with anxiety, though she hid it with clenched fists. It had to be a coincidence that it sounded like the name she'd heard through the temple doors. Her thoughts were a mess as her mind started putting together pieces that would fit. The poem was a riddle and had something to do with the spirits. She knew the temple she had visited must be the light the poem referred to. The location was a match. The woods had demanded she reveal her darkest fear, and upon getting it had let her pass. Nick had pointed out the symbol on the door, the circle with 3 overlapping lines, was of Aurealis, the spirit of life and goddess of the sun. She felt dizzy and had to take Marlowe's vacant seat. The killer question that sent her reeling: why was there such an ancient artifact in her mother's pocket watch? Had she known about it? Faythe shook herself at the thought. No, she couldn't have known anything about it, would never have been in the woods either. "There are mentions of it in this book of old relics and such," Marlowe said, scrutinizing a new tome. "Silius is like a stone or glass, and riscus means something like to look or see." She looked up at Faythe as if she might understand it more. A shrug was all she could muster, trying to keep her face impassive so she didn't give away the fact she knew what any of it meant. "It's just an old romantic poem on the spirits," she said, keeping her tone disinterested. She couldn't tell Marlowe about the temple for risk of her finding out other things. Until Faythe could make any sense of it herself, there was no point anyway. She still had no way of getting inside. Besides, whatever the Rescilius was, there was no guarantee it was even in High Pharaoh. "I've read of the Great Spirit temples. These must be their locations," Marlowe pressed, coming over to examine her translation again. "Who knows if they even still stand," Faythe drawled. She kept her voice bored despite the racing thoughts that shook her to the core. "They say it's the one place someone can make real contact with the spirits," Marlowe continued, relaying her knowledge regardless. Faythe scoffed. "And you believe that?" "You don't have to be so pessimistic all the time, you know." "I just like to be realistic." Marlowe rolled her eyes, and her brow creased slightly. "I wonder what it was doing in your watch." Faythe stood from the bench. "Probably just some old forgotten tale written by a long-past ancestor." Marlowe didn't look convinced, but she didn't say anything else about it. "Are you ready for your fight tonight?" she asked instead. Grateful for the change of topic, she grinned smugly. "Always am." Marlowe answered with a wan smile, and Faythe felt a pang of guilt. She knew her friend hated keeping her deadly secret from Jackon even more than she did. Regardless, She helped by keeping him busy every time Faythe had a fight, usually inviting him to stay at her cottage overnight. She put a hand on her friend's shoulder. "I haven't lost yet," she said by way of consolation. "And thanks for keeping Jack on occupied." She added a hint of suggestiveness to lighten the mood. Marlowe gaped, and her cheeks turned bright. Faythe chuckled mischievously, moving around her to leave. "See you tonight," she sang, before strutting out of the blacksmith's. Chapter 31. That evening, Marlowe skipped through the door of the hut without knocking, as Faythe and Jackon had insisted a while back, and beamed at Faythe as she grabbed a meat pie for herself and joined her in the kitchen, where they both dug in. "Keep your appetites. It's the shows tonight. There'll be plenty of stalls," Jackon said as he emerged from the bedroom, where he'd gone to change out of his work clothes. Faythe cursed internally. She'd forgotten all about the annual shows that took place in the square. They were a small dose of entertainment before the autumnal equinox outdoor ball at the end of the week, and a tradition Jackon and Faythe attended every year. She loved watching the performances, and he knew it. Except this year, she had unknowingly double-booked. She had a far more unsavory activity planned for the night. Faythe shot her gaze to Marlowe in a plea for help, but her look suggested she had no idea how to get her out of going. I totally forgot. I'm not feeling too great tonight. Maybe you guys should go without me?" she said pathetically, unable to come up with a more convincing excuse. Marlowe nodded in understanding, trying to help her cause, but Jackon frowned deeply. "That's never stopped you missing the shows before," he accused. Faythe racked her brain, but nothing came up. He wouldn't buy that she was simply too ill to attend, so she mustered a weak smile. "You're right. I guess I could come for a bit." Jackon relaxed, and Marlowe disguised her worry with a wide grin. "I'll just go change," Faythe said to excuse herself. In the bedroom, she cursed again as she stripped down. She had to think of something to excuse herself early, but for now, she climbed into her fighting suit and pulled on her boots before choosing a dark crimson gown and sliding into it over her leathers. It made her a little bulky, but not enough that Jackon would notice, especially not if she wore her black cloak over the top. The bedroom door opened with a creak, and she jumped, but she relaxed when Marlowe's head poked around the frame. "What are you going to do?" she whispered. "I'll have to leave early." Faythe lifted her gown to show what she wore underneath. Marlowe grinned in appreciation. "Can you convince him to leave with you now? I'll need a minute to stash the other things." Marlowe answered with a nod. "Good luck," she mumbled before closing the door again. Faythe heard them chatting in the kitchen when she went into the washroom to braid back her hair, and hoped Jackon wouldn't think anything of her hairstyle choice. She usually only pulled all her hair back when she went to practice swordplay, or on particularly hot days. When the door clicked shut, signaling their leave, she slung her cloak on and gathered her other fighting items without a wasted second. Faythe walked hastily through the streets with her hood up. It was unusually busy with the shows going on, and she found herself having to weave and squeeze through small crowds on her way to the square. She concealed her other fighting items under her cloak, but no one paid her any attention. Taking a long route down a back street she knew would be quiet, she ducked into Crow's Lane after checking the coast was clear. There, she found an old discarded crate and lifted it, placing her items down before covering them over with the wood. She added a few more that were laying around on top for extra measure, not that she expected anyone to be wandering down here. Satisfied, she left the way she came and merged with the flow of traffic on Main Street, headed for the event. When she got to the square, it was packed. A stage had been set up on the far side. Kids sat as close as they could get while the adults stood behind, tightly compacted together. She had no idea how to find her friends in the masses and cursed herself for not anticipating it. An idea came to mind. Faythe darted around the corner. She had never tried to climb the roof in a dress, but she was wearing her suit underneath. She hoisted the skirts to her waist, and with free leg movement, she scaled the usual way up. Faythe lay on her stomach and peered over, careful no one would notice her. This was their hideout spot, and she didn't want to give away their vantage point. It didn't take long to scan through the heads before she spotted the familiar blonde and brunette couple near the edge of the crowd with drinks in hand. Location pinpointed, she quickly shimmied back down to the ground to join them. Weaving and nudging her way to her friends, she greeted them cheerfully over the clamor. "We weren't sure if you would find us. Jackon was about to head back for you," Marlowe said. "I have my ways." Faythe flashed him a grin, and his eyes instinctively flicked behind them and upward, as if he would spot her still spying on them from the rooftops. "Why do I ever doubt you?" He shook his head, sipping from his cup. Marlowe held out a glass to her. "It's wine," she said with a hint of caution, and Faythe knew it was to make sure she didn't drink too much of it ahead of her other planned activity. She nodded gratefully and took the glass, but didn't drink straight away. The lights that canopied the square went out, and the crowd reacted with increased noise and piqued attention. Faythe checked her watch. She had time to enjoy at least one show. The curtains drew back, and a lady dressed in a magnificent ball gown appeared behind them along with a large harpsichord. The crowd gushed, and even Faythe gawked as the woman took a small bow and sat in front of the beautiful instrument. Her fingers graced the strings with a melody that weaved through the bodies, striking Faythe right where she stood. The whole world disappeared around her until she was completely transfixed. Then the woman began to sing, and a pleasant thrill rocked her to her core. It was a tale of the spirits, their beginning and their purpose, and though Faythe didn't think she believed in such things, she drank every word and marveled over the graceful poetic depiction. The lady's fingers plucked and stroked with such eloquence, the melody rising to the stars and beyond in a quickened tempo. Her body moved with each note like a wave in a storm as she poured her heart and soul over the strings. Then she slowed, and Faythe swore she looked right at her as she sang her final verse. "The air of souls will rise again, their fate lies in her palms. With rings of gold and will of mind, she'll save the lives of men." A sudden loud disruption in the crowd jerked Faythe from her hypnotic state. She looked to Marlowe, who was beaming and clapping along. When Faythe returned her attention to the performer, the woman was standing, taking her last bow, and did not look in their direction again as she left the stage. But Faythe was left with a strange, unsettling feeling. Shaking it off, she reached in to check her pocket watch and realized she would be late if she didn't leave now. When no one was looking, she emptied her glass of wine to appear as if she had drunk it before turning to her friends. "I'm really not feeling good. I think the wine had the opposite effect tonight," she said, putting on a drained face. Jackon's brow furrowed. "We can go back." "Aw, but I'd like to stay," Marlowe cut in for her. "I don't usually come to these things. Faythe will be okay, won't you?" She turned to her. Faythe played her part. "Of course, you guys stay. There's no point in us all sulking at home tonight. Enjoy the rest of the shows," she pleaded. Jackon's forehead only creased deeper. She could tell he wanted to protest, but at Marlowe's sad look, he let it go with a sigh. "All right. Well, I'll see you at home, then," he said a little reluctantly. She gave them both a quick embrace before weaving her way back out of the mob. She was quick at making it to Crow's Lane in her hurried pace, and soon beheld Ferris leaning casually against the wall, waiting for her as usual. "A little overdressed, don't you think?" he remarked. She didn't deign to respond, and started pulling the crates down, discarding them quickly to get to her hidden items. Not waiting to see if Ferris would turn around, since she was already dressed anyway, she started to untie the back of her gown and let it drop. He didn't flinch, but she knew he was disappointed she wasn't actually standing in her undergarments in the middle of the street. It didn't take her long to be fully equipped with her sword on her back and her hood and scarf concealing her face, fully embodying the gold-eyed shadow she'd come to be known as. She hid her dress just as she had with the other items. Then, not wasting a second as they were already pushed for time, they made haste indoors, refusing to stop for anyone when they stalked past. They arrived in the cave just as the pitmaster was announcing the victor of the previous fight. At the top of the pit entrance, Ferris took Faythe's cloak from her, as was their routine now, and when they announced the next fighters, she descended and let herself fall into her lethal calm. By the time she emerged into the great fighting ring, she was ready. The audience seemed to grow larger each time she was here, but she never let it rattle her focus. When her competitor emerged, she had to hide her surprise. He was of a lot smaller build than she was used to being pitted against, standing only a few inches taller than her. While it might have been a relief to anyone else, Faythe still saw the opponent as the toughest she was yet to face. Her size wouldn't be of much advantage in this match. She would be wise to assume he could be equally as quick on his feet. But she gauged she might also be an equal match in strength, or at least close to it. That was all she needed. The pitmaster announced the beginning of their combat, and they stalked each other with a tracker's eye. As anticipated, he was fast. Faythe dodged a lot of his advances, but he was smart and started to predict her moves. She tried to feign right while going for an attack to the left, but he saw it coming, and she felt his elbow connect with her side, knocking the wind from her. She stumbled back and didn't have time to regain her composure before he kicked her stomach. She went flying backward, hitting the ground hard. Pain stabbed her abdomen, but she rolled just as he went to bring his blade down and shot to her feet. For the first time, she was closely matched in stealth. Their blades connected in a series of high-pitched symphonies as they parried back and forth. When they met in the middle, her opponent pushed his blade against hers, sending her backward. In the same breath, steel flashed before her eyes, and Faythe twisted, but not fast enough. She felt a sharp sting across the top of her arm where the edge of his blade had sliced. Retreating, but not losing focus, she gaped. She was losing. As a reigning champion, she'd let herself get complacent, arrogant. Her flame of passion had dwindled into dying embers. Besting brute men never challenged her. But now, coming to this realization awoke something within Faythe, and she found herself on the edge of his mind without even trying. Everything was right there for her viewing pleasure, but she couldn't dive too deep or she wouldn't be present enough to fight. His movements flashed through her. She deflected far faster than she ever had before, gliding like smoke around his swipes of steel. It was as easy as breathing when she gave herself over to the instincts of her mind, and she moved with graceful swiftness to avoid his advances and deliver her own counterattack, all while being careful not to dodge so fast it wouldn't look realistic, though no one could ever suspect the advantage that dwelled within. She had already cut him a few times, only to rouse the crowd and satisfy the onlookers' bloodlust. She let her smile reach her eyes under her mask, taunting him as his frustrations grew. He ditched any sort of strategy for a series of lazy, frenzied attacks. Finally bored, Faythe twisted around to avoid his final blow and kicked his feet out from under him, standing over him a heartbeat later with 2 hands braced to plunge her blade down through his chest. The crowd roared as the man beneath her seethed with rage, a look she was eerily familiar with. She made a few supercilious bows, remaining in character for the revelers above, before swaggering to her exit, a victorious smile tugging at her lips. Chapter 32. Faythe waited in Crow's Lane for Ferris to appear. Her arm stung and still bled a little as she examined the full extent of the injury, having no idea how she would explain it to Jackon. The bruises no doubt forming on her side and ribs would be much easier to hide. Ferris gave a low whistle. "I thought I was going to lose you there for a moment." "So did I," she grumbled. "But alas, you pulled through." He held out 2 pouches of coin, getting lighter each week, but still a generous amount. She snatched them, then she took her cloak and slung it over herself. "How are you feeling?" he asked. Faythe gave him a flat look, ignoring the fatuous question. I need more time to fight the Fae. I won't stand a chance if I'm weakened in the slightest. Another 2 weeks. He opened his mouth to protest, but she gave him a look that said it was reschedule or she would back out completely. Ferris nodded in agreement. There's already a lot of talk about it. It's going to be a packed night. This wasn't exactly encouraging information. Grabbing her discarded gown, she made to leave, but Ferris grabbed her arm. Even if you lose, we'll still make good money. Don't worry about it too much, he said by way of comfort. When she answered with a small nod of thanks, he released her. Becoming one with the shadows, Faythe made her way home. Expecting Marlowe and Jackon to still be at the shows or her cottage, Faythe threw the hut door open and halted in shock at the sight of them in the open kitchen, seated at the table. While she gaped, Jackon got to his feet, his face a mask of rage and disappointment. Marlowe met her bewildered look and winced, her face wrinkling in apology. I'm sorry, Faythe. He knew something wasn't right. I had to tell him, she said quickly, silently begging her forgiveness. Faythe looked at Jackon and swallowed hard, waiting for the shouting to begin. How long? He asked quietly. She would rather he shouted at her, if only so she wouldn't have to stare at his completely heartbroken face. Jackon, I'm sorry. We needed the income, and I'm good at it, she stumbled, unable to justify going behind his back. He laughed bitterly, barely able to look at her. Clearly, if you've been lying to me for as long as I think you have. He shot an icy look at Marlowe. Both of you. The blacksmith recoiled at the comment, and Faythe stepped between them. It's me you're angry with, not her. I made her keep the secret. You would have never let me do it. His eyes targeted her again. It's not for me to let you do anything, but lying to me and getting Marlowe to distract me? That's what you've been doing, isn't it? It's an all-time low for you, he seethed. She winced at the words but regained her composure. I lost my job at the stall. I didn't know what else to do. I wanted to earn my own money with a skill I happen to be really good at. It may not be up to your standards, but so far, I've done a pretty damned good job, she retorted, not bothering to specify she had started fighting long before she was let go from Marie's service. His eyes flashed to her arm, and he scoffed. Yeah, it seems so. She pulled her cloak back over it to cover the tear in her suit, and glared at him. It's the first time I've even had a scratch, you prick. They stared off for a long moment, the tension growing thick. Please, can you not fight? Marlowe said quietly from behind them. It was Faythe who conceded first. With a long sigh, her face turned apologetic. Look, Jack, I'm sorry I lied to you. Even at the mention of it, you were jumping in to stop me. I chose to do this, and you don't have to like it, but I need you to accept it. The look of distaste and disappointment didn't leave his face as he huffed in disbelief. He fired Marlowe the same look before turning on his heel and retreating to the bedroom without another word. Faythe whirled to Marlowe, who had tears forming in her eyes. Her shoulders sagged at the sight. This was all her fault. She'd caused friction and distrust between them all. Marlowe, I'm so sorry, she began, but Marlowe waved a hand. I chose to help you. It's not all your fault. She cracked a weak smile that broke Faythe's heart. No, I've been so selfish and foolish to think we could have kept it up without him ever finding out. I didn't consider your relationship in this, and I'm sorry. Marlowe stood from her seat and motioned for Faythe to take it without a word. She did, and Marlowe removed her cloak, waiting for Faythe to unzip her suit so she could examine her wound. Her heart fractured. She didn't deserve her tenderness, not now. Faythe winced, pulling her arm free, but sat in her modest black undergarments, while Marlowe filled a small basin with water and grabbed a cloth. Then she went to work, wordlessly cleaning Faythe's arm with loving softness, while Faythe clenched her teeth to keep from hissing at the stinging sensation. He was suspicious the moment you left tonight, Marlowe whispered. "He said nothing would make you miss the shows, and then he started to recall other times he thought your behavior was amiss. I couldn't persuade him otherwise when he insisted we come back here, and when you weren't home, it all came tumbling out. I'm so sorry, Faythe. I couldn't think of any excuse for where you might be." She sniffed, crying. Faythe put a hand over the one that was brushing her arm, and Marlowe looked at her through teary eyes. "This is my doing, and his anger is with me. You have absolutely nothing to be sorry for. You're a better friend than I deserve sometimes." She smiled and reached to brush a stray tear from her friend's perfect porcelain cheek. "He won't stay mad for long," she said softly, trying to ease her own fears as much as Marlowe's. "Maybe not, but I worry we've broken something that won't be so easily mended." Faythe knew it too. It would take time before Jackon fully trusted either of them again, and her gut twisted. While one secret was now out in the open, an even deadlier one lay within her that was still unknown to either of them. When Marlowe finished, she took a seat opposite Faythe. "We should let him sleep on it. Nothing's going to be sorted tonight," Faythe said sadly. Marlowe nodded and went to stand. "I think I should head home." "I'll come with you." Faythe rose too, "if that's okay." Marlowe's answering smile was enough. Faythe pulled her suit back up and slung her cloak on, Marlowe doing the same, and they headed out without a goodbye. Jackon would know where they had gone and would appreciate the solitude. His last look had suggested he couldn't stand to be around them right now. With a heavy heart, Faythe linked arms with Marlowe, and they took off down the cold, dark streets in somber silence. Chapter 33. "Hammer, Faythe?" Marlowe's voice snapped her out of her wandering daydream. She glanced to her friend, who stood holding a small dagger poised over an anvil expectantly. "Sorry," she muttered, grabbing the requested tool and passing it over. Marlowe took the item without looking and went to bring it down upon the blade, but paused, examining it with a sigh. "I know we both have our minds elsewhere, but rawhide is not going to fare well against steel." She walked the few steps to swap her hammer without asking Faythe again. Probably wise. Faythe had failed to retain any of the information Marlowe tried to teach her about the blacksmithing trade. She had been staying at her friend's cottage, borrowing Marlowe's clothes and following her to the workshop to distract herself from her aching heart. They were both suffering, and had barely mustered any cheerful chatter in all their brooding. Faythe had decided to give Jackon as much space as he needed, and would let him come to her, to them, but it had been 3 whole days since he discovered her unsavory nighttime antics, and each day her heart cracked deeper. It was the autumnal equinox outdoor ball on the hills tonight. Faythe couldn't even bring herself to be slightly excited, and had even considered not attending for the first year ever. It was much like the summer solstice, with bonfires, dancing, and stalls, but revelers usually wore masks or dressed as animals as a tribute for a good harvest that would see them through the winter. Faythe and Marlowe had already been out shopping for their outfits last week. "How long do we give him?" Faythe pondered out loud. Marlowe paused her work and gave her a sad look. "As long as it takes," she offered. It didn't help the sinking feeling Faythe had that he might never forgive her, not fully. She had lied to him for over a month and put a wedge between him and Marlowe because of it. She was horrible and selfish, and wondered why Marlowe didn't hate her too. She would deserve it, even accept it if she did. But she was also incredibly grateful the blacksmith remained by her side. Marlowe was all she had to keep her from full self-destruction. She'd already pushed Nick away twice now, but missing Jackon was a deeper kind of empty void. Faythe pushed off her perch by the tools and wandered aimlessly, eager to find something to take her mind off everything. She found herself by Marlowe's smaller workbench, where the translated paper still remained along with the original and a series of books, as if Marlowe had tried to look deeper into some of the meanings. She noticed a few scribbles and circled words on her translated version, and picked it up in curiosity. Next to the first line, she had written the names of the 3 spirits: Aurealis, Dakotas, Marvellis. A line was drawn from the second verse: Fenstead, Silver Forests, High Pharaoh, Eternal Woods. Faythe froze, realizing that must be the name of the woods she and Nick frequented. But she didn't believe her friend would try to visit the woods that seemed like a living nightmare. No one tried to go in there. She glanced at Marlowe, still fully concentrating on her work. No, her friend was a picture of pure, delicate grace. She couldn't imagine her ever setting foot in a place like that and enduring the same horrors Faythe had. She went back to examining the paper and the line that was drawn from the second verse. Dalrune, Mortis Mountains, Rhinell, Niltane Isles. The thought of another one of those temples being as close as the mountains bordering High Pharaoh made her uneasy. But they were just old, useless stone buildings. At least, that was what Faythe convinced herself to retain her sanity about how she came to discover the Light Temple, and what other magical tricks could surround any others. The third verse only had one possible conclusion for where the temple might be located: Lake Lauria, Sky Caves. Faythe felt slight relief. At least there was no chance of her coming across that one. Regardless, they were all just Marlowe's speculations, her obvious thirst for knowledge and ancient wonders coming into play. This was fun for her. One word circled in the last verse made Faythe's heart jump. A line leading from it said, "The Riscilius, the looking glass." Was this Marlowe's new translation of the word? Why had she not thought to share the information? Perhaps Faythe had done too good a job in appearing impassive to the whole thing. "You've been busy," Faythe commented, waving the paper at her. Marlowe looked up and shrugged. "Just something to pass the time. I find it interesting." She didn't explain more, which Faythe found strange. Her friend was always enthusiastic about sharing her findings and going off on tangents about strange, wondrous things. She didn't press further as the blacksmith quite literally threw herself back into her current piece, bringing the hammer down time and time again, with a little more frustration in each swing. The rest of the day passed agonizingly slow. Both women were headed out of the workshop for home when they froze in their tracks at the figure waiting before them. "I have come to escort both you ladies to the Equinox Ball tonight," Jackon said with a sheepish smile, fiddling with a plain black mask in his hands. Faythe let out a small sound and ran for him, not bothering to worry if he was still too upset to accept her embrace. It all melted away when he caught her and returned her hug. The weight of the world lifted from her shoulders. "I'm so sorry," she blurted. He released her and gave her a sad look. "This doesn't mean I fully forgive you, yet." She nodded, understanding it would take time to regain his trust, but still overwhelmingly happy he was here. She had missed him more than she imagined. His eyes darted back to Marlowe, still standing by the curtain, and Faythe stepped back. Jackon walked over to her and stopped a foot away. "I'm sorry, Marlowe. I understand you only kept it from me to be a good friend to Faythe, and I can't fault you for that." He shot her a glance, because he would have done the same if she'd asked him. Faythe's face fell. She hated being the reason they had any kind of divide, and vowed to never use either of them like that again. Marlowe's answer was a bone-crushing embrace, and at the sight, Faythe's relief flooded out of her. They had returned to some form of normalcy, though she had a long way to go to prove herself to Jackon. In that moment, she decided her secrets would not drive a wedge between any of them again. She would find a way to tell them about her abilities, as ludicrous and impossible as they were, and she would pray her friends accepted her as the same person she still was, not view her as the weapon she could become. Chapter 34. Faythe smoothed down the pleats of her skirts, anxiously awaiting Marlowe and Jackon's arrival so they could go to the celebrations together. Her two friends had gone back to the cottage so Marlowe could change, since Jackon had already come in his outfit for the ball. Faythe had returned to the hut and now stood in her white floating gown. Its bodice was layered with a feathery texture that matched her eye mask. She had chosen to imitate a swan tonight and had braided the sides of her hair back and added matching feathered white clips to further portray her animal of choice. She fiddled with the mask adorning her face, and then a thought crossed her mind, sending her heart into a gallop. Would Nick be there tonight? He had been assigned to patrol the summer solstice, so she imagined there was a good chance he could be at this large event also. It required more Faythe than usual in case anything got out of hand, what with the streets being filled and foreign vendors stopping in town to sell their wares. The thought made her suddenly giddy to leave, and she paced to curb her anxiety while she waited for her friends. The last time she saw the Fae Guard, they hadn't left on good terms. In fact, that was a light way of putting it. She'd tried to force herself into his thoughts against his will, and as good as declared she never wanted to see him again. Faythe had been wanting to make amends for that night since it happened, but was too cowardly to infiltrate his mind at night. The celebrations would offer the perfect opportunity to accidentally run into him, and she would tell him she was sorry and hope for his forgiveness, something she was gaining the habit of doing to everyone around her. She could live with it if he decided she'd crossed a line and never wanted to speak to her again. She could, but she cursed the stab in her heart at the thought. The door swung open, and Faythe leaped in excitement as she beheld her friends. Marlowe looked stunning in her turquoise and royal blue gown that matched her mask. She had chosen a peacock and simply glowed as she embodied the creature. Jackon was dressed in mostly black. His sleek mask had a slight point to its nose. A crow. Simple, but he too looked the picture of elegance. "Look at us!" Marlowe cried cheerfully, glancing between them all. Faythe grinned, bounding over to loop her arm through Marlowe's, and they left the hut, emerging onto the bustling streets already thick with revelers in an array of different masks and costumes. Laughter and chatter floated through the air, as well as the smells of bonfire and various delicious foods. They stopped to purchase some chocolates and wine before making their way up to the grassy hills, where the main entertainment would be. In the dark of the autumn night, the hills were alight, diffusing the sky with hues of yellow and orange from the tall stakes that burned with passion and fury. People moved around them, some throwing their own sculptures of wood or bits of cloth into the inferno, with an added prayer to the spirits. Faythe had been subtly scanning the crowds everywhere they went for a certain Fae Guard, but had so far had no luck, and was beginning to think her efforts were futile with the amount of people and Fae Patrol out tonight. Though the Fae did stand out as the only ones who were unmasked and in uniform. They made their way over to a large gathering that had formed around some fire-breathers performing dangerous tricks that had everyone transfixed. "I've always wondered how they do that," Marlowe commented. Faythe only hummed in agreement. She watched for a while longer before she felt compelled to scan the masses again. Colorful masks were everywhere. Couples danced, children played, women chanted, and then... She sucked in a breath as her eyes met with a familiar emerald-green pair. He wore a black mask and had his hood up on his cloak, but there was no mistaking him. Nick stared right at her on the edge of the audience to her left. He angled his head, beckoning for her to follow, and then he turned to leave the spectacle. Faythe looked to her friends who were still immersed in the show. Jackon had his arm lazily draped around Marlowe's waist. "I'm going to get more wine. Do you want anything?" she asked. Marlowe tore her eyes away to answer, "No, I'm good. Meet us right back here?" She nodded and didn't hesitate as she turned and pushed her way out of the growing cluster of people. When she was in a more open space, she stopped to scan the mob again, but couldn't see Nick. "Up the hills." From his voice in her head, she knew he had to be close and watching her to be able to project the thought. She twisted her head around, and sure enough, he was standing at the top of the hills. Once she spotted him, he turned and kept walking further toward the woods. Faythe hastened her pace to catch up, weaving her way past scattered bodies and dodging children who ran through her path. They continued until the clamor was faint and there were no people this far back. Nick stopped at the tree line and leaned against one, casually folding his arms. "You look very eager to find someone tonight," he said in greeting when she caught up. She scoffed. "Don't flatter yourself." Her cheeks flamed, and he gave her a knowing smirk. Desperate to change the subject, she asked, "You're not on duty tonight?" as she noted his casual attire beneath his cloak. He didn't plan to stay long. Nick didn't respond straight away. His eyes grazed over her. "No, I am not," he said at last. Thinning her lips, she was about to cower out, but she blurted, "I'm sorry." At his surprised look, she continued, "I tried to push into your mind, and I crossed a line. So, I'm sorry," she finished awkwardly, adjusting her mask as her skin grew clammy beneath it. He laughed, and she gaped at him. "How much sleep have you lost over that?" he teased. "None! I just thought it would be polite to apologize, you prick." She turned on her heel to leave, but was stopped by his call. "Wait." She paused with her back to him. "You did try to cross a line, but you didn't succeed. I understand why you wanted to, but I promise you, Faythe, I had nothing to do with that woman's death, and I would have stopped it if I could have," he said sincerely. She slowly turned to him. She thought she would be the one doing all the apologizing, so she couldn't hide her surprise at this turn of events. His face spoke volumes, too. He was sorry, and all this time she had tormented herself over what she'd done and would need to atone for. "You're different, Nick, from the rest of them," she said quietly. His lips curled up. "I don't know if that's entirely true." "I do." He looked at her with an intensity that made her pulse race. Averting her eyes, she cleared her throat. "What are you doing here tonight?" It was the first diversion that came to mind. "Am I not allowed to enjoy the celebrations like everyone else?" She didn't want to point out that his casual clothing, aside from the mask, suggested he wasn't here as just another reveler. "If you came all this way to apologize, consider me flattered." His eyes danced beneath his mask. "Maybe I did." He paused, looking her over again with deliberate slowness, and spirits be damned, it set off all kinds of scandalous thoughts. Or maybe I came to see just what great spectacles the outer town had to offer. She didn't balk at his gaze, lifting her chin. "And how do they fare in comparison to your fancy inner city?" His smile widened, and his eyes flashed. He straightened and stalked over to her, coming so close she could take one last daring step and close the gap between their bodies. Leaning his head in close, his warm breath on her neck sent ripples of desire down her spine to pool at her core. "I think I much prefer the sights to behold here," he said, each word vibrating wonderfully over her skin. She had to suck in a breath when she felt his fingers graze slowly over the feathers of her bodice, trailing right between her breasts to finish at her navel. "How fitting," he mumbled quietly. She didn't know what he meant by it, or really care in that moment, as his lips hovered below her ear. The whisper of a kiss lay there, and she wanted him to make contact so desperately she thought she would come apart. Then he stepped back swiftly with a wicked smile. She must have looked as dazed as she felt. He slid his hands into his pockets, amused, while he watched her try to clear her head and calm her frenzied heartbeat. "Your friends will be wondering where you are by now," he said innocently. Her mouth popped open, trying to form a retort, but when nothing came, all she could mutter was, "Prick." She turned on her heel to stalk back down the hills, while the echoes of his laughter followed her. Faythe stopped by a stall selling wine and purchased a cup before heading back to where she'd left her friends. Jackon and Marlowe were at the edge of the fire show, out from the crowd, laughing with each other. She almost didn't want to interrupt their moment of carefree joy. Still, she approached in a haste. "Sorry, the queue was long," she said. Her breathlessness wasn't fake, however. "You didn't miss much. We were going to watch the magicians next," Marlowe beamed. Faythe rolled her eyes. "You know it's not real magic, right?" she teased. Only the Fae possessed magic, and it was usually confined to one form. These magicians were merely cunning human tricksters. "Don't be such a killjoy," Marlowe grumbled, grabbing her arm and dragging her in that direction anyway. They stayed for another hour, trailing around and visiting different stalls and entertainers, until they started to get tired of all the flamboyance. They removed their masks as they left the greenery, and Faythe moaned at the fresh air that cooled her face where the material had clung to her eyes and nose. The streets were quieter as they strolled back to the hut. They were about to turn the last corner when 4 figures came into view like dark, looming shadows. Faythe didn't even have a second to react before the largest grabbed her and started to drag her down the dark alley opposite where they stood. His hand clamped over her mouth, and to her horror, she caught sight of another brute grabbing Marlowe the same, while the other 2 tackled a thrashing Jackon. Once they were all out of sight down the alley, she was thrown against the wall. The impact ricocheted down her spine, and stars danced across her eyes from the blow to her head. When her vision returned, she recognized every one of them, to her absolute terror. The men she'd fought and beat in the cave. They had figured out who she really was, and were now seeking revenge for their humiliation and disgrace at her hand. And her friends would suffer for it, too. The one she'd bested on her first night held her. "You think we wouldn't find you, gold-eyed shadow?" His breath reeked from the closeness while he spat the words in her face. She had no weapons on her tonight, none of them did, and she could see no way out of their compromised position, at least not with her companions. They would be able to kill her right here, and no one would stop them. But Faythe wasn't afraid for herself as she looked to her friends in cold panic. "Your fight is with me. Let them go," she seethed through her teeth. Marlowe was crying and near hysteric under the grip of the tall, built man, her second combatant, and Jackon was so frantic in his struggle that the other 2 had already hit him several times in an attempt to silence him. His lip bled, and there was a cut above his eyebrow. Faythe saw red and snapped her eyes back to the crook who held her. "Hurts even more now you see the girl who beat you beneath the mask, huh?" she taunted. Anything to get their attention off Marlowe and Jackon. "It gave me great delight to take you all down," she laughed haughtily. "You can't handle that I stripped back your guys and exposed you for what you really are. A coward." His face contorted with inhuman rage, and he slammed her against the wall again before sending his fist into her gut. The breath was knocked from her, but before she could double over in pain, he grabbed her by the throat, his grip tightening. "Not so brave now," he sneered. "You're nothing without your fancy sword tricks." Faythe clawed at his arms as he began to close off her airway. Her throat burned from the restricted breath, and a loud pounding filled her ears. She barely heard the commotion of Jackon fighting the others, but then Marlowe's blood-curdling scream sent a wave of wild panic through her. She was completely and utterly helpless under the strength of his grip. She would die right here, under his hands, in a few short minutes. She had failed them. Air flooded down her throat all at once, and she spluttered as the brute was suddenly ripped away from her. Faythe fell to her hands and knees, gasping for her lungs to fill with oxygen once again. She allowed herself all of a few seconds to let the dizziness pass, and her vision to clear before she looked up in time to see a familiar dark-haired Fae take out the final man. They all lay unconscious or dead, where they had stood just a moment ago. She couldn't even begin to wonder how Nick got here, or managed to find her just in time. Marlowe's hysteric cries rang through her, and her eyes returned to the alley floor, where she saw her leaning over Jackon. Then she beheld the dagger protruding from his abdomen, and the world stopped. She stared in wide-eyed horror for a second before she scrambled to her feet, falling back to her knees beside him in bone-trembling shock. His breath was severely weak and labored, but he was still conscious, and when his eyes met hers, they held nothing but blind dread. She couldn't speak, couldn't move, and didn't know what to do. It was Nick who spoke finally. "We need to get him inside. Do you live far?" His voice was calm, calculating, like a warrior on a battlefield to his comrades. She mustered a vacant shake of her head in response. Rough hands grabbed her by the arms, pulling her to her feet. She went to protest and fall to Jackon's side again, but Nick was already there, sliding an arm under his back and helping him to stand. "Do not remove that blade," he said firmly. Jackon held his stomach where the blade was fully submerged. Faythe could only stare, paralyzed by emotion, while Marlowe's hysteria was barely audible. "Faythe, we need to go now," Nick growled. She snapped back into herself. They needed to act fast or it would be Jackon's life. Every second counted. She nodded sharply and rushed out of the alley, checking it was clear before motioning for them to follow. Nick carried Jackon's whole weight, one arm braced around his waist, the other holding Jackon's arm over his shoulder. But her friend was so pale and limp, Faythe almost collapsed at the sight. She had to keep her calm, at least until they were inside and could tend to the wound. Mercifully, they made the short journey without meeting another soul on the streets. They burst through the wooden door, and Nick set Jackon down on the kitchen table. Marlowe began immediately crashing through the kitchen for towels and a basin of water. Faythe tore Jackon's shirt without thinking to get a better look at the wound. She recoiled. There was so much blood. Too much. Blind terror consumed her. He wouldn't live much longer if they couldn't stop it, and if they could, they would have to pray to the spirits the dagger hadn't hit anything major inside. She met eyes with Nick, but she didn't have to read his mind to know he was thinking the same thing. The odds were incredibly grim. Marlowe arrived next to her and began to press towels around the blade. Then she put her hand around the hilt to pull it out. When Nick's hand caught her wrist, the blacksmith could have killed him with the look she shot. "He'll start bleeding uncontrollably as soon as you remove that," Nick explained. "We can't leave it in there," she cried. Jackon was too quiet. Faythe looked at him. He was so pale she would have mistaken him for dead if his eyes didn't flutter. He released a moan of pain. "You are not going to die tonight, Jackon Killnight. Do you hear me?" she said firmly. He didn't respond, and her panic surged. She looked to Nick for command as if he'd know what to do, but his face was grave. He knew there was no coming back from a wound like this on a mortal man, and the dawning of that realization snapped something in her. "Do something!" she shouted. "Faythe, He didn't finish what she knew he was going to say. There was nothing to be done. Just then, a faint beacon of hope lit from a flash of memory. Faythe's eyes widened, and her head whipped up. She turned to Marlowe. "Listen to me. You keep him alive, keep him awake, and stifle the bleeding as much as you can until I come back." She spoke with controlled calm. Marlowe nodded with a sob and fixed herself over Jackon, pressing more towels to his wound. Faythe didn't waste a breath, whirling to the cabinets behind her and throwing everything out of her way until she found what she was looking for. "Faythe, what are you doing?" Nick asked. She didn't pay him any attention, couldn't waste a second, as she grabbed the small bottle and hurled herself out of the hut and into the streets without another word. She didn't care that her white dress was now stained crimson, or what the occasional passerby would make of the ghastly sight as she raced past. She hauled her skirts up to mid-thigh and sprinted as fast as her legs could carry her, the burning in her lungs disappearing in her targeted focus. Faythe took a route she knew would have the least stragglers from the celebrations and flew up the hills. She didn't pause for a single second when she reached the woods. Branches clawed at her ankles as she darted through it, but she never registered any pain. When the waterfall clearing came into view, she breathed a sigh of relief and fell to her knees at the water's edge. It was a huge gamble, and one that could cost her the last moments at her best friend's side, but she had to try, even though Nick's words haunted her the whole way. "They say they can heal any mortal wound, but I've never been able to bottle them." She prayed to every spirit and god in the realm and promised to worship them for the rest of her miserable life as she uncorked the bottle and plunged it into the lake. Ice doused her when she pulled the bottle out. It was just plain, clear water, no glowing eucalypts. She tried again and again, but still the container collected none. "Please!" she cried skyward. She began to sob as she kept sinking the bottle in, trying to catch them, but they mocked her by darting away every time. "Faythe," a woman's voice, like an echo from a shadow, sounded around her. She turned and beheld the mighty white stag at her side. Instead of being struck with fear, she whimpered in frustration. She didn't need another stupid tour to the temple. She needed the eucalypts. But the stag did not beckon her this time, and instead walked closer. So close, Faythe got to her feet in fright that she was about to be trampled. "What is it you come for?" It seemed to say the words as she looked into its eyes. She blinked for a second, and in her desperation she replied, "My friend, he's dying. I need these." She pointed to the glowing orbs in the lake. "There is no give without take, Faythe." "I'll give anything you want." "Be careful what you say." "Please," was all she could cry. She had no time to play this game. "You will have to return something that was once stolen from here," it said. "It dwells now within the palace of High Pharaoh, the Light Temple ruin." Faythe didn't have a second to spare, or she would have laughed at the impossible task. "I will." "If you do not, your soul will belong to my woods for all eternity." "I said I'll do it!" she yelled. Every second that passed was a second closer to Jackon's heart stopping. "Then the bargain is struck." She couldn't contain her gasp as she felt a sharp tug within her, a chain that anchored her to this place and would remain until she fulfilled her end of the deal. Not wasting another breath, Faythe dropped to her knees and dunked her bottle into the water once more. When she pulled it back out, a whimper of relief came from her at the dozens of eucalypts that now floated within. "Thank you." She pushed to her feet and began sprinting back the way she came. She thought she heard faintly, just as she met the tree line, "I shall see you again soon, heir of Marvellous." Chapter 35. Faythe exploded through the hut door, nearly taking it off its hinges. She was panting raggedly from her flat-out round-trip sprint, but didn't let the pain in her throat register as she rushed over to Jackon's side. He was still breathing, barely, but it was enough. "You caught them," Nick said in disbelief. She ignored him. "When I say, I want you to pull the dagger out," she commanded Marlowe, who sobbed but nodded, bracing her hands around the blade. "Nick, I need you to be ready to apply pressure with a towel immediately," Faythe ordered. He didn't say anything, and braced himself with a cloth, ready to tame the immediate blood flow. She felt a hand weakly curl around her wrist, and her eyes met Jackon's tired gaze. Pain laced his eyes, but she couldn't let it break her in that moment. He needed her. She cupped his face and leaned down to say, "You're going to be okay, but this is going to hurt." He managed a slight nod, and then his head went limp to the side, eyes closing, as his fingers left her wrist to dangle over the table. Faythe went cold. "Now, Marlowe!" To her credit, Marlowe didn't hesitate for a second, and Nick was right there applying the necessary pressure when blood started to pour. Faythe couldn't be too late. She yanked the cork off the bottle and, as precisely as she could with her trembling hand, poured the liquid over the deep gash. Straight away, the eucalypts came together as one over the wound and formed a glowing seal. The blood dramatically ceased, but still fell slightly while the light magic did its healing work. The three of them stepped back to watch in awe, but then Faythe lunged forward to examine Jackon's face. She felt for a pulse and recoiled in world-shattering horror when she couldn't find one. Marlowe sobbed loudly again and fell back against the cabinets as Faythe went rigid in shock. "Give it a moment to work," Nick said softly. Faythe met his eyes as if it would calm her, and it did. His waves of comfort smoothed the edges of her sharp panic. It relaxed her enough that she was able to go back to Jackon. She grabbed his limp hand in hers and stroked his hair while she waited in painstaking agony for him to take a breath. The seconds felt like hours, and she focused on his mind as best she could without his eyes to open the doors, coaxing him to come back. "You can't leave me, Jackon. I won't survive it," she said into his empty mind. Silent tears fell down her cheeks when she didn't hear anything in there. It was dark and hollow. She was too late, and now she would pay the ultimate price. Her worst fear was coming true. Not only could she not protect those she loved, but she was responsible for bringing perilous danger right to them. Just as she began to spiral into a bottomless pit of guilt and grief, she caught the echoes of a faint voice. "I won't ever leave you, Faythe." She sucked in a sharp breath at Jackon's mental response, so quiet she thought she imagined it in her desperation. But his chest started a low rise and fall again. She let go of that breath in relief. Marlowe shot over. "Thank the spirits," she sobbed. After a few more tense seconds, Jackon groaned. His eyes flickered open. He blinked a few times before he turned to look at Faythe, and a small noise came from her. "You can't get rid of me that easily." He gave her hand a weak squeeze. "It seems not," she said quietly, a smile tugging at her lips. Marlowe came up beside her, and she smiled at her friend, moving out of the way so she could take the spot. The deep wound on Jackon's stomach still glowed, and she had no idea how long it would take for the eucalypts to fully heal him, if they could. She ran her hands over her face and breathed her first relaxed breath in what felt like a lifetime. Nick was right in front of her, and she couldn't stop herself as she fell into him, wrapping her arms around his waist. He held her tightly. She closed her eyes in silent solace as the events and reality finally caught up with her. None of them would have made it out of that alley alive if Nick hadn't showed. He'd taken out all 4 men in less than a minute. They wouldn't have gotten Jackon here if it weren't for Nick either. He grounded them, was the calming source when it mattered most. "Thank you." She projected the words to him and hoped he heard through his walls. "There's nothing to thank me for, Faythe. You saved him." "I'm also the reason he almost died." Something in her cracked at the truth. This was all her fault. Nick's arms gripped her shoulders, pulling her back to look at him. "Walk with me?" She looked at her friends. Marlowe stood over Jackon, gently stroking his hair while he fell asleep. Faythe's eyes darted to his chest in a spear of panic, but it eased when she noted the steady rise and fall. Walking over, she put an arm around Marlowe in quiet comfort. "I won't be gone long," she said quietly. Marlowe looked at her, and then at Nick, and gave a small nod, returning her focus to Jackon wordlessly. Faythe looked down at herself. Her white gown was stained with Jackon's blood, and it turned her stomach. She excused herself to quickly change, and then went to the washroom to scrub her hands at least. A full-body wash would have to wait. She threw on her black cloak and emerged, checking Jackon over one final time. Assessing that he was in good hands, with the eucalypts still working their magic, she followed Nick out into the night. They walked in silence for a few streets until they turned into a narrow, dimly lit alley. Nick stopped to turn to her. When he didn't immediately speak, she did. "How did you know where to find me tonight?" It wasn't an accusatory question, but she noted he had a good sense of where and when to find her and rarely offered any explanation. Though he was at the Equinox Ball, it was too much of a coincidence for him to be passing in their moment of dire need, when she left him long before the fatal confrontation. He stayed quiet for a moment, brow creasing in deliberation. "I've been keeping an eye on you, ever since you started fighting in the cave," he spoke at last. Her mouth opened in shock. She was about to ask how he knew about it, but he continued. "I looked into that foul beast's mind that first night. I saw the look he gave you, and my assumptions were right. He was never going to let it go." Faythe stayed silent. Out of bewilderment or awe, she wasn't sure. "The more men you fought, God's Faythe, you were only adding more to his army each time. He didn't know who you were, not really. I still don't know how he figured it out. None of them knew, and I've been tracking them since in case they did." Faythe was in disbelief. All this time he had been protecting her, and she hadn't realized. She'd been so caught up in the money and victory she was ignorant to the growing danger she'd amounted against herself, which ultimately fell on her friends, too. "Why?" was all she could muster in response. She didn't deserve it. Her friends, Nick, everyone was hurt because of her, and her worst fear was coming true. She couldn't protect anyone, and instead could only rain danger upon them. He stepped closer, and she angrily swiped a stray tear that fell. She gritted her teeth. She didn't want to cry anymore, and felt her rage and guilt rising to the surface in that self-destructing way it always did. As if sensing it, Nick's rough fingers curled tenderly under her chin, and he gently guided her head up to meet his eye. "This is not your fault, Faythe. It was spiteful, vengeful human men who have nothing else to live for. You won against them fair and square," he said fiercely. "And you put on quite an impressive show, by the way." He gave her a weak smile in an attempt to lift her spirits, and damn him, she could love him for trying. They stared at each other in earnest silence for a long moment, and then he released her. She almost whimpered at the absence of his touch, but he didn't step back. "You've been in my head enough times. I think it's only fair you let me in yours just this once," he said quietly, carefully. Her heart skipped a beat. "I'm thinking—" She swore internally. Then she cursed the world, cursed the spirits, cursed everything that made them such an unsuitable match in every way. Screw the damn consequences. She pushed up on her toes, hands going to the back of his neck. Then his mouth met hers, and the stars awoke, chasing away the darkness that had started to engulf her. Nick's hands glided across her waist in response, leaving trails of fire where he touched. She was about to pull back, only needing to kiss him once to know she wasn't alone in her feelings, but his grip tightened, pulling her flush against his body as if he knew her intention. She didn't object. Instead, she leaned in further, arching her back and feeling like she could never be close enough to him. Their lips moved together passionately, almost desperately, every impulse and desire that had been mounting since the day they met pouring out of her and into that kiss. Her fingers wove through the silk of his jet-black hair, savoring the luxurious feel. She was all too aware of his own hands exploring her waist and back, making her body ripple with impulsive lust. Faythe didn't realize they had moved until her back met the coolness of the wall behind. He leaned into her this time, trapping her between two forces of safety. His hands left her waist to cup her face, and she whimpered at the loving tenderness of his hold. Then, just as she thought she might explode with ecstasy, he pulled out of the kiss. She almost cried, but he stayed close, resting his forehead against hers, and for the first time, Nick looked almost as short of breath as she was. Faythe chuckled softly, and he brought his head back to look at her. "Should I ask what amuses you?" Her eyes danced with delight. "I guess it doesn't take much to make you breathless after all." He huffed a laugh, and Faythe's heart fluttered at the sight of him. He looked happy in a way she'd not seen him before. It lit a small beacon in her among all the negative emotions. Knowing she could make him happy, It might just be her salvation. Chapter 36. Jackon was still pale and clammy, but he was breathing, and it was a steady, even rhythm as Faythe monitored each rise and fall of his chest from her seat beside him. Marlowe tenderly cleaned the wound that still glowed from the magic of the eucalypts. She had not asked Faythe about them, and Faythe wasn't sure how she would explain it, or their unexpected savior in the form of a fey guard. Nick had left her at Jackon's side an hour ago. He had no reason to be here when he woke up, and Faythe wasn't ready to explain him to her friends yet. When Jackon stirred, Faythe was on her feet in an instant, scanning his face. With a weak tilt, he turned his head, and his eyes fluttered open. After a few blinks, he went to sit up, but Faythe held his shoulder. "Just a bit longer," she said quietly. He looked at her then, brow creasing in confusion. It took a moment, but she knew the events of the night had caught up with him when his eyes widened in horror. "Are you hurt?" His voice was hoarse. He studied her over, and then Marlowe. "No, but you were, Jack. I'm so sorry." Faythe's lip wobbled. He propped himself on his elbows against Faythe's protests and beheld the glowing line on his abdomen. It was clean of blood and had almost finished sealing as the eucalypts began to dim. His eyes were wide as saucers. "How?" was all he managed. "I'll explain everything." She would have to. It scared the rutting damn out of her, but there would be no more secrets between any of them. She would find a way to live with their judgment of what she was and what she had kept from them these past months, because her friends deserved to know. She had endangered their lives with her secrets, and would rather face eternity alone than let them risk their lives in her web of lies again. "Can you move? I think we should all try to get some sleep," Faythe said, exhausted both mentally and physically. He nodded, and with Marlowe and Faythe's help, they managed to shuffle into the bedroom and set him down in his bed. Faythe loaned Marlowe some nightclothes when she insisted she wasn't going anywhere while Jackon was still in recovery. The two women squeezed themselves into the cot beside him, and Faythe let herself fall into beckoning oblivion, knowing she and her friends were safely asleep. Faythe stood in the gold and white shimmers of her mind as she flicked through memories of her longest best friend. The thought of nearly losing him had haunted her on her way to sleep, and she found herself immediately needing the comfort of his presence. Happy memories. She smiled and even laughed at some of their earlier antics. Reflecting on their younger selves made her heart hurt. They had been so innocent and oblivious to the world around them. Even though they had never had any luxuries and struggled to keep fed, their childhood years had been blissful, the most carefree and joyous. She felt Nick's gentle nudge on the edge of her mind before she allowed him to enter, but then his full presence surrounded her. She didn't turn to look at him, as she continued to watch the memories unfold in front of her like a motion picture. "I can leave. I just wanted to check you were okay," he said carefully. She shot him a grateful smile over her shoulder, then she held her hand out, inviting him to come closer. He obliged, coming up behind and resting a hand across her lower back. His touch, even in her mind, soothed every aching feeling. "He's almost fully healed. It's a miracle," she said, turning to look at her friend's face as she recalled the memories to display in front of them. "You look happy with him," he observed. Faythe detected the slight hint of a question in his words. Everyone had wondered it at one point or another, why she and Jackon had never become a romantic couple. "We were, still are," she corrected. Noting the slight stiffening of his hand on her, she continued, "I love him, but not in the way everyone expects. He's not a lover. He's not just a friend or a brother, either. I can't explain it." She twisted to face him, her hands coming up to rest on his chest. "But you should know, I've never felt this way for him." She reached up to brush her mouth against his, and he responded by pulling her gently closer so no air could move between them. The kiss was short but needed. When they pulled back to look at each other, his eyes sparkled. He smiled down at her, and it made her heart flutter wonderfully. It felt right with Nick. She hated that she had ever denied herself before. They would figure it out, keep it secret to whatever end if they had to, and only meet here or in the woods if necessary, because any time she could get with him would be better than nothing at all. He leaned down and kissed her again, harder this time, as if in silent agreement with her thoughts. She sighed contentedly and turned to her memories again just as the scene switched. A much more recent memory. The day of the summer solstice when Jacon had just arrived home, about to present her with the sword she'd come to call Lumarius. She tuned in to hear the excitement in his voice when he gave her the one thing she'd wanted most, now her dearest possession. Faythe closely examined it while Jacon explained its craftsmanship. She grinned at the recollection, as she had yet to know the brilliant mind behind the sword, and how close she would become to the blacksmith. The blacksmith kindly offered the stone with no charge, called it the looking glass, some ancient stone that's supposed to bring good fortune and all that. Faythe sucked in a sharp breath, and her mouth popped open. She couldn't have heard it right. She rewound the memory, convinced her mind was possibly mixing up words from another event. But then she heard it again, unmistakably. The looking glass. She froze, and Nick noted her stiffness. "What is it?" he asked in concern. How could she not have made the connection earlier? If Marlowe had indeed translated the word correctly, it meant the Rescilius required to open the temple. Looking over the blade in her memory again, Faythe was astonished she'd never paid heed to the markings etched on the guard of her own sword before. 3 similar symbols in a vertical line. Blended in with the tone of the metal, it would take a keen eye to distinguish them. But when she did, a cold chill went through her as she identified the top one to be the mark of Aurealis. Why would the blacksmith put such a thing on her sword? She knew her friend had a guilty pleasure for the spirits and other mythical lore, but it made no sense to incorporate it into her work. Faythe felt shaken with dread at the recurring sight of that damned symbol. She cursed herself for her own slowness in not making the connection sooner. But had she really held the real thing in her sword this whole time? Her stomach fell slightly. There was a good chance it was only a replica from some nonsense merchant trying to get more coin. A simple rock with no abilities whatsoever. There would only be one way to find out. But did she really want to discover what dwelled inside the temple? Perhaps there was a damned good reason it was sealed, and could only be opened with one very specific, very ancient stone. She might risk awakening something that had been asleep for centuries. "Faythe, what's wrong?" Nick pressed again. She twisted to him. "Nothing," she said sweetly, though her mind was reeling. If there was danger behind those doors, she didn't need to risk anyone else finding out the hard, possibly deadly, way. "I think I'm going to get some sleep. It's been a whirl of a night." He gave her a smile of understanding and ran the back of his hand down her cheek. His fingers settled under her chin, angling her face up to kiss him again. She would never get tired of the feeling it gave her and the light it brightened inside of her. "I'll see you soon," he promised when he pulled back. She answered with a nod, and then watched as he faded into her swirls of gold mist before disappearing altogether. When she could no longer feel his presence, she forced herself awake. Chapter 37. Faythe's eyes snapped open, adjusting to the darkness of the small bedroom. She didn't have to glance at Jacon to know he was asleep from the familiar sound of his light snoring. She cautiously tilted her head to the blonde beside her, also sound asleep. She slowly rose from the bed and tiptoed out of the bedroom in a deliberate pattern to avoid the uneven spots on the floorboards that creaked loudly. In the main room, she didn't dare move or breathe too loudly while she maneuvered the space with stealth, swinging on her cloak and snatching Lumarius. Then Faythe misted into the night, giddy with an adventurer's thrill. Logical reasoning didn't come into play as she darted in and out of shadowed streets before scaling the hills to the eternal woods. If she really held the key to those doors, the Resquilius, all this time, it could just be a simple rock. Then I can let go of my fixation on the damned thing. But the reckless dark side of her hoped the looking glass needed to open the temple was indeed within her grasp. Her fingers flexed tighter around the hilt of her sword in adrenaline-fueled anticipation while she marched through the trees to the waterfall clearing. She halted abruptly when she emerged, her heart skipping a beat as she stared incredulously across the open space. The mighty white stag stood in wait as if it knew her intentions. She didn't let the thought rattle her nerves and pressed forward, following the beast for the third, and hopefully final, time. She would either come to find what it so eagerly wanted to guide her to, or she was foolishly trailing behind the Grim Reaper incarnate, happily escorting her to a sure death beyond those doors, ready to claim her soul that was still bound to the cursed woodland. The temple glade unfolded in front of her, and the loud pounding of her pulse thrummed in her ears as she watched the stag float up the steps and disappear through the stone doors once again. Realizing this time she might truly hold the key to follow it all the way, Faythe pulled her sword free from its scabbard without looking, taking slow steps toward the looming structure. The cry of steel awoke her senses, turning her attention to the rational thoughts that screamed the danger of what she was about to do. There was only one glaring problem: how to use the Resquilius. She held up the hilt of Lumarius and squinted at it. There was no obvious lock on the door, and even if there were, the thought of having to ruin Marlowe's perfect craftsmanship to remove the stone pained her. Her sword was more than just a key. It was strange to think she could be bonded to an item, but her attachment to Lumarius was strong. She stalked up the portico and held out the rock, pressing it against the door at all angles and feeling over the rough surface for any unusual marks or dips that could indicate a slot for the Resquilius. Nothing revealed itself, and Faythe's frustrations grew. Why lead me here and not offer a clue to get inside? In her moment of anguish, she growled loudly and slammed a palm against the hard stone. It did nothing but sting her skin and send a hideous jolt of pain up her arm. She rested her forehead against the cold stone floor, about to cry out to no one in particular, when a soft female voice made her whirl around. "It's a lens." When Faythe's eyes landed on a familiar blonde head, all she could do was gawk in absolute shock at the sight of Marlowe at the bottom of the steps. She couldn't speak for a moment, and blinked hard a few times to be sure she wasn't just another illusion conjured by the eternal woods. "What?" was all Faythe could breathe in response, still not believing her friend was really there. Marlowe nodded to the sword in her hand. "The Resquilius, the looking glass. It also means to see what is not there. It's to be used as a lens to open the temple." Her voice was different, and her expression conflicted. It looked out of place on the blacksmith's usually bright face. Then her words registered, and Faythe too glanced down at Lumarius. "How would you know that?" she asked shakily. Marlowe didn't answer immediately. Instead, she climbed the few steps to level with Faythe and held her hand out. Faythe passed her the sword, too stunned to object or force any explanation from her. The blacksmith gave a small smile, which was a slight relief at least, and then she held up the pommel to her eye. Faythe watched silently as her friend reached into her pocket and pulled something out. Chalk. "I saw it in a dream," Marlowe spoke quietly. Stepping up to the doors, she began to draw steady lines across one side. "You wouldn't have believed me before, and it was not for me to tell you either." She carried on tracing, not meeting Faythe's eye as she pondered her deep thoughts out loud. "You needed to figure it out on your own. Everything has an order. Disrupt it, and you can throw it all out of balance. One small alteration to the chain of events can change the fate of the world. Faythe's heart hammered in her chest. It was Marlowe's voice, yet the words shook right through her very bones, so she couldn't be sure if they were entirely of her friend's making. "Did you follow me here?" The blacksmith cast her a smile in answer. What it meant, Faythe wasn't certain. She raised the stone to her eye once again before switching sides, continuing her delicate tracing across the gray stone. Then she held the sword back to Faythe. She dared to bring it to her eye with a shaky hand, and gasped as she saw the markings glowing bright gold under her friend's white chalk drawings. "The temple is warded by a memory spell," Marlowe explained. "You won't remember the markings to enter in a few minutes. You'll need the Riscilius each time, as they will fade from the doors once they are sealed again." Did her friend know this all along? Faythe looked at Marlowe through new eyes, caught between heartbreak and admiration that she had kept such knowledge from Faythe throughout their friendship. But she decided she had no right to be angry for the deception, when she harbored a deadly secret of her own. Then another thought froze her still, and she stared at her friend. Did Marlowe know about her abilities, too? It would be impossible. Her ability wasn't something the blacksmith could pick up from a book, not connected to Faythe specifically, though this didn't ease her nerves. She was an anomaly that shouldn't exist in the world, a human with an unexplainable gift. Was the quiet, book-loving blonde one of her kind, too? Faythe trembled, unable to reel in her racing thoughts and wild, outlandish conclusions about her friend's knowledge. It seemed too vast, too perfect, and Marlowe always held the answers as if she knew exactly when they would be needed. But Faythe couldn't bring herself to outright ask or accuse her. Before she could send herself into a frenzy of possible explanations, Marlowe finished her artwork on the temple doors and stepped back. Faythe copied the movement in nervous anticipation. After a moment of deafening silence, the doors groaned loudly, caving inward a fraction. Faythe was stunned, quite literally. She stood with her mouth agape and couldn't peel her eyes from the slither of darkness that opened into the temple. Her hands shook violently, and she gripped Lumaria so hard it hurt. When no danger immediately presented itself, Faythe cast a look to Marlowe. The blacksmith beamed enthusiastically. "Shall we?" She didn't wait for Faythe to join her as she walked the few paces to brace her splayed palms against the door. Faythe watched her strain for a second, still dumbfounded by the events, and then she moved to help. Together they pushed against the heavy door. External light flooded in to illuminate the interior of the temple. Marlowe moved to enter first, unfaltering, unflinching, while Faythe remained on the edge of caution, eyes darting to scan every inch of the place as she took her first wary steps inside. She kept her sword poised. But it was not at all what Faythe was expecting. There were no rows of benches or any sign this was ever intended as a place of worship. Instead, the great hall was surprisingly empty. The first thing that caught her eye was the symbol engraved into the center of the ground, the Mark of Aurealis, identical to the one on the door. It became the focal point of the room, shimmering gold under the light emanating from a dome in the roof that allowed the eternal sun to penetrate a perfect circle. The walls were lined with rows of sunken alcoves, each holding various old books and artifacts. Marlowe found herself at home with the treasure trove of knowledge, already scanning the pages of a thick volume. A deep frown creased her perfect skin. Luckily, no threats were triggered in her boldness to tamper with the long-forgotten items. Despite its abandonment, the temple didn't choke Faythe's lungs with dust or sting her nose with damp stone rot. The air was surprisingly clear and bright. She breathed deeply to calm her racing heart and allow herself to admire the beauty of it now it was clear no foul creatures or deathly traps lay inside. Though the latter still kept her slightly vigilant, nothing was certain with ancient magical dwellings. Spying a podium past the circle of light, Faythe stalked for it. As she stepped over Aurealis's crest, Marlowe called out, "Wait!" Faythe halted on command, bringing her sword up in a spike of fear. But when she did, what startled her was the laser beam of light that shot out from the pommel, from the Riscilius. Marlowe stared at it wide-eyed too, an indication her friend didn't hold the answers this time. Faythe's eyes followed the line of white light, but it struck nothing except the gray stone of the wall near the exit. When she moved her sword, the beam moved with it, always channeling through the looking-glass. Then she saw it. Right above the stone doors, she spotted a protruding sculpture in the shape of an eye, and within it, a stone identical to the one she held. She didn't need Marlowe to conclude the obvious. Without overthinking it, Faythe took a firm stance and braced Lumarius in both palms, blade pointing to the ground. The laser wavered slightly, and she gripped the hilt tighter to steady her trembling hands. She didn't look to Marlowe again, and the blacksmith made no call to stop her as she began to guide the light to connect it to the crystal above. She tuned in to the sound of her own heartbeat, cast out all thoughts of reservation, and then, when the light met its destination, all went blindingly white. Marlowe no longer stood beside her as she was encased in an impenetrable veil of the brightest white light. She dropped her hands, keeping her blade poised, and twisted to look for any sign of the grim stone walls that were around her a second ago. She looked to the floor, relieved when it confirmed she was indeed still inside the temple. The symbol of Aurealis remained under her feet, now glowing brightly. She called out to Marlowe, but her name only echoed off the phantom walls, and her panic surged. She was about to reach out and touch the white sheet that surrounded her, when a voice spoke. "Hello, Faythe." She whirled to meet a tall, slender woman, only she wasn't fully there. The figure appeared slightly opaque and glowed around the edges. Despite this, Faythe's breath left her as she stared at the ethereal beauty. Her hair was moon-white and poker-straight down her long, slim face. A silver ornate band adorned the top of her head, over her forehead, and she wore a gown of layered, flowing white. "Who are you?" Faythe managed to get out, though her throat had turned paper dry. "My name is Aurealis. Your people call me the Spirit of Life and Goddess of the Sun," she answered, her voice like a melody. Faythe's face blanched. She was convinced the form in front of her was nothing but a mind trick triggered by the stones. "We don't have long. The veil can only be opened for a few minutes at a time," Aurealis continued softly. "How do you know my name?" "I have been watching you and your companions for a long time. Nothing is chance. Nothing is coincidence. Your destiny has led you here, and you must trust your instincts and the people around you to guide you." Faythe shook her head. "I think you're mistaken." Her objection was interrupted as the spirit continued. "No, heir of Marvellus. You are exactly where you are meant to be." "Why do you call me that?" she snapped. It was not the first time she had heard the name in these woods. "Because it is what you are, golden-eyed child. Your power is what the land has been waiting for." Faythe's eyes narrowed. "What do you know of my power?" "Those with abilities of the mind among the Fae are bloodline blessed by Marvellus, the spirit of souls, from her time as a spirit of your world. When she joined you, her direct human descendants also inherited powerful forms of her gift," she explained, her tone and expression unchanging. The spirit's eyes were the lightest shade of blue, almost white, and Faythe's gold eyes were transfixed. Faythe could almost laugh at the absurdity of the story, but it didn't feel appropriate. Instead, she gathered herself enough to say, "My mother?" "Also a descendant of Marvellus. She thought she could be the one to fulfill the prophecy, but she did not have the same power as you, Faythe." I have waited centuries for you. Faythe felt sick. Her mother had known about all this, the watch, the temple, their abilities. Did she know about me? She wasn't sure she could handle the answer. Yes, and she tried to take your place, but it could never be. Faythe breathed sharp air. She was here? She knew of a prophecy, that one conceived from both a bloodline blessed and direct descendant of Marvellus would hold enough power in their blood to wield the tripartite ruin and rid Ongardia of the evil that grows. She came to me when she learned of your conception. Her head pounded, trying to take in the crushing new revelation. My father? She asked in barely more than a whisper. A bloodline blessed. Which only confirmed one other thing that brought the world down on Faythe. Her father was a Nightwalker. And a Fae. I think you have it wrong. I can't be... I don't have much longer, Faythe. This is the only way I can speak to you directly for now. But I still have ways of communicating with your world. It is not by chance you come to me tonight. I have been working through your companion to help guide you here when the time was right. Dawning flooded over Faythe. Marlowe? The spirit raised her chin, and Faythe braced herself for what she was about to be told. She is an oracle. She has the gift of foresight through the spirits. She is your knowledge. The word repeated over and over in Faythe's mind, and she swayed with the weight of it. Oracle. She didn't believe such a thing existed, not in this realm, and certainly not in the form of a harmless, beautifully natured human. Was anything legend anymore, or had every inconceivable myth once derived from some distorted truth? Faythe herself was living proof of the defied odds, and Marlowe? Gods above. The Riscilius was cast into your sword by Marlowe with my influence, Aurealis explained. Long ago, your mother sold the stone when I told her what you were destined for, hoping you would never come to find me. What she didn't know was that the looking-glass would sit idle in the blacksmith's until a curious young woman would stumble upon it in her father's workshop. One who would cross your path and forge a great bond. When you learned of your ability, it was time to set the rest in motion. The making of your blade was not the first encounter between your two friends. Faythe gasped at the knowledge Jakon was involved too. This couldn't be true. Their paths briefly crossed before, and in friendship, Marlowe offered Jakon a price that would allow him to afford the weapon. Lumarius, the key. Even the Oracle remains in the dark about the extent of her ability, but in time she will understand, as will you, Faythe. The world shifted from under her. Faythe fell to her knees, her sword clattering to the ground, unable to trust she wouldn't pass out from standing. Her thoughts screamed louder than any words, the tornado of emotion at the revelation about herself and her female companion, threatening to shatter her completely. I am no one, she whispered. You are the last hope. Hope for what? She snapped a little nastier than intended. The spirit remained impassive. There is much for you to discover, but you are on the right path. You have already befriended knowledge, courage, and wisdom. Resilience, strength, light, and darkness will find you soon. And together, with your power, you will see the world righted. Aurealis started to fade, and Faythe shot to her feet. Wait! You've left me with more questions than answers, she called. We have no more time right now, but we will see each other again soon. The stones require 28 suns to charge and be strong enough to pierce the veil. Do not be fearful, Faythe, and be wary of colorless eyes. With those last words, the spirit Aurealis faded completely. Faythe remained in the circle of light a moment longer, until suddenly it dropped, and she had to blink rapidly as her eyes stung at the sudden dullness. She met Marlowe's ocean-blue orbs, and they both stood, silently staring at each other in bewilderment. The blacksmith, the timid bookworm, her closest female companion, an oracle. Faythe didn't know what Marlowe already knew about herself, whether she knew the term for her gift that put so many things into clarity, but it was time for Faythe to reveal her own secrets to her. Or, more importantly, to find out what the blacksmith already knew. Chapter 38. Neither woman spoke as they sat on the stone steps of the temple. Faythe tuned into the serenity of the woodland around them to organize her thoughts, dizzy with where to start on her storm of questions and explanations. The silence also allowed her to calm the raging emotions that put her on the edge of eruption. Though she feared her composure would be short-lived, when the inevitable conversation with the blacksmith would lash her with harsh truths and inconceivable answers. The temple had sealed itself once again. The marks Marlowe drew had indeed faded away and erased themselves from memory. All this time, her friend had been cradling her own unexplainable ability. Above everything else, Faythe felt guilty for being too consumed by her own problems to see that Marlowe too was suffering in silence, unaware of what her knowledge and foresight truly meant. Marlowe dared to speak first. "You saw Aurealis, didn't you?" It was a statement rather than a question. Faythe didn't need to confirm what the blacksmith already knew. Her blue eyes bore into her gold ones, but she didn't balk at their intensity. "You knew I would come here tonight." Faythe didn't leave the fact open to denial. Marlowe looked away from her then and wrung her hands together nervously. Faythe kept her focus on steadying her heart rate, which had picked up an uneven tempo in anticipation of the difficult conversation ahead. "I've known a lot of things," Marlowe began quietly. "Some things I have no explanation for. I see visions, mostly in my dreams, but sometimes in the day, too. I can't always be sure what they mean until events happen that put them into context, and I know exactly what to expect next." Her face crinkled in deep concentration as she tried to verbalize that which she couldn't make full sense of yet. "Do you know what you are?" Faythe asked in little more than a whisper. Marlowe turned to look at her and gave a helpless shake of her head in response. The terrified glint in her eye cracked Faythe's heart. She had the answer to the blacksmith's burning question. Aurealis had told her, and she felt grateful to be the one to relieve her of the most terrifying feeling of all, not knowing your own self. Faythe was all too familiar with the once overwhelming, daunting notion. She had found solace and guidance in the form of a Fae guard, in the form of Nick. She took her friend's hand, and Marlowe's shoulders loosened slightly as she flashed a weak smile. "Your knowledge far surpasses the books you read." Faythe huffed a laugh in awe as she saw Marlowe in a whole new perspective. "You have a gift, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, but Aurealis told me." Faythe paused to take a deep breath, and the blacksmith's hand tightened in her grip, her eyes widening a fraction. "She told me, you're an oracle, Marlowe. As insane as it sounds, I'm not surprised by the concept. Not with you." The blacksmith was quietly stunned. Mouth popping open, she averted her gaze from Faythe as she mulled over the revelation. She didn't look horrified or fearful or worried. Rather, she looked content. Faythe could almost see the internal cogs at work as Marlowe pieced together loose ends to explain her visions. She could only imagine how frustrating it must be for her friend to see so much, know so much, and not be able to make any sense of it. Finally, the blacksmith inhaled a long breath, straightening as she let it out through her nose. Her face brightened in liberation at the light shed on her gift, the purpose she now had for it. "I think a part of me always knew I was different, yet I didn't want to believe it. I've read many, many things, myths, legends, histories, but I could never comprehend that any of it might apply to me. I'm just... Incredible, Faythe finished for her, beaming in admiration. Marlowe gave a timid smile, but then a sad frown creased her forehead. I haven't been entirely truthful with you, Faythe. I knew about the Rescilius, what it really was, from the moment I translated its mundane name, the Looking Glass, and I knew exactly where it was. I cast it into your sword, though I didn't know at the time what it would come to be used for. I didn't know about you. Marlowe fidgeted with the folds of her tunic, still unable to meet her eye as she told the story. Faythe stayed silent, absorbing every word. Then, after that day you came to me at the compound, the visions started to get more frequent, but they came in riddles. Marlowe nodded her head to where Lumarius lay across the step below them. I cast the marks of the 3 spirits into that sword before I even knew you would be its wielder. Then, when we met, I can't explain it, Faythe, but I knew it was important you learned about the spirits. You needed to believe. Why didn't you tell me? She couldn't hide the hurt in her voice as it cracked slightly. A pained look flashed across the ocean of Marlowe's eyes. It wasn't for me to tell you, only to guide you. As I've said, everything has an order, and there are far bigger fates at stake than just ours. I can only interpret the visions and offer guidance in the right direction. I'm sorry I lied to you. I'm sorry I kept it from you, everything I truly knew. But I hope you can forgive me and trust me. The blacksmith went rigid under her touch, bracing for Faythe's possible rejection. Faythe felt the need to squeeze her hand in reassurance and consolation, but didn't respond with words to confirm nothing could make her turn her back on her. Something was burning a hole through her chest that she had to get out first. Do you know about my... Your abilities? Marlowe said, and Faythe recoiled in wide-eyed shock. Before she could say anything, the blacksmith continued. Not at first. Not for a long time, actually. Then, one day, I felt compelled to read an ancient text about prophecies and mythical abilities. It was fascinating, but I thought nothing more of it. Then a few days went by, and you showed up at the compound, asking about the one thing I couldn't get off my mind, the Nightwalker's higher power. That was when it clicked. I'd once read a story about the heirs of Marvellus, the gold-eyed children, humans with a unique talent, control of the mind both conscious and unconscious. Marlowe's eyes twinkled in disbelief, and Faythe shifted nervously. By the spirits, Faythe! I couldn't believe it at first. It's still hard to wrap my head around. You're a miracle. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she had to avert her eyes. At least I'm not the only one. I knew you were a lover of books and wonders, Marlowe, but you had to blow all expectations out of the water and be an oracle? It's a tad overdramatic, don't you think? Marlowe laughed, a genuine humble laugh that lifted the heavy weight in the air that threatened to suffocate Faythe if they stayed so somber. It elated her to see the wide grin on the blacksmith's face, and she knew they didn't need verbal acceptances then. Their souls were fused. Faythe could see it now clearer than ever. They'd both defied the odds to exist. It was a relief Marlowe already knew about her abilities. Faythe didn't feel like such a freak of nature. She would find a way to tell Jackon about them too, about both of them. After everything he had gone through, everything he had sacrificed for them, he deserved to know. One final question battered her mind restlessly, almost painfully, as she fought against forming the words. She didn't know if she could handle the answer or even want to know it, but the only other person who might possibly be able to give it to her, other than Aurealis, was Marlowe with her gift. When the silence settled, she lost the fight and blurted, "Do you know who my father is?" Marlowe gave her a grim look. Faythe's blood pounded in her ears as if trying to block her from hearing the blacksmith's response. When her friend shook her head, Faythe's stomach dropped. She couldn't be sure what was more crippling, the disappointment or the relief. A part of her longed to discover her true heritage, her Fay heritage, but an even bigger part, she realized, wanted to remain blissfully ignorant for a while longer. Marlowe spoke. "I don't know who he is, but I do believe it's not yet the time for you to find out. You have to trust in the order." Screw the damned order. It suddenly made her anger boil that perhaps nothing was in her control anymore. It twisted her gut to feel like she wasn't dealing the cards in her own life. She may be an heir of Marvellus, whatever that truly meant, but she also felt the tether to another ethereal being, to Aurealis. She had tied herself to the very roots of this woodland in her desperation to gain the Eucalypts and save her friend. It had been a trap, and she now felt in a tug-of-war between two all-powerful beings. "I need to gain access to the castle," Faythe said, her tone turning dark. Marlowe's brow furrowed. She raised her chin in a flare of determination, staring out over the vibrant, glittering woodland. Despite its beauty, she was intent on freeing her soul from its prison. "I made a bargain to get the Eucalypts that saved Jacon. I need to return Aurealis's ruin to her temple, and it's within the castle." She dared a look at her friend, though she didn't seem at all surprised by the foolhardy errand. Faythe's brow relaxed and rose in realization. "But you already know that, don't you?" Marlowe smiled sheepishly. "I knew your path would lead you to the royal household. That is all," she admitted. Faythe huffed a laugh. Her friend would always be one step ahead of them all, solving conflicts that were yet to arise. "There's one person we both know who is cunning enough to know of a route in, who happens to work for a high household that has unsavory dealings with the Fae beyond the wall." A light switched on, and Faythe slowly turned her head away, reluctantly grumbling, "Ferris Archer." "My girlfriend is a what? And my best friend? Gods above!" Perhaps it wasn't the best idea to open up to Jacon while he was still in recovery. Sitting across the table from the two women, he looked even paler than he did in death. But he had been insistent, and they didn't want to delay the inevitable any longer. Faythe's thigh hurt from gripping it so tight in her nerves, anxious about Jacon's reaction to the unveiling of her ability, then of Marlowe's. The double dose of shock made his emotions too hard to read. Faythe felt as if she were teetering on the edge of a cliff, waiting for confirmation he didn't think of her any differently, didn't hate her for keeping it from him, and didn't fear her for what she was. It was selfish of her to only think of herself in the painfully tense wait, but Marlowe being an oracle with the gift of foresight was far less intrusive and deadly compared to what dwelled under her own skin. "So, you really went all this time without realizing what you were?" Jacon asked at last, looking directly at her. She supposed, above Marlowe's gift, it was even harder for him to believe the woman he had spent a decade living with had turned out to harbor such a lethal ability. She could only imagine the shock of it, but he remained curious, and it was a relief he wasn't displaying any distaste or horror toward her. She shook her head sheepishly. "Once Nick explained it, you can imagine my reaction. It didn't make sense, but at the same time, it did." Jacon shifted, his face turning defensive, and she knew exactly what triggered it before he spoke. "So, you and this Fae guard." He trailed off with a hint of wariness. Faythe sighed. "His name is Nick, and I didn't intend for anything to happen between us, but it did." Her eyes turned pleading. "I don't expect you to like it, but it's my choice." His face softened, and he nodded. "Whatever makes you happy, Faythe. But he should know, Fae or not, I'll kick his ass if he hurts you." Faythe stifled a laugh at the ridiculous image of Jacon and Nick having it out with each other on a sparring field. She had no doubt Nick would be the victor, but with Jack-on's courage and determination, it would at least be worthy entertainment. "Have you ever, read my mind?" he asked with a wince. Faythe's face fell. "Once," she admitted, recalling the day she infringed upon both their thoughts. "When I came home late a couple of weeks ago. What you said about me being selfish, Jack, I only wanted to know if you truly meant it. So I looked into both of you, only on the surface." A sad look passed his face. "But never again since. I won't ever do it without your permission. I promise," she said firmly. Both friends gave her a grateful nod, though she didn't feel deserving of it. "So, you have complete control, then? You don't just bounce around minds and hear things in passing?" Jack-on queried further. "I can hear things if they're projected loudly enough, when a person doesn't realize just how loud their thoughts are. But mostly I have to sort of reach in." She cringed at the notion. Faythe went on to explain about mental barriers and how she got Nick to teach her how to protect her mind, from herself, but mostly from other Nightwalkers. She struggled to put her ability into comprehensible words and had to admit there was a lot she was still figuring out. When they settled into silence, Faythe rose to her feet. "There's something I have to do," she said, going for her cloak. "We'll come with you," Jack-on responded immediately. He went to stand, but winced, clutching his middle. Faythe gave him a scolding look. "I don't think so." Then she looked down at Marlowe, offering an encouraging smile. "I think you two have a lot to talk about." The blacksmith nodded in appreciation for the opportunity to explain what she knew of her oracle gift. She glanced at Jack-on, and his face also smoothed out in realization of the time they needed alone as a couple. "Where are you going?" he asked in concern. He had every reason to be anxious with the trauma of the thug's ambush still fresh. Nick had assured her he'd take care of them, but she didn't have the stomach to ask what he meant by that. She'd told Jack-on as much, but if the tables were turned, she'd be sick with worry too. "I'm not putting you in any more danger than I already have. I'm going to tell Ferris I'm done." Chapter 39. Stepping up to the large white house, Faythe felt confident when she rapped on the door and took a step back. To her relief, Ferris's mop of wavy red hair came into view, and he grinned at her. "How are the preparations for your big fight at the end of the week?" he asked in greeting. She didn't match his dark delight. "I'm out, Ferris." His face fell instantly, and he stepped outside, closing the door behind him. "What do you mean you're out?" he hissed. She didn't balk at his switch in tone. "I mean exactly what I said." She went to turn on her heel, but he grabbed her elbow. Her head snapped around to snarl at him. "You can't back out now. Not for this one," he said with a hint of trepidation that alarmed her. In all her years of knowing him, she had never seen him cower from anything, but right now there was genuine dread in his eyes. "What have you done, Ferris?" she asked calmly, though her heartbeat quickened in anticipation. He let her arm go to run his hand through his rugged hair and began a short pace. "I didn't do anything except what we agreed," he shot defensively. "But the Fae, he's expecting you, and it's my head if you don't show," he said through his teeth. Her frown deepened. "Just tell them I'm no longer interested." "Did you not hear me?" He halted in front of her, his face grave as he said, "It's not about the money, the glory, or any of that anymore. If you don't show, he said he would kill me." She paled. "It's just a stupid fear tactic." "No, Faythe," he interjected. "He was deadly serious. He's one of them. You know he can get away with it." Horror clung to her like a frozen blanket. "I was attacked last night, Ferris. Jack-on was stabbed by one of those vengeful monsters I fought in the cave, and he almost died because of it. Do you understand? I won't risk his safety again for others' entertainment." She tried to keep her voice low, conscious of the occupants in the household behind them. Now it was Ferris who blanched chalk white. I didn't know. Faythe shook her head in disbelief, turning to walk away again. You don't have to win. Just be fast enough to dodge until he can get you to submit, he said desperately. She huffed a humorless laugh. Is that all? And what if he decides he wants to kill me? Faythe wanted to shout and rage at him. It was his crazy plan to challenge a fae in the first place. But frustratingly, she realized she couldn't. This was just as much her mess for being so foolishly naive to agree to it. I'll make sure there are men in place to intervene, he said, though even he knew it was little consolation. She wanted to laugh in his face at the completely futile offer of protection. If a fae wanted it, she'd be dead before another man could take one step. Her hand was forced. It was either risk her life or forfeit Ferris's. While she didn't particularly hold the strongest love for him at the best of times, he was still a friend, and she'd be damned if she let anyone else get hurt when she had a chance to prevent it. If I save your ass now to die in that cave, you'd best believe I'll be seeing you in the pits of the netherworld when Jackon gets a hold of you. Don't I know it, he muttered. She didn't plan to ask Ferris for his help in gaining access beyond the wall yet. Admittedly, she wanted to hold off just a little longer in fear of the daunting task, but it seemed like the perfect and perhaps the only opportunity she would get, since he owed her for risking her life in the cave. I need something in return, she blurted. Ferris cocked an eyebrow, folding his arms inquisitively. Whatever you need, it's yours. She exhaled a long breath, closing her eyes for a moment, not quite believing she was about to ask such a foolish request. I need a route into the inner city, then to the castle, she got out quickly. When Ferris didn't immediately respond, she squinted one eye open to check his reaction. It remained the same, unflinching, deliberating. When? He asked at last. Relieved he wasn't reprimanding her for the obvious recklessness of such a plan, she straightened. Soon, was all she answered. She had to get through this fight first and couldn't let the thought of her impending fool's mission distract her. Unless I die in that cave, then Aurealis will be free to torment my soul with my failure for eternity in those woods. You may want to listen carefully then. It will not be an easy task. No, nothing ever was, but it had never stopped her from trying before. She tuned in carefully to Ferris's instruction, all the while trying to tame her leaping heart, which was close to eruption now. Chapter 40. Absolutely no way in rutting damn! Though she expected Jackon to blow up at the news of her fight with the Fae, Faythe winced at the outburst. They threatened his life. I have to at least try, she argued. Jackon's eyes were livid, and she would be lying if she said it didn't scare her a little. Better his life than yours, he growled. She gave him a flat look. I'm not going to try to win. I only have to be fast enough to dodge and let the Fae beat me safely, she added quickly. He scoffed. You're good in combat, Faythe, I'll give you that, but you're not that good to outrun a Fae. You're right. No mortal is. But you forget I have other advantages, she countered with a cunning smile. He caught on to her meaning, but shook his head. They're still too quick. Faythe explained how she had been training with Nick to reach in and glean her opponent's maneuvers before they physically made them, and how she'd succeeded to some extent against the Fae guard. Surprisingly, Jackon looked impressed, and his anger even cooled, slightly. That damned rutting bastard. I swear, when I next see him— You'll do nothing, Faythe cut in. I agreed to it. If I can just get past this one last fight, I promise there will be no more. She held his stare, and she could see he was fighting against the will to protest further, but he conceded with a reluctant nod. Marlowe had gone back to her cottage for the night after much persuasion from Jackon that he was almost in full health and didn't need coddling. Her two friends had worked over everything, and it was an immense consolation to know nothing had changed between them because of what Marlowe was. Jackon had always had a heart of gold, and Faythe felt horribly guilty she ever doubted his acceptance of either of them. She was relieved when the blacksmith hesitantly agreed to stay at home for the night. Faythe's cot was much too small for the two women to get a comfortable sleep, and she had been dealing with a stiff neck and back all day from the previous night. It was also liberating that Faythe could tell Jackon about her plans to meet with Nick. Although she didn't need to sneak out anymore, Nick still insisted they meet after midnight. She didn't press the reasons why, but hated the uneasy feeling he wasn't being entirely open about his assignments in the guard beyond the wall. He still never spoke of it. She quickly dismissed any thoughts of suspicion. He had given her no reason to be paranoid or distrust him. She swallowed the feelings of caution and passed them off as nerves for what was blooming between them. She had yet to fully understand what it was. Jackon retired for the night after a long lecture on being safe and careful, throwing in a few threats to Nick should anything happen to her. Faythe rolled her eyes the whole time at his overprotective nonsense, the irritating downside to him knowing everything. She envied his soft snoring she could hear from the kitchen, where she stood cloaked and ready to leave. She was mentally exhausted from the beating of emotions she'd taken after her confession to Jackon and confrontation with Ferris, both piled on top of an abundance of new information she'd received from a spirit she'd long believed to be a myth. Faythe was surprised she was still sane, and she craved a long, restful sleep to keep it that way. But she longed even more to see Nick, she realized, and it made her giddy with excitement. She forced everything else she had to deal with to the back of her mind. She had to find a way to ask him if he'd agree to meet her every night this week for practice. She only had 5 nights left before she would face off with a Fey opponent in the cave, and she needed every second of learning to tune into her abilities if she were even to stand a chance of not being annihilated. She only hoped she wouldn't have to tell him exactly why she was so eager to exercise her mind so much. She feared his reaction would be far worse than Jackon's. When the hands of her watch hit midnight, she left the cottage quietly to not disturb her friend, and made off down the streets, stealthy under the cover of the shadows. In the woods, she made out Nick's figure with his back to her as the clearing drew close, and her heart leapt with a thrill at the sight of him. He turned to her when she emerged past the tree line, and his greeting smile was enough to make her breathless. He took a few steps forward to meet her, and they stopped within arm's reach. "How are your friends?" he asked quietly, his emerald eyes sparkling as he looked down at her. "I don't think I want to talk about them right now," she said, taking the last step to close the space between their bodies. Her hands reached up, fingers curling in the back of his hair, as she pushed up on her toes to kiss him. She could never get enough of how it made her feel, how being close to him sent her into a whole new world of blissful freedom from any of her fears or worries. He kissed her back fiercely, and she felt the longing in him, too. When they broke apart, neither stepped back. Nick traced his fingers along the side of her face, and she leaned in to the touch. "I've been waiting quite a while to do this," he mumbled softly. Her eyes bore into his, telling him she had long desired it too. She kissed his palm at her cheek and then abruptly stepped back, out of his hold. At his look of protest, she chuckled in amusement. "As much as I'd love to do that all night, I need your help." He didn't answer, instead folding his arms and tilting his head inquisitively. She nervously shifted her weight. "I need to work on my mind abilities in combat. Will you go back to being my test subject?" He curved an eyebrow. "I'm sure we could dedicate a couple of nights to—" "Every night?" she blurted before she could stop herself. His face fell into a frown, and she cursed inwardly. "I mean, the sooner I get acquainted with what I already know I can do, the better I can get at exploring other things." She recovered quickly. Faythe knew she'd ruined it when his eyes narrowed a fraction. "Why so eager for it to be in combat?" he questioned accusingly. She cursed herself again and racked her brain for an excuse, but nothing came that would withhold the inevitable reveal of her foolish mission. His frown deepened at her floundering silence. "What aren't you telling me?" A look of hurt crossed his eyes, that she would attempt to hide something from him. She sighed in defeat. "Promise me you won't blow up about it." He gave her a look that said he could make no such guarantee. "Promise me?" she repeated, a plea in her voice. His only reply was a small nod, and she scowled at him. Taking a deep breath, she rambled through the deal with Ferris and why she couldn't back out of it. When she finished, she dared to look at him through one eye. His face was a mask of calm, dark rage, and it shook her far more than Jackon's outburst. "You are not going to that fight," he said in a lethal quiet that would send most men running. "Didn't you hear? I don't have a choice." He was a foot in front of her in an instant, his green eyes much darker than they were moments before. They burned holes straight through her. "I don't think you quite understand what you've naively signed yourself up for. It'll be your death warrant, Faythe, win or lose." "I can do this," she argued, her own anger simmering. She was sick of everyone believing they knew what was best for her and what she was capable of. Sick of being treated like some delicate girl to be protected. His eyes flashed. "The Fae don't go easy. They don't give in, especially not to a human. They won't hesitate to kill you given the opportunity, and you're offering yourself on a damned silver platter." He seethed, walking away. "If you won't help me, I'll damn well teach myself, but you can't stop me." He whirled back around, and there was nothing kind in his face at her defiance. They stared off for a moment, neither backing down, until Nick sucked in a long breath and ran his hand over his face. "Your heroism is not admirable. It's reckless," he said, but she didn't respond to the remark. He sighed. "If you can't best me by the time this fight comes around, I don't care if I have to tie you to a goddamned tree, you will not be going." A compromise, she supposed, and a challenge. She straightened, a smile tugging at her lips. "Deal." His face fell, and she knew he was struggling internally not to screw the deal and be sure she never made it back to the cave regardless. She knew he could by brute force alone, so it was a small relief when he agreed to at least give her a chance to prove herself. "This friend of yours means nothing to me. But you?" He trailed off as if unable to finish the sentence. He didn't have to say anything more. His face was laced with fear that something could happen to her down there. She was as fragile as an insect compared to him. She closed the distance between them and held a hand to his face. "I know," was all she said, and he loosened under her touch. Faythe kissed him once, in promise that she would walk out of that cave alive, though she knew it was not a promise entirely in her power to make. It was all she could do to curb his worry. She stepped back and walked a few paces away. Drawing her sword, she turned to him with a goading smile. "Shall we begin?" His answering look was weak, but Nick obliged, unsheathing the blade at his side and coming to stand off against her. Her eyes locked on his. "As always, don't hold back." Chapter 41. "Are you even trying?" Faythe ducked as she narrowly missed yet another of Nick's inhumanly fast swipes. Without giving her a second to respond, she saw his next move and jumped before he could knock her feet out from under her. She wanted to scowl, but she knew better than to listen to his taunts by now. He had been using them as a distraction tactic, and it had taken her a while to catch on before she started to block his words out completely. "Honestly, I think you should just give up," he drawled, bored and not in the slightest bit out of breath. But he didn't stop, or even slow for that matter, as she parried against his brutal onslaught of attacks. She was sweating and had not once broken eye contact, using all her mental focus to foresee his next anticipated move. It was the last night they had before her fight tomorrow, and she had gotten better, a lot better. But it still took an incredible physical and mental toll on her, and she took every moment she could get when she wasn't training to fall into a dark, restful sleep and regain her strength. The thoughts had started to come to her quicker, and now she was able to dodge more swiftly through practice. She found that although she could remain in his mind without maintaining eye contact, the information came a lot quicker if she held it. Nick had opened his mind enough to let her in for those immediate thoughts only. She didn't dare try to go beyond, though she was sure he would be guarded in case she tried anyway. No one liked to have their personal thoughts raided, and it wasn't the way she wanted to find out more about him. After a couple more dodges and clashing swords, she twisted away from his next move before he made it and held the point of her sword to his back. She let out a breathy laugh of victory and began to lower her blade, but the moment she let her guard down, he twirled, taking her feet out from under her. In the same breath, Nick held her as they twisted, so she fell on top of him instead of the hard ground. It wasn't much better. He was almost as solid as stone, and the air was knocked from her despite his chivalry. He rumbled in laughter beneath her as she scowled, rolling off him to lie on the ground. You don't take your mind off him for 1 second, not even once it's over. You keep focused until you can clear the ring. His voice dropped into stern command. Even if you think you can, you don't win. It will only put a much deadlier target on your back. He propped himself up and leaned sideways so he half hovered over her. He looked into her eyes, and her guilt rose at the pain on his face. She reached out to touch it. I'm going to be okay, Nick, she assured him with all the confidence she could muster. It was hard to comfort those around her when she had her own fears and doubts about how she would fare in the cave. But she would wear the mask of bravery and resilience for her friends and for Nick. He leaned down and brushed his lips against hers before kissing her fully, slowly and tenderly at first, but then she felt his tongue in silent invitation to deepen the kiss. Her mouth opened, and he didn't hesitate to heat the moment between them. They had barely been able to keep their hands off each other over the course of the week. They'd spent every night together, but Faythe always held back the full extent of her desire that pulsed every time she was near him. She couldn't allow herself to get too distracted from her task. But now, with the threat of tomorrow looming and her days not promised, she felt the overwhelming urge to be close to him and show him just how much he mattered to her. She ran her hands through his hair, savoring the feel of the silk entwined with her fingertips, and arched her back in her longing to be closer. He moved, coming to hover over her completely between her legs, but while his body pressed against hers, he remained utterly weightless above her. Heat flushed her skin, awakening every sense and impulse, while his hands roamed over her waist and bare stomach where her shirt had lifted, leaving trails of fire everywhere his fingers caressed. A part of her screamed for his hand to travel higher or lower. Her hands left his hair to feel the powerful contours of his back, and to her delight, she found his shirt untucked. When her fingers brushed the wonderfully smooth skin around his waist, he bucked slightly, the movement enough to frenzy the lust at her core. His mouth left hers. She was about to cry in protest, but his lips found her neck, and she sucked a sharp breath, tilting her head back in invitation. She felt him smile against her throat as he trailed teasingly downward. The sensation filled her with new waves of pleasure. "Nick," she breathed. He stiffened at the sound, and his eyes met hers with a flash of hunger and desire. She was breathless, but the pause was enough for her to gather her thoughts. She recoiled slightly in realization of what her lust-clouded mind wanted from him, right there on the woodland floor. He must have seen the hesitation in her eyes as he gave her an understanding smile. Kissing her mouth once more, he twisted so he was back to leaning on his side next to her. Her cheeks heated. "I don't want to go too fast," she admitted. He brushed a stray piece of hair from her face and leaned in to kiss her again, his breath caressing her neck as he spoke. "We can take all the time we want." He left one last whisper of a kiss on her collarbone, and it would have set her off again if he didn't immediately jump to his feet afterward, leaving her dazed and frustrated, still lying on the grass. "That's enough rest," Nick called from his position behind her. She groaned and didn't move. "We've been at it for hours already," she complained. "And another one might just be the difference between you walking out of that cave with one arm or two." Her lips thinned. She was about to retort back when rough hands grabbed hers, hauling her to her feet. She never even heard him approach, and the sudden movement made her head spin, but Nick only grinned wickedly. She narrowed her eyes. "Stupid Faythe prick," she grumbled under her breath. His smile widened in response as he held her sword out to her. She took it begrudgingly, and he didn't even give her a minute to brace herself before he was making her retreat through a series of ruthless attacks that sent the clank of joining steel echoing through the clearing once more. Nick was relentless in his assaults over the next hour, and Faythe was more drained than she had been after any of their previous sessions. She knew it was because it was their last before tomorrow night, and he was overcompensating to cram in what would likely have taken months for her to grasp. She wasn't perfect, and he had still managed to theoretically kill her on many occasions, which made Nick very wary about letting her go through with it. But she had also managed to best him a handful of times, or at least dodge long enough that she could concede in a safe position. Like Nick had said, she wasn't out to win anyway, or it would most definitely be her head. "I won't be able to be there tomorrow night," Nick said quietly. Faythe's stomach dropped. Why? They hadn't discussed it before, but he had been secretly watching her for every other match, so it disappointed her to know he wouldn't be there when it mattered most. If only because he was probably the only one capable of intervening on her behalf should things take a turn for the worse. A conflicted expression flashed across his face, but it was gone when he looked at her. "I'm not supposed to be out of the city walls. If there are other Faythe there, I can't be seen," he said. Faythe crossed her arms. "You've been beyond the city walls before. You were on patrol at summer solstice," she argued. A day like that seemed like a lifetime ago. So much had changed. She had changed. Her life was completely different to the girl who had danced around bonfires on the solstice. Faythe didn't know if it made her sad or grateful. Her life before was safe, carefree even, but it was also a lie that had held her back from discovering who she truly was. "That was an exception," he said carefully. She knew there was something he was holding back from her, and she wanted to push. Maybe it was her nerves for the fight tomorrow, or anger that he would abandon her when danger was imminent. But she realized how little she really knew about the Faythe Guard she spent so much time with, and had come to care deeply for. "What do you really do behind those walls, Nick?" A dark look flashed across his face so fast she could have missed it. He didn't reply. She huffed a humorless laugh. "Right, of course. Not something you could share with a lowly human." She sheathed her sword and grabbed her cloak, fastening it around herself and making to leave. His hand caught her elbow. "Don't leave like this," he begged, his face desolate. She whirled around to face him. His eyes were pleading, but she was too angry to feel bad for him. He knew everything about her and wouldn't share anything about himself. Perhaps he had a gag order from the king to not speak of his affairs in the city or the castle. But it still hurt that he didn't trust her enough. It would remain solely between them, whatever information he shared about his personal life. "I have to rest, to have all the strength I can for tomorrow. I guess I'll let you know how it pans out. Or not, since it doesn't seem to be your interest." She knew it was a low blow. He had been on edge all week and had to refrain from outright banning her from going. Yet she couldn't stop the nastiness that came from her. His grip on her arm tightened slightly. "I won't be there, but I've made sure other guards will be. Whoever you fight tomorrow will not get the chance to seriously hurt you, certainly not kill you, before they have orders to intervene." His voice was low and stern. her brow furrowed. Orders from who? His jaw twitched. "Let's just say I have influence," he said in a way that told her the conversation was over. She was wise enough to note it and gave him a small nod in understanding. His face softened then, and he sighed, twisting her around fully and pulling her to him. She embraced him around the waist, inhaling his comforting scent when he wrapped his arms around her shoulders and rested his chin over her head. Just like that, all her negative feelings melted away. "You mean a great deal to me now, Faythe. I won't let anyone harm you," he said, his words so hushed they tugged at her heart. She pulled her head back to look him in the eye. "You mean a great deal to me too, Nick." His hand held her chin as he kissed her one last time. Chapter 42. Daylight fell to welcome twilight, and Faythe watched the hues of pink and orange diffuse the sky from her position on the rooftop. It was serene, and could almost distract her from the fight of her life that would take place in just a few hours. She looked all the way out, past the harbor and over the unwavering line of the horizon, where the water shimmered confidently under the last fleeting rays of the bold descending sun. The air was clear, and the streets below silent as the town settled before dusk chased away the last drops of the day. She was already dressed in her black suit, which had been mended by Marlowe the day after her last appearance in the cave. Her cloak billowed behind her slightly in the cool night breeze, but she never registered the cold. She had told Jackon she wanted a moment alone, and came up here in the hope the tranquil air would help to sedate her nerves. And it did, to an extent, while she reflected on everything she had learned with Nick, and his assurance the fight could not get out of hand thanks to his friends in the guard. Now she'd had time to calm, she was glad Nick would not be there. She would likely take a beating of some sort, and she knew firsthand the pain of seeing a close companion hurt. If it were the other way around, gods, she wouldn't be of much help, but she would damn well try to intervene. Against man, against Faye, against the damned spirits if need be, she would fight for those she loved. With a final breath, Faythe left the rooftop. "Are you sure you have everything you need?" Jackon fussed for the third time. Faythe rolled her eyes and made a show of patting herself to check, though aside from her clothing, all she had was Lumarius sheathed to her back. Armed and ready, she saluted him in an attempt at light humor. He was growing more antsy by the minute, and it was seriously damaging the calm Faythe had been reeling herself into for the past few hours. He was about to scold her when Marlowe walked through the front door of the hut. As much as she had tried to persuade them to stay home, both of her friends were firm on the fact they were going to attend tonight. Ferris was going to meet them here to get Jackon and Marlowe in, while Faythe would arrive alone a short while later. She didn't want to be seen entering with them as the gold-eyed shadow, in case anyone looked closely enough to make the connection. "I made this for you," Marlowe said as she approached Faythe, holding something in her palms. When she removed the small piece of cloth concealing the item, Faythe gasped at the beautiful jeweled long dagger beneath. "For good luck," Marlowe smiled weakly. Faythe was deeply humbled by the kind gesture, and took the dagger from her, marveling at it for a moment before embracing her friend tightly. "I love it. Thank you. It means a lot," she said in all sincerity. She would have a piece from both of them on her tonight, and that symbol alone lit a new fire of strength and determination within. A moment later, a light rapping sounded at the door, signaling the arrival of Ferris. She looked to her friends and straightened with every ounce of mustered courage, more to ease their concerns than in genuine confidence. "Let's get this over with, shall we?" Standing as the same immovable force, the guards on either side of the cave entrance didn't balk or hesitate to open the thick iron doors as she swaggered toward them, concealed under her hood and mask. She didn't let herself flinch either upon noticing the crowd of people reached all the way to those doors. They parted hastily when she approached. The whole venue, if that was what it could be called, was packed to full capacity, and as much as she tried to ignore it, she would be lying if she said it didn't rattle her nerves. She was used to large audiences, but this? She weaved through them like a black wraith, and they moved out of her way where there was small space to do so. People turned to each other and whispered as she passed, but she kept her eyes focused on getting to her usual entrance to the pit. She couldn't see her friends in these masses and didn't want to try looking. When she got to the other side, Ferris was already waiting for her, biting his fingers as he scanned the balconies. His eyes fell on her, and he visibly relaxed as if he thought she might not actually show up after all. "How are you feeling?" he asked. She gave him a dead look, not deigning to respond to his ridiculous question. He winced and nodded his understanding. "Well, they should be ready any moment now you've arrived," he said quickly, taking her cloak like he always did. She should have expected it, but for some reason it unnerved her that her Fey competitor was already in the same vicinity and had been waiting for her. She didn't dare scan the mobs to find out if they were watching her at this very moment. The place was packed mostly with humans, but she hadn't failed to notice the few pointed ears standing on the front line of the balcony. Humans left space around them, not bold enough to stand too close. "One last time, Faythe. And thank you, truly. You're the bravest person I know," Ferris said, putting his hand on her shoulder. If there weren't so many eyes on her, she would have embraced the bastard, if only as one last comfort before she went down there, and to show her appreciation at the comment. "We bring you the fight of the decade!" the pitmaster bellowed from below. Faythe stiffened, and Ferris noted her surge of nerves at the announcement. He braced his hands on both her shoulders and forced her to keep looking at him. "It'll be over quick. You won't be harmed too badly. I've seen Fey guards posted down below." Faythe sagged in relief a little. Not that she doubted Nick's word, but it was reassuring to know they'd be so close and were already stationed down there. "I introduce the notorious Gold-Eyed Shadow!" The revelers roared at her mention, and she breathed consciously, willing her heart to slow as she did before every fight. Ferris muttered a brief, "Good luck," as she turned to walk down the stone stairs, right into the lion's den. She descended with deliberate slowness, letting the jeering sounds of the crowd above fade, then tuned out completely with each step down she took. She plunged herself deep into the well of calm that would allow her to focus solely on her target and the sword she would wield. Faythe called on Nick's teachings, Jackon's courage, and Marlowe's confidence, and set fire to the embers of her own determination to succeed. She closed her eyes, steadying her heart rate to still her trembling hands. By the time she reached the bottom, she'd opened them, completely embodying the ego of the Gold-Eyed Shadow one last time. She didn't look up and risk her nerve, especially if she were to spot her undoubtedly anxious friends. Instead, she took in the familiar surroundings of gruesome, blood-stained stone walls and the entrance where her opponent would appear. The pitmaster stood in the middle, looking more shaken than usual. She supposed it had something to do with the presence of the 3 Fey guards who were evenly spaced around the circular arena, each looking rather bored, but standing straight with their hands over their swords should they be needed. She swallowed hard to moisten her paper-dry throat. Was her opposer that dangerous? She knew the Fey were fast and strong, but even this seemed a little excessive for one being. "And now, I present the challenger!" The pitmaster's voice faltered a little as he paused, already taking a step toward his exit. "Captain Varys of the Royal Guard!" Everything around Faythe stopped the moment she heard the words. She recoiled in cold horror when the captain emerged from the entrance, his face taunting in malice as he stared directly at her with his first steps into the ring. His wicked scar gleamed under the lights of the pit, making him look all the more terrifying. She had to remember to breathe. She couldn't lose her valor now, or the fight would be over before it even started. Then she recalled something about the captain Nick had warned her about so long ago. It was almost her undoing. "He's one of the king's most talented Nightwalkers. Don't ever underestimate him," It shot a spear of ice-cold dread down her spine, threatening her sedated composure. All of her practice and training could be for nothing if he had mental barriers like Nick's. Her one advantage was her ability, and it was the only thing that stood between her and being able to last even 1 minute in this fight. Without it, she didn't even allow herself to wreck her emotions with the thought. It wasn't humiliation she was afraid of. It was the look in the captain's eye that told her he wasn't going to end it that quickly. No, he wanted to make her suffer, and no one would stop him since that wasn't against the rules. She was only protected against excessive brutality and a death strike, but she knew he'd be smart and would play it to look as if every hit he dealt her was fair game. The pitmaster called for them to draw their weapons and take stands. She was running out of time, and as she unsheathed her blade, she held his black stare and gently pushed into his mind in case he could feel her. She almost buckled in panic when she met a similar black barrier wall. But then, cracks. There were gaps in his mental barrier, unlike Nick's. She could only assume that by some small mercy of the spirits, Captain Varys hadn't reinforced his mental shields in the daytime, because he wouldn't expect to need to guard himself against someone like her. A slight relief, but she knew it would be twice as difficult to see his movements through the tight spaces in the wall. The pitmaster had already retreated to the stairwell as the captain approached her with a predatory grin. Inside, she trembled violently like feeble prey, but her exterior embodied the laser-focused combatant she needed to be to make it out alive. He began to circle with his blade angled, stalking her, and she kept her complete focus on him as she mirrored his movements. Before the announcement could be made for the fight to begin, she saw his intention to strike and spun to narrowly avoid the swing of his sword. He had no plans to wait for a formal invitation. His eyes flashed at her unexpected swiftness, but he composed himself and sized her up again. She tracked him. She could see his movements, but not nearly as fast as she'd come to read them in Nick's open mind. She would have to make it work, at least long enough to give them a show and surrender herself. His next attack flashed through her, and she brought her sword up to meet his in the nick of time. Her heart rose in her throat, and she hissed through clenched teeth, putting her whole weight into holding off his blade. He was too strong, however, and in her efforts, her concentration faltered. Varys pushed roughly, causing her to stumble back, and with the same breath, his fist connected with the side of her face. Pain shot through her jaw. She slammed, palms splayed, against the ground with a loud smack. Her eyes blackened for a second before she pushed herself to her feet, swaying a little from the disorientation. A copper tang filled her mouth. Blood. She leaned forward, pulling the scarf down quickly to spit the blood that had pooled on her lip. Adjusting her face cover again, her head snapped back up to him. Faythe's rage was immeasurable, and it threatened to blind her into recklessness rather than focus her into stealth. She took slow, concise breaths to reel in the all-consuming emotion. The captain's eyes were wholly black and sparkled with sadistic pleasure at the sight of her blood. She rolled her shoulders back and focused on the dark orbs once again. He lunged at her with an onslaught of attacks, which she danced around the ring in answer to, not raising her sword to meet his again. Her head throbbed with concentration to see each maneuver before he could land a blow, and when she faltered slightly, she was sent sprawling to the floor again from a punch to her stomach. She gasped for breath on all fours at the force of it, but he was next to her again before she could regain any composure, and kicked her stomach right where the last hit was. The pain was excruciating as she was thrown onto her back and her head ricocheted off the stone floor. She couldn't do it, couldn't last against the unhinged beast. Her anger diffused and welcomed despair. She wanted to dissolve into the hard ground beneath her. Was she underwater? The roars of the crowd were distant, distorted, and the lights blurred and dimmed. "I'm sorry, Jack. I'm sorry, Marlowe. I'm sorry, Nick. I tried." "Get up," the wicked voice spat. She couldn't. She was ready to succumb to the darkness that offered relief from the pain and failure. She wanted to sleep and drift away from all the roaring chaos of the crowd and the stabs that laced her abdomen and head. But then rough hands grabbed her, yanking her to her feet and forcing her to stare into depthless black holes.
"You call that a fight? I said, get up."
The captain seethed in her face. He let her go, and she was surprised when she stumbled back but remained upright, her sword still clutched with an iron grip in her hand. She looked down at it. Lumarius, the key. I will not cower. She blinked a few times, and her vision focused. She had to keep going. Her body groaned in protest as she straightened, rolling back her shoulders and fixing her eyes on the captain again. Pushing through the pain, she continued to deflect with her sword in both hands as their connecting steel sang together, slicing through the bustle of the audience above. She didn't let her blade meet his for long enough that he could use his strength against her again. His blade caught her leg at one point, and she was forced to retreat when fire ripped up her thigh. Still, he stalked her with predatory slowness, relishing in her pain as he played with her. He didn't give her long to recover, and their swords crossed once again. She was fast, but he was faster, and his stamina never faltered in the slightest, whereas hers was on the verge of full depletion. He landed another sharp jab with his elbow to her side. Faythe was a mere second from missing it completely. While it winded her, she stood her ground. After another round of quick parry, she failed to see his next move, and his fist connected with her sword hand, sending Lumarius flying from her grip. In the same breath, he lunged for her, the killing blow. Not even the Fae standing close by would be fast enough to stop it. Time slowed as she tracked the blade that promised her death rising above her head. But the image of his intention flashed in her mind a second earlier than he acted. Right before he could bring his sword down fully, she took one step forward to meet him, pulling Marlowe's gifted dagger from her side. Then, everything went quiet. He halted, his sword mere inches from her neck, as she held the point of her dagger under his chin. A mutual defeat. The crowd fell mute. Her breathing was ragged, her pulse erratic. She held the captain's stare as his nostrils flared and his eyes turned wild. It should have been over, but she saw something snap in him. He was so close she never stood a chance to react when he grabbed the wrist that held her dagger so hard she dropped it. He let go of his own blade as both his hands curled tightly around her throat, lifting her to her toes, and he leaned into her.
"You think I don't know who you are, girl?"
he hissed in her ear. Faythe choked against the vice-like grip of his hands, which squeezed harder to restrict her airway.
"Captain Varys, the fight is won,"
she heard one of the guards call as they all took a step closer. Faythe clawed at his hands that didn't loosen off at the warning. It would take minimal effort to crush her throat in a second.
"Who do you think sent those men after you? Foolish girl. You can hide everything but your eyes and that damned sword of yours," he spat. "Only a fool would believe a weak, pathetic human girl could best a man, and especially not a fae."
"Captain Varys!" a guard called again in final warning. She gasped for air as blackness started to cloud her vision.
"You're hiding something, Faythe, and I'm going to find out exactly what it is. You made the biggest mistake of your miserable life tonight."
He released her with a forceful shove, and she collapsed to the ground, sputtering for air in agony under her mask. Varys crouched down to retrieve his sword and leaned in close again.
"I'll be seeing you soon, Faythe, but maybe not in the way you think."
His last words were a playful taunt before he sauntered out of the pit. Faythe remained on all fours for a moment to return her breathing to normal, but when she was conscious enough to think, her blood went cold. What had she done? Chapter 43.
"He knows."
They were the first words Faythe had uttered since they met back at the hut nearly an hour ago. She'd been too consumed by panic to speak. Jack-On hadn't stopped pacing, trying to coax something out of her, while she sat at the table in a pair of sleep shorts and a crop top, letting Marlowe tend to her wounds. Faythe could barely register the pain as her friend cleaned and dressed the deep gash on her thigh and bandaged her bruised ribs. She knew there would also be a harsh purple mark along her cheekbone, and that her lip would be swollen with a nasty cut. But none of that mattered, as she was soon to be caught and executed anyway. Or at least, he will as soon as I fall asleep, she added quietly in her state of shock. It was the hint the captain had given her in his last words.
Maybe not in the way you think.
They had been replaying in her mind, filling her with cold dread the whole time since. Does someone want to explain this to me? It's over. Why is everyone so worried? Ferris said from his spot in the corner. Faythe had forgotten he'd followed them back here to make sure she was okay and give her the money she was owed from tonight. She didn't want it. She wanted to give it all back and to have never set a single foot inside that cave. Everything since that moment had been a slow descent into a deadly fate she couldn't escape. Before she could reply, Jack-On halted his pacing and stared at Ferris with an inhuman rage. In 2 strides, he had Ferris pinned to the wall by his collar.
"You piece of shit! This was all your fault!"
he seethed into his face. "Jack," Faythe muttered. He didn't respond and continued his stare down as if deciding whether he should swing. "Jack-On," she repeated in warning. Reluctantly, he released Ferris with a rough shove and stalked back over to the table.
"What do you mean he knows?"
His anger boiled, but not toward her. She took a slow breath. "He knows I'm hiding something, and he intends to find it out." She trembled as if the cold air was just now catching up to her where she sat half-dressed. Marlowe draped a blanket gently over her shoulders, and Faythe smiled gratefully as she dropped into the seat next to her, satisfied her injuries were the best she could make them. Jack-On cursed, a lot, and she watched the wheels turn in his head as he tried to figure out what to do. It pained her, but she wouldn't have any of them dragged into her mess. An idea came to her. I have a tonic. Nick gave it to me when I was still learning to control my ability. It will stifle it when I sleep, and also protect me from others." She winced, not able to say the captain's name without seeing the vicious scar and malice that laced his face. It was a temporary solution. She only had 2 nights left of the tonic at best, and Nick had said it could have fatal consequences if used for long periods. "It'll give me 2 days at least." She couldn't bring herself to think of what she would do after.
"Then what?"
Jack-On pressed. Faythe knew what she would have to do to keep herself and them safe. The thought of stowing away in a barrel like her friend Reuben made her stomach turn, and she had to cover her face with her hands and breathe for a moment. She had never left High Pharaoh. This was her home, and she would have to abandon the kingdom and, worst of all, her friends. What crushed her spirit was that she would never get to sever the tie the cursed eternal woods held on her soul. She had failed in that, too, and her bargain would forever remain unfulfilled. She would never get to join her friends when the afterlife claimed her. It was a crippling, damning feeling. "I failed you all, and I'm sorry," she whispered. Marlowe's arm went around her shoulder, pulling Faythe into her warmth. "We're going to figure this out together," she said, her voice calm and soothing. "Again, anyone want to fill me in?" Ferris said. Jack-On whirled to him, and Ferris wisely flinched into a defensive position, but Jack-On never moved. If looks alone could kill, he'd have already turned to cinders. Seeing no reason to keep her secret any longer, Faythe reluctantly rattled through the basics so Ferris would understand their urgency and the cause of the thick tension in the room. It felt strange, but also liberating to be able to talk about it so openly. "Bullshit," was his first response to the reveal of her abilities. "Prove it." Faythe scowled at him. "I don't have to prove anything to you, prick." His eyes narrowed as his face turned contemplative. "Well, if what you say is true, we need to get you out of here." Jackon looked to her immediately.
I'll come with you.
She shook her head. Absolutely not. This is my problem, and none of you are getting dragged into it. We would never leave you to face it alone. We all go, Marlowe added softly. Faythe snapped her head to the blacksmith and leaned out of her embrace. Not a chance in— You don't get to decide for us, Marlowe cut in. We are in this just as much as you are, like it or not. Her tone was firm, something Faythe wasn't used to from the softly spoken blonde. But she would be wise not to argue with an oracle connected to the spirits. I can get you safe passage, Ferris cut in before Faythe could argue further. He looked between them. For all of you. I could get you to Rhinell. You're not traitors. You could stand a chance of being let in as citizens. Marlowe has a trade skill that could be useful to them. Jackon is a farmer, and, well, dance a little with your sword, Faythe, and they might see use for you. Faythe bit back her retort since the offer was exactly what she needed, but her heart dropped at the inclusion of her friends. I can't ask you to give up your lives here, she pleaded. Jackon's face softened, and he took a seat in front of her, reaching a hand over to take hers. You don't have to ask. Wherever you go, I go. Marlowe nodded in fierce agreement. They were willing to sacrifice everything they had built here to follow her on a road of uncertainty, and it was a debt Faythe would spend the rest of her life, however short or long, repaying. I'll make the arrangements for 2 days' time. This should be enough, with the rest of your earnings, to get you all by for a while on the road and help you settle in when you arrive. Ferris came over to the table, careful not to be within Jackon's reach as he still glared menacingly at him, and dropped a heavy pouch of coin in front of them. His portion from tonight, Faythe realized. She was about to protest, but he gave her a look that told her not to bother. You earned every penny. He stared at her in curiosity for a moment, and then huffed a laugh. Who would have thought? Faythe, a human mind reader. She smiled sheepishly, and he flashed her a sad smile back. It's a shame it turned out this way. And for my part, I'm sorry. She gave him a small nod of understanding and forgiveness. He returned it, and then spun on his heel toward the door. I'll see you all by Westland Forest at nightfall in 2 days, he said as he left. Then the door closed behind him, and the 3 companions were alone in solemn silence. A knock sounded at the door a short moment later, and they all looked to each other expectantly. I won't hesitate to strangle him this time if he's come back, Jackon muttered as he stood to answer it. Faythe's eyes widened at the tall, cloaked figure who floated in seconds later. Nick's brute stature made their small hut seem even more feeble. When they simply stared at each other and no one spoke, Marlowe stood from the bench. Jackon, will you walk me home? She asked sweetly, and Faythe could have hugged her for it. She didn't think she could handle explaining the events of tonight, specifically what it meant for her and Nick as a result, while her friends were in the same room. It only now dawned on her that this was likely the last time she would ever get to see the Fae Guard, and it shattered her heart into pieces where she sat. Jackon nodded to her, understanding she would need this time alone to say goodbye, and the couple left without another word. When she heard the door click, Faythe stood, coming around the table to where Nick had yet to make a move. His jaw flexed as he silently scanned over her face, taking in her injuries. She held the blanket around her to conceal her ribs, but it still exposed her bare thigh, and the large bandage the wound was bleeding through a little. I had to make sure you were all right, he said, his voice achingly quiet in an attempt to contain his anger at the state of her. It was Captain Varys, she blurted, not able to delay the inevitable heart-wrenching news that she was leaving. His eyes flashed in a rage like nothing she'd seen before, and he straightened. And you let him win, didn't you? He asked, his voice like a knife's edge. She winced at the dark look on his face. Kind of, she said, and she noted the slight tremble of his tightly clenched fists. He was going to kill me. I saw it.
None of your guards would have been fast enough to stop him. So, we came to a mutual defeat." Nick let out a humorless laugh, running a hand down his face. Before he could reprimand her for not being smarter somehow, she continued, "It wasn't a coincidence. He knew who I was, and he knows I'm hiding something," she explained quickly. She didn't have to go further as realization immediately clouded his face, and his rage turned to horror. Her next words came out in a choked whisper. "I have to leave, Nick." Tears burned the backs of her eyes at his look of pain, and she blinked hard to force them away. He walked the few steps over to her and took her face gently in his hands, wary of her bruised cheek. "I'll take care of it," he said, but she saw his determination falter. It was too far out of his control this time. She shook her head. "I leave for Rhinell in 2 days. Jackon and Marlowe will be coming with me." He rested his forehead against hers. "Faythe," he breathed, but no other words came. They both knew it was her only chance at safety. She let the blanket fall to wrap her arms around his neck, and he held her tightly. Her silent tears fell then. It wasn't fair. They were being ripped apart because of some monster and his need for dominance and violence. She allowed herself to believe she could have had something with Nick, an unorthodox, complicated relationship for sure, but she would have accepted it, and the risks that came with it, for a chance to be with him. His hands trailed over her bare waist below her bandages, and his touch soothed the pain in her heart just for a moment. When she leaned back to look at him, she traced the contours of his face with her fingers, over his jaw, then his nose, then his mouth, trying to memorize every detail if this was the last time she would ever see him. She leaned up to kiss him fiercely, and he responded with aching tenderness. Her body caught fire everywhere he touched, as his hands roamed her exposed skin, painfully delicate to be cautious of her injuries. But she didn't want gentle and didn't care if her body protested as she pressed herself to him. A quiet sound came from her, and he leaned down, hooking his hands under her thighs and lifting her so she didn't have to strain on her toes to kiss him. She wrapped her legs around his waist and could have exploded from the new angle, which offered her better access to his mouth. His hands at the tops of her thighs made her wild with desire. While she wanted him, all of him, she knew giving over to her desperate impulse would only make their parting all the more gut-wrenching. Before things could get too heated, the kiss slowed, turning devastatingly tender. His lips left hers, and he kissed her neck, sweetly, not lustfully. He seemed to be savoring the smell and feel of her. Then he set her gently back on her feet and stared at her while he stroked her bruised cheek. "I'm going to miss you," Faythe whispered, not trusting her voice to sound steady. He gave her a sad smile. "There will never be another like you, Faythe. Human, fey, highborn, commoner. Never another soul like yours." She knew the comment had nothing to do with their personal relationship, and the words broke and fixed her at the same time. She didn't have the expression to respond, so she only leaned into him once more, suddenly aware of the cold draft around the hut as his warmth encased her in its net of safety. They held each other for the last time. Neither had it in them to say a formal goodbye. So, with a final lingering kiss, Nick left without glancing back. Faythe fell apart the moment the door clicked shut behind him. Chapter 44. They spent the following day gathering provisions for their journey. Only what was necessary. The rest they could buy on the road and once they got to safety in Rhinell. Jackon had been on edge all day, rechecking everything and going over every detail of the plan more than 4 times already. It hurt Faythe to see him so worked up, but there was nothing she could do to persuade him to change his mind. Marlowe had been at her cottage all day, assembling what she needed and spending the last of her time with her father. The fact she would be leaving family behind pained Faythe the most, but like Jackon, Marlowe was adamant she would be joining them.
Faythe spent the whole day in a quiet pit of despair at what she would be leaving, who she would be leaving. She would not get to see Nick again, not in her mind or his, before she left, since the drops had done their work last night and sent her straight into a dark sleep without even a flash of her gold mist. They would do the same tonight, also. Jackon had left her to her brooding, figuring she wouldn't be much help in the planning of things anyway. She had sat in her bed most of the day, reflecting on her life in High Pharaoh that was about to come to an end. She was watching the dusk fall through the small square window when Jackon finally joined her in the bedroom. He sighed sadly upon seeing her. "You've always longed for adventure. Try to see the bright side." He offered a comforting smile, but she couldn't bring herself to even force one back. He was right. It would be a new beginning and offered an opportunity for them to see more of Ungardia. Who knew what she might discover in Rhinell? She only hoped it would be completely mundane, and her dealings with the spirits and malicious Fae captains would be over. She shuddered when the encounter with Aurealis crossed her mind. She would never get to see the goddess again. Whatever she thought Faythe was needed for, she'd have to find another suitor, and the answers to Faythe's burning questions about her heritage might forever remain lost. She reached over the table to grab the last of the drops, eager to get the final night over with and start their journey by twilight tomorrow. A loud banging out front made her jolt, and she almost knocked the glass bottle right off the nightstand. Jackon frowned, turning to leave the bedroom. Faythe shot up too as the frantic banging continued, and her heart started to race. She grabbed Jackon's elbow. "What if it's him?" she whispered in cold panic. She didn't have to say his name for Jackon to gather she meant Captain Varys. His eyes widened at the possibility, and he scanned the hut wildly for a plan, but they both knew the only way out was the front door. She was about to scramble to find a hiding spot when a voice called through the wood. "It's me, Jackon, please!" Faythe recognized the voice, but couldn't put a face to it. Jackon, on the other hand, went wide-eyed in fear as he ran the few paces to the door, swinging it open. Dalton came into view, and Jackon quickly scanned behind him before nodding him inside. "Where's Marlowe?" he asked desperately. Dalton panted heavily. He was unfit at the best of times and appeared as if he had more or less run the distance across town to be here. Faythe began to tremble in anticipation. They came, and—" The man could barely get out the words. Jackon grabbed him by the collar to keep him upright as he gasped for air. "Where is she, Dalton?" he pressed urgently. Faythe had never heard such dread in her friend's voice, and it made her sway in dizzy suspense. Dalton finally caught enough breath, and his next words brought the world down on her. "Guards took her, said it was for treason, but she would never—" Jackon released him and took a step back in horror. He looked to Faythe. "It's a message," she choked out. "He couldn't find me through my head, so he went for hers." The final dawning came out in hushed terror. "He took her because he found out it would hurt more than anything he could do to me physically." The realization crippled her. She looked between the two horrified men, completely at a loss for what to do. Captain Varys would have taken Marlowe to where all those detained for judgment ended up, the castle prison. She refused to accept there was no saving her friend, and Faythe knew exactly how she would gain access past the wall to pledge for her life. She had already been briefed by Ferris on a sure path through. It was unpatrolled, a secret labyrinth that tunneled through the inner city. The red-headed deviant was many distasteful things, but she thanked the spirits for his cunning brilliance in that moment. This was a route used by very few in the know to smuggle unsavory and often unlawful items into the city, right under the king's nose. Faythe twisted, heading into the bedroom without another word. Everything around her went still as she fell into a cool, calculating calm. Her eyes flashed to her empty cot, and she contemplated contacting Nick. He was in the Royal Guard, and could at least ensure Marlowe stayed alive long enough for Faythe to infiltrate the castle and gain an audience with the king to beg for her release. But she had nothing to send her into a quick sleep that would awaken her night-walking ability, and there was no guarantee Nick was even asleep himself. The night was still young. Every minute that ticked by was too precious to risk. No, she didn't have time to attempt a message to him that way. Her rage was a storm of fire and ice under her skin. If the captain wanted Faythe, he would damn well get her. And my dagger won't halt before slitting his throat if given a second chance. She stripped down, changing swiftly into her suit as it would allow for the best movement in her task. She tried to make herself numb to the painful aches of her body from the brutal beating yesterday, but she had to clench her teeth to keep from hissing at the sharp stabbing in her ribs and thigh especially. Jackon's presence behind her was noted, but she paid him no attention. She was fully changed and braiding her hair back in record speed. "What are you doing?" he demanded. She strapped Lumarius around her hips and equipped her dagger in a few swift movements, charging back out of the bedroom. "I'm going to get her out." Faythe swung her cloak on and was pulling up her hood when Jackon caught her elbow. She almost snarled at his move to delay her. Every ounce of kindness and mercy had left her moments ago. "And how exactly do you plan to do that?" he hissed. "There's a way into the city, underground," she said quickly. "I would ask you to stay, but I know you're not going to, so don't slow me down." She ripped her arm from his grasp and didn't wait for his response or for him to equip his own sword and cloak. Faythe glided back into the main room and stopped just for a second to rest a hand on Dalton's shoulder. "Go home. We'll bring her back. I promise," Faythe said as confidently as she could, though her own uncertainties threatened her calm demeanor. Then she left the hut, intending to walk straight into the trap the captain had laid and bring the hunter down with her. Chapter 45. Waves thrashed violently against the jagged rocks Faythe and Jackon clung to in desperation. The entrance to the tunnels was far away from the town dwellings, on the opposite side of the great inner-city wall, at the edge of the kingdom by the wicked Black Sea. There was a far easier way into the large cave that began the underground labyrinth into the city, other than the completely insane route Faythe had taken them on that had them putting their lives at risk. But when they stopped to scan the footpath Ferris had pinpointed, she immediately spotted the Fae halfway down the road and was forced to retreat. They weren't uniformed guards. They appeared to be some of the rookies Ferris had warned her about. The only alternative route had been to scale the deadly, steep, and nauseatingly high coastline. Any other day, Faythe would have shut down the impossible idea. But with Marlowe's life on the line, all logical thought had left her. Clawing over the next uneven bulge in the wall, her gloved fingers ached hideously with the iron grip she held at all times. She cautiously shuffled her way across the next relatively flat side. It was made all the more difficult by her already injured body, but the bitter cold wind helped to numb the stabbing in her chest with every movement. More than once, her foot or hand slipped slightly against the slime and dampness of the sea-battered rocks, and each time her heart leapt in her throat. Adrenaline kept her moving. To let clumsy, misjudged footing end her life to the monstrous sea below would be embarrassingly tragic now. Finally, Faythe hauled herself high enough that she was able to peek over the edge and check the entrance straight ahead. Clear. Thank the spirits. No Fae lingered around the mouth of the cave. She whipped her head down in a surge of panic, but let it go the moment she spied Jackon, as safe as he could be with the waves that crashed higher each time, as if desperate to claim his body in their black waters. She shuddered violently at the thought. Taking the final stretch upward to level with her, Jackon also halted to investigate the area of solid ground. "How the nether-damned did you find this?" His voice was barely audible against the howling wind and storm below. Knowing Ferris's name had become something of a trigger for Jackon's violence, Faythe didn't answer. Instead, she steadily maneuvered her footing, bracing her arms and pulling herself up and over to lie flat against the oddly comforting, firm ground. Jackon copied her, and they both stayed down, her heart galloping now they were semi-exposed and at greater risk of being caught. They still had bush cover, but in the autumn they had shed their leaves and offered little hiding. Faythe commando crawled forward on her forearms until she came to the edge of the bushes. When no lingering Fae came into view, she sagged a little in relief. A torch flickered in its hold outside the cave, burning a vibrant blue instead of amber. She didn't have time to admire the wonders of the magic that made it so, only noted it as an indication that the labyrinth was indeed in use tonight. They would have to be vigilant inside. She jumped into a crouch, every sense on high alert, before slowly rising to her full height. She was terrified as she stared into the black void of the cave mouth. The unknown dwelled inside. They had no map other than Ferris's vague description of what to expect and where to turn. She only prayed her recall of his directions wouldn't turn up blank when it mattered most. Faythe felt a hand graze her lower back and jerked hard in fear, her hand shooting to her side for Lumarius. Her eyes fell on Jackon, and she winced, muttering an apology when he recoiled.
"Are you sure you want to do this?"
he asked worriedly. She knew he wouldn't hold any judgment if she cowered out. In fact, he would likely be relieved more than anything if she decided against the brash plan.
"I don't have a choice," she muttered.
The captain's fight was with her, and she'd be damned if she let Marlowe's life end as collateral in the battle between them. Jackon gave her a weak smile in understanding, and she couldn't help but fall into his arms at his look of sadness and uncertainty. He held her tight, and she let all her fear and crippling worry go numb in his embrace, absorbing his fierce courage instead for the dangerous path ahead. When they released each other, they exchanged one last look of affirmation. Then they turned and didn't falter a step as they stalked to the entrance of the cave. Jackon swiped the torch outside, smart, as they would have little chance of finding their way in the pitch-black inside. Without the bitter, whistling wind, only two sounds remained, the thrum of her own heart and the slight shuffling of their boots against the grain of the cave floor. Not even the glowing blue flame uttered a single crackle. It allowed Faythe to tune her hearing in to anything outside of those two noises. They followed a long, straight path for a minute, and she felt the walls closing in as the passage narrowed the farther they ventured into the belly of the cave. It made her breathing turn ragged, arose her fear of confinement in the underground space. She flexed her fists to distract herself. After another painstaking stretch of passage, they came to a junction. It was time for Faythe to rack her brain for Ferris's instructions, but in her wild frenzy of thoughts and emotions, the sequence of left and right paths they had to take to end up at the castle became a disarray of blurred lines. "I think it's that one," she said shakily, pointing to the right. She wouldn't tell Jackon she wasn't entirely sure, but was rather following her gut. He didn't seem inclined to question it, which dropped guilt in her stomach that he was blindly putting his trust in her to guide them through the maze of mud and stone. Hopefully there aren't any ghoulish creatures lurking that Ferris failed to mention. A sharp tremor rattled down her spine. Jackon pressed forward, and with a deep inhale to soothe her rising doubts, she followed after him. Faythe walked close to his side, almost glued to him, as if he might be snatched away from her by the shadows, or she from him. She was selfishly glad for her friend's presence. Her fear might very well consume her if she attempted the venture alone. They walked straight for a few more arduous minutes, and Faythe knew the prestigious inner city would be alive above them by now. She tried not to dwell on the nerve-wracking fact. They came to two more crossroads. Each time, Faythe chose on impulse which path to take, not allowing herself time to debate her decisions. But it wasn't her strained hearing that was alerted first. It was her sight, picking up a faint glow in the far distance. Could it be a way out? Her hope was short-lived when the light expanded, revealing an intersection at the bottom of the passage. Her hand lashed out to grab Jackon's arm, and they both halted in cold horror. They weren't alone. Jackon looked to her, wide-eyed, and it was the last thing she saw before he threw the torch to the ground and tried to snuff out the blue flame. No matter how much dirt he shuffled over it, however, the fire still burned bright. Faythe's pulse turned erratic when she picked up on voices growing louder with each passing second. The blue flame had been conjured from magic. It was logical to assume it could only be extinguished by it, too. Gripping Jackon harder, she pulled him with her as she silently jogged back into the pitch blackness, away from the torchlight. Their company was too close for them to retreat the whole way back without making a noise. They would have to hope they could hold the element of surprise long enough to attempt an ambush. Faythe stayed deathly still, pressing her whole form hard against the freezing wall, as if it could swallow her whole and save her from the impending confrontation. She freed Lumarius, slowly, silently. Jackon stood against the opposite wall. More than one voice echoed, louder now. They would need both angles to stand a chance. Though if the oncoming voices belonged to the Fae, Faythe doubted any weapon, attack, or position could save them. She didn't let the fact cripple her internally. They couldn't fail, not when they hadn't even made it to the city streets above. She turned her head to watch the shadowed forms grow larger, their distorted bodies like wraiths filling the bottom of the intersection. Unable to balance her breathing with the racing of her heart, Faythe felt dizzy under the weight of danger. Then shadows were made flesh when the figures rounded the corner toward them. They each held a torch of blazing amber. With their faces illuminated, the first thing Faythe identified almost made her sigh out loud in shock and relief. Humans. That pompous bastard, making us trek all the way here and not show, one man cried. He had a short, lanky stature. Faythe had already picked him for herself as he was conveniently on her side anyway. The other, a bit taller and packing muscle in comparison, grumbled in agreement. I think we may have to find another Fae for dealings on the inside. Lord Helios may be compromised, he said roughly. Faythe flashed Jackon a look, barely visible under the cloak of darkness, and he gave a short nod. They didn't need words to confirm their plan of action in that moment. Over their decade of friendship, they had developed their own unspoken alignment of thought. That's strange, the lanky man mumbled, brow creasing when he caught sight of their discarded torch still glowing a few meters away from where they lay in wait. While the smaller man bent down to investigate it, his companion wisely drew his sword, scanning the area, but, foolishly, he advanced with caution toward them. Just a little closer. Before he had a chance to distinguish their bulging forms against the flat wall, Jackon lunged, and Faythe didn't hesitate to follow his lead. The larger man clashed swords with Jackon, and she only hoped he was winning as she darted for his friend, still crouched, and heaved her foot against his chest. He went flying backward, splaying across the ground in terrified bewilderment. Then she was above him, sword poised over his heart. She breathed hard, letting go of her pent-up suspense. The cries of steel added anguish to the shadows, but Faythe couldn't take her eyes off the man under her blade to check if Jackon was leading the fight. There was a loud clattering of steel against stone. Someone's disarmed. Her heart thundered at the thought of it being Jackon. Then she heard a quick-step commotion. Come on, Jack. Finally, a loud thud as a body hit the ground. She froze. Please, please, please. When a figure caught the corner of her eye, she didn't hide her long breath of relief at the friendly face. Jackon smirked. Did you really doubt me? He said with mock hurt. She scowled in response before they both turned their attention to the man staring back fearfully. Which path takes us inside the castle? Faythe asked with malice in her tone. The weasel of a man scoffed, flaring Faythe's anger. She pressed the sharp point into his chest, and he hissed, recoiling further back into the ground. Which path? She repeated through her teeth. His eyes narrowed and nostrils flared. She raised her elbows to add more pressure through her blade. Left, he said quickly, before she could break the skin under his tunic.
You'll want to go left, then take the next 2 rights. There'll be a ladder to an exit chamber. It leads to an alley just outside the castle gates. You're on your own from there," he told her reluctantly. With the information she needed and not wanting to waste any more time, Faythe looked to Jackon. He gave her a quick nod, and she knew what he was about to do. He lifted his foot, and Faythe turned her head to avoid the brutal sight. But the sickening crack as he knocked the man unconscious still made her wince. She didn't look down at him while she straightened, then pressed forward once again, swiping their eternally flamed torch. Their pace quickened with the new certain route, and in fear that the men they'd left to the bitter, dark cold might not be alone down here. They scurried like rodents through the next couple of passages. He'd spoken true, and Faythe sagged in relief at the circle of light she spotted in the roof ahead. She didn't give Jackon a chance to be annoyingly chivalrous and insist he go first up the ladder. She subtly overtook him, curling her fingers around the iron bar, and started the climb. She heard his mumbles of protest, but didn't acknowledge them. At the top, she braced her splayed palms against the thick metal, straining as she pushed it open a fraction to glance through the smallest gap she could. It wasn't as dark as she expected. In fact, the gray stone ground sparkled a little. She used her shoulder to lift the hatch higher. Then the heavy weight of it was suddenly relieved from her completely. Her shock and horror didn't have a moment to settle as, in one blinding movement, bright light encased her, and she was flying, or rather was being hauled out of the underground dwelling with immortal swiftness. It took her a second longer than it should have in her bewilderment to refocus, and when she did, the world fell from under her at the sight of the 4 Fey guards surrounding her. She had been tricked. That lying sewer rat bastard. "Well, well," one of the Fae drawled in amusement. "What a night this has turned out to be." She took in her surroundings then, and her anger toward the trickster switched to cold, trembling fear. She stared directly ahead, down the long garden path beyond the iron gates, craning her neck in awe and horror at the dauntingly tall white stone castle. She had naively believed the spineless coward's directions, and he'd led her right to the wolves guarding the castle perimeter. "You're not the first to have tried to gain unpermitted access into the city, though you're certainly the most foolish," another guard sniped. She didn't have it in her to respond with words or facial expressions. She could only surrender to her shock and disbelief that it was over. She had been caught and would be taken straight to the castle. It was exactly where she needed to be. They would be the fools for escorting her directly to her intended destination. Then, in a spear of panic, she remembered she hadn't come here alone. Faythe didn't dare glance back at the hole she'd been pulled from and risk arousing their suspicions. Jackon was smart. He would have seen her being grabbed and wouldn't be foolish enough to expose himself too. There would be no plausible reason to doom himself. He had to stay below and find another way in or out, though the latter she had painful doubts about. He wouldn't leave her or Marlowe, who was already beyond the royal fortification. Mercifully, he didn't emerge from the dwelling behind her, and after a quick glance down, the Fey guards seemed satisfied enough to seal the hole back over. Faythe didn't fight when a guard approached and grabbed her arm. She began walking when he tugged, not even offering a scowl of defiance. The weaker she appeared, the less of a threat they would consider her. Not that she thought 4 Fey would ever consider her such if she did resist. But it worked. She was let go and allowed to walk of her own accord toward the castle gates. They opened as they approached, and she noted only 1 Fey guard accompanied her through while the others went back to their stations around the perimeter. How hard would it be to elude 1 guard? She didn't think it would be easy, but she rattled her mind for ideas of how to escape once she was within the castle walls. The Fae took her through the main entrance, and she felt oddly out of place stepping up such pristine white steps, and through the ornate, dauntingly tall iron doors that were also hauled open upon their arrival. In better circumstances, she would have stopped to admire the grand, brightly lit reception hall.
Everything glittered in stark contrast to the night outside. She had to blink rapidly to curb the slight sting in her eye. It was an ocean of white and royal blue as he led her through a series of long, wide hallways. The griffin crest of High Pharaoh adorned the tapestries, and elegant sculptures stood intermittently. She shook her head and focused. She couldn't afford to get distracted by marvelous decor. Any turn now, and she would likely descend from the beauty right into the grim pits of the dungeons. Another figure rounded the corner down the hall. A female fae. Faythe had to refrain from gawking. She had very rarely seen a female, as the outer town was too dull and dirty to appeal to the elegant, immortally beautiful race. The one before her was exactly that, and far more. She was slender, with rich light brown skin, perfectly poised as she almost floated toward them. The waves of her gown caught on the wind behind her. Then her eyes fixed on Faythe, and she almost flinched at the attention. But it wasn't fear Faythe was struck with. It was reckless adrenaline. She flashed her eyes at the guard, who wasn't on the right side to be between her and the female drawing closer. While his hand rested on the hilt of his sword, he marched at almost an arm's reach from her, thinking there wasn't any chance of a mere human girl being able to escape him. A fool. She was quick, and her plan didn't require her to be able to maneuver far. Perhaps she had gone completely and utterly insane in her desperation to save her friend. Faythe subtly reached for her dagger under her cloak, slowly sliding it free with no sound. Then she braced herself, counting her heartbeats with each step to steady her trembling hands. She would have 1 second, 1 chance, and no room for error. When the female came to pass, Faythe lunged forward, twisted on her toes, and halted in position behind her. She breathed hard as she faced the guard, who stared back in wide-eyed fury, not at her face, but at the dagger she held poised over her captive's throat. Chapter 46. I need an audience with the king. Faythe spoke the words calmly, confidently. She stood behind the female fae with her arm wrapped around her shoulder, dagger pressed into her throat to slit it clean in one movement, should the guard get any ideas. The female, to her credit, didn't whimper or tremble at all beneath her. The guard assessed the situation with his sword drawn, eyes calculating everything, like a male in combat. Upon concluding there was no maneuver he could make quicker than she could cut, he nodded. She didn't let her relief show. Faythe knew there would be no coming back from harming or threatening a fae, especially not within the castle. It was a sure death sentence, but her only ticket into the throne room to plead the case for her friend's life. It was an ill-conceived plan and perhaps a fool's hope, but it was all she could come up with in the heat of the moment, as every echo of the phantom clock struck an overwhelming fear that she would be too late to save her friend. All logic and reasoning had left her long ago. "This way," the guard said, not in anger or worry, much to her displeasure. Yet she knew if she let her guard down for a split second, she would be disarmed and detained before she could take a breath. So she focused on her surroundings as she followed the fae guard down the hall to her doom. They walked through a short maze of passageways and bright open halls. Faythe kept her hold on the female firm, ears straining for sound, and an eye on every corner should another guard appear. The halls were surprisingly quiet, and she thanked the spirits for that small mercy. Any more of them, and she would risk losing her hostage before she could make it to her destination. It wasn't long before a set of very large double doors came into view down the hall, and Faythe's heart became a wild beast rattling in her chest. It definitely wasn't the best way to get the king's attention, but she could only hope her hostage was valuable enough to get him to listen. The 2 guards posted outside the ornate wooden doors drew their swords the second they laid eyes on them. The female's companion held up a hand, and they lowered their blades slightly, still remaining rigid. "Open the doors," the guard commanded. Their eyes looked her over, assessing if there was anything they could do to save the female and prevent Faythe from gaining access to the throne room. With anger and reluctance, they grabbed a handle each and hauled the doors open. "All of you, inside first," Faythe ordered. She wasn't foolish enough to leave her back exposed, so they could grab her before she could inflict harm on her captive. They did as she asked, and once they were all past the doors, she allowed herself 1 second to breathe and release all her nerves before following. She only had one task, to free Marlowe, and then she would accept her fate in whatever form they chose. She would give herself up gladly if it meant the safety of her friends. She paused for a moment in the doorway, assessing her surroundings in case the guards had a plan of ambush the moment she stepped inside. The Great Hall was almost as she expected it to look, but she'd never had a room make her feel so dwarfed. Colonnades ran parallel down each side, holding up a balcony that encased the perimeter. A true masterpiece of a chandelier hung low, illuminating the royal crest that was painted into the center of the large white marble floor space. Beyond the crest was a long dais that held 3 thrones, one prominent center seat cushioned in royal blue fabric with gold embellishments, and 2 smaller ones featuring silver instead. Then she beheld the cluster of males gathered in a lazy circle at the far end to the side of the dais. Every pair of fey eyes was now locked on her. Noting the guards still poised to strike just past the door, she motioned with her head for them to keep walking. They hesitated for a second, glancing between each other as if deliberating a strategy. Faythe pressed the dagger a little harder, and the female hissed. She wanted to apologize. She was merely collateral damage, but it did the trick as the 3 guards started to walk further down the hall, keeping their eyes firmly on her. She didn't fail to notice another 4 of them under the balconies, 2 on each side. The whistle of steel echoed through the open space as they all became armed, alert to the danger that had infiltrated their castle. Faythe wanted to laugh at the absurdity of the situation. 7 fey guards and a handful of other powerful fey at the mercy of a human girl. Not even the bards could make this story believable through song.
"What is this?"
A voice boomed from across the hall. She saw him then. There was no mistaking the figure who trumped the whole room through manner and stature alone. King Orlon Silvergriff of High Pharaoh. Aside from the obvious gold crown that adorned his short black hair, he wore the royal coat of arms and a deep blue shoulder cloak over his impeccably tailored black jacket with gold buttons. He stood as the tallest male in the room and looked to be at least in his 40s, if Faythe were to compare him to a human man. She tried not to let her confidence falter as the king stormed closer, his face livid at the commotion. But she trembled slightly at his intimidating presence. Though her breathing was steady, her heart was erratic. "I apologize for the dramatics, Your Majesty," she began, surprised the words came through her ridiculously dry throat. "But I need an audience with you. Your guards have wrongly imprisoned a girl tonight." The king's eyes blazed at the sight of her. She wasn't sure if she had gotten lucky with her target, who could be important to him, or if the fact a human girl had managed to even get this far was what enraged him the most.
"I'll have your head for your insolence, human."
He spat the last word. "Guards!" He called them to seize her. "Not until you hear what I have to say. I can slit her throat faster than your guards can stop me," she warned. She watched the cogs turn in his head as he concluded as much. Whoever she had in her grasp was important enough, at least, that they wouldn't risk her life. Faythe looked into his eyes then, eyes of the purest black she'd only seen the likeness of once before, in Captain Varys. But he was not present in the room, which was a slight relief. "Her name is Marlowe Cannace. She is the blacksmith's daughter, and she was wrongly taken from her home tonight. I want you to set her free." She spoke a lot calmer than she felt. The king laughed haughtily.
"You do not make demands, girl."
Faythe pressed the dagger further until it made a shallow cut, enough to draw a trickle of blood. She heard all the guards shift, but the king held up a hand to halt them. His eyes locked on hers, and if looks could kill, she would most certainly have turned to ash where she stood.
"Bring in whomever she speaks of,"
he commanded in a deadly quiet tone. Faythe never dropped focus on every fae around her, noting one of them leaving through a side entrance in a hurry.
"You've made a grave mistake tonight,"
the king said to her. "I only needed you to hear me and let her go. Then I will accept my punishment." His answering laugh was dark.
"I don't bargain with my human subjects."
"Your captain of the guard wants me. He only took her to get me here," she said, hoping to anchor him to her fast-sinking ship. The king arched an eyebrow.
"Did he now? A bold accusation."
"It's the truth." His eyes narrowed on hers for a second as he took her in. The gaze made her uneasy, but she didn't balk.
"Where is my captain?"
he asked his guards casually. A few shuffled, and another left the room. She could only assume to locate Captain Varys and bring him here. She couldn't let her fear show, not until she achieved what she'd recklessly barged her way in for. There was commotion from the side entrance where the first guard had left, and when two came back through, it took everything in Faythe not to lose her grip in horror. She tried to focus her mind as she watched Marlowe get dragged in, closely followed by Jackon.
"I send you out for one, and you come back with two. How interesting,"
the king admired when he turned to them.
"This one was apprehended in the city, trying to get through the castle gates,"
the guard said. Faythe commended Jackon for even getting that close when their plan had turned nether-damned. But as her eyes fell on the blacksmith beside him, her heart broke. Marlowe had been crying hard. She could tell from the streaks on her usually perfect face and her red, puffy eyes. Her hair was disheveled, and it lit Faythe's anger that on top of everything else, she appeared to have been mistreated. Jackon was like a wild animal as he thrashed between the two fae guards holding him. His courage remained strong even in the hopeless odds against a species too superior in agility to be beaten. The king looked back at her.
"Another friend of yours, I assume?"
Faythe said nothing, and a cruel smile spread across his cheeks.
"Two for the price of one doesn't seem like a fair trade now, does it?"
he taunted. "They've done nothing wrong," she flared.
"That's not a verdict you can pass."
Just then, a door to the back of the room was flung open, and Captain Varys swaggered in, a dark force that made everyone around him recoil. Faythe didn't flinch even as he fixed his eyes on her with the same predatory gleam. He came to a stop near the king and gave him his attention, bowing low.
"Do you know this woman?"
the king asked. The captain's eyes went from the king to lazily graze over her.
"This one in particular? I can't say I do, Your Majesty."
He shrugged casually. Faythe's nostrils flared. "He's lying."
"Tell me, Captain, how this human girl came to elude your guards and capture my ward."
The king spoke calmly, pacing back over to him. Captain Varys stood straight, hands clasped behind his back.
"It seems I'll have to make some necessary cuts and replacements."
The guards around them shifted, and the king looked over them all. Faythe had the king's ward under her knife? She was as good as a daughter in some respects. The king hummed in response as he finished his scan of the room.
"I want everyone out, except the guards,"
he announced to the hall. In a second, all the fae behind him, with whom he had been in conversation before her interruption, shuffled out the back immediately, and the guards repositioned themselves.
"And bring me my son. He should see what they are capable of if left unchecked, and what will be done to human traitors. I fear his heart has grown too soft for them."
"You will let them go. I'm the only one who has committed a crime," Faythe said, holding her position firm and jerking her head toward her friends, who wisely stayed quiet. Jackon had stopped fighting. The king rolled his shoulders back.
"Captain Varys, what is it the woman stands accused of?"
he asked, gesturing to Marlowe without looking over.
"Treason, Your Majesty. I have seen it."
As he said, his eyes fell on her with vicious delight. Faythe's stomach dropped in realization. He could make up any story he wanted, and Faythe's word would be nothing against it. He was one of the king's most powerful Nightwalkers, his trusted advisor, and captain of the royal guard. It didn't matter what Faythe pleaded.
"Lying bastard!"
Jackon spat from the side of the hall. Faythe couldn't hold in her wince as one of the 2 guards punched him hard in the stomach, and he fell to his knees. Then the other one hit him across the face, and she almost broke her position to lunge for them. The captain's mouth twitched a little in amusement, and Faythe's anger flared wildly. "Check his mind," she blurted, knowing it was a step out of line. But she had already danced and skipped over the godsdamned lines so much it was blurred beyond existence now. "You have other Nightwalkers in your service." The king's eyes snapped to her.
"You dare to ask such a thing?"
He stalked over to her, and she adjusted the blade. Orlon stopped a few feet away.
"Captain Varys is a skilled Nightwalker and has served me loyally. You are but a desperate human fool who will say anything to save a friend."
His head tilted in curiosity.
"Though I do admire your cunning bravery in getting yourself this far, it would be a pity to kill you. Such a waste."
"You can't execute people on the word of one male." His eyes narrowed on her.
"You forget who you speak to, girl."
Then his eyes turned upward, to the main doors she had entered through, and a satisfied grin spread across his face.
"Ah, my son, I'm glad you could join us."
Faythe was about to turn in case the prince thought to try anything smart, but instead she gripped her hostage tighter and cast a glance to her friends, who went absolutely chalk-white and wide-eyed as they stared. Faythe's own panic rose at their reaction, and she braced herself. When she felt the prince at her side, everything slowed. He stepped around her and came to stand a few feet in front of her. She stopped hearing, stopped feeling, stopped seeing anything but him. Noticing her slackened hold on the ward, the prince's eyes left hers for a split second, and he gave a quick nod to the guards she hadn't even realized had snuck up behind her. With a few quick movements, she was disarmed and detained, and the female was ushered away. Faythe didn't fight, didn't struggle. All she could do was stare and stare, rooted to the spot in a state of frozen shock. Her heart shattered, and the world tilted as she looked straight into the expressionless eyes of Nick. Chapter 47.
"Well done, Nicholaus."
The king's voice was faint, but when she heard it and whom he spoke of, Faythe snapped. The guards had a hold of her upper arms loosely, as they no longer considered her a threat. As quick as a fay in her blind rage, Faythe reached to her side, drew her sword, and lunged for the prince. She barely made it a step before she was tackled. Her face hit the cold stone floor, sword clattering out of her hand as a weight pressed on her back. Her vision blacked out from the force of the blow to her head, and her already injured ribs stabbed excruciatingly. She swayed a little when they pulled her up to stand again, and blinked slowly, waiting for the dizziness to pass. When it did, her eyes met the familiar emerald-green stare, and she fell apart inside. He kept his face neutral, no hint of the kind, tender male she had come to know, even started to love. The male looking at her now held no warmth and no recognition. She glanced to the silver-banded crown over his sleek black hair in utter disbelief. All this time, he had played her for a fool, and she had been stupid enough to walk right into his deception. Had his plan all along been to discover the true extent of her abilities and offer her as a prize to his father? It made sense. He was always pushing her, always curious to know more, and she had confided everything in him like a damn naive child. She should have trusted her instincts. She was no better than chattel to the Fae, and she led herself right into the abattoir. Her heartbreak was overshadowed by cold, simmering fury. She wanted to make him suffer.
"I'm growing bored of the theatrics. Bring them all to me,"
the king said, strolling toward the dais. Nick turned and followed. With a rough pull, Faythe was dragged along too. The king stepped up onto the dais but never took a seat on his throne. Nick stayed below the platform and turned his face forward again, but he did not meet her eyes this time. Faythe was forced to her knees before the king, and her friends joined her on either side. She didn't look at them for fear it would break her. She kept her eyes down on the white marble floor as her mind rattled through ideas that could still save them.
"What is your name, girl?"
the king spoke. She said nothing, an act of defiance that didn't sit well with him. A second later, a guard grabbed the back of her head, forcing it up to lock eyes with the king. She clenched her teeth to prevent the hiss of pain, not wanting to give any of them the satisfaction. Her gaze darted to the side, where they met with the black holes of Captain Varys. She wanted to tear him limb from limb at the look of victory and amusement on his face. He had gotten exactly what he wanted, more even, to see her go down with those who were most precious to her.
"I won't ask again,"
the king warned. When she kept her mouth clamped shut, the king gave a quick nod to the captain, who smiled in wicked delight as he drew his sword and stalked to Marlowe on her left. Faythe's eyes widened in horror. "Faythe!" she shouted. Then she snapped her head to look the king in the eye. "My name is Faythe," she hissed through her teeth.
"Resistance is not bravery, Faythe. It's foolish."
She bit back her retort, quickly realizing an argument with the king of High Pharaoh would not end well for anyone in the room. She was running out of options. "Please," she begged, "please spare my friends. They have done nothing wrong." She had no other way out of this. They couldn't fight, and even if they managed to escape by some miracle, they would not get far before the king found them and executed them on sight.
"And here I thought begging would be beneath you,"
he commented.
"I'm a little disappointed."
He looked them all over for a moment, contemplating, and then he sighed with feigned sympathy.
"I'm afraid I cannot let this go unpunished.
You and your accomplices have been found guilty of armed infiltration of the castle with criminal intent against the crown. For your acts of treason, my sentencing is death for all of you." He looked at the captain and gave him another nod to proceed. The ground trembled beneath her as she watched Varys stalk toward Marlowe once more, his eyes dancing with an executioner's delight.
"Don't you touch her."
Jaqen's voice was animalistic beside her. She heard the commotion of his struggle as he was roughly detained, but couldn't look at him. She could only stare, numb with horror, at the dark beast who promised death with each stride. "Please, please!" she cried, desperate, staring into the king's eyes. But there was no mercy in them. She snapped her eyes to Nick instead. He could stop this. He could talk to his father and save her friend. He didn't meet her desperate look. He also had his eyes fixed on the captain with an unreadable expression. His jaw twitched, but he made no movement and said nothing as he watched Marlowe's death loom closer. Her friend was hysterical beside her, as two guards grabbed her arms and shoved her forward in a firm position to be beheaded. A brutal, messy death as a spectacle for Faythe, an extra punishment for her to watch, for making a fool out of his guards and capturing his ward. She couldn't hear the sobs, couldn't hear anything, as she scanned everywhere trying to think of something, anything, that might offer salvation. Her golden eyes settled on the captain who lifted his sword skyward. Her whole body shook, numb and ice-cold, and a high-pitched ringing filled her ears. When his eyes met hers, a cruel smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. He wanted to delight in her reaction at the exact moment he took her friend's life. The steel glinted in the light as he poised to bring it down in one clean motion. And as it started to fall, with her eyes connected to his, Faythe screamed. Chapter 48. Faythe met the oily black wall of the captain's mind and shattered clean through it. She heard him choke slightly as she instinctively seized control, and his hands halted the mighty blade in the air above Marlowe's head. "Captain," the king demanded at his paused execution. She didn't know how she was doing it, but in her moment of terror and desperation, she had latched herself to the part of his mind that could command movement. As easy as if she were telling her own body, she ordered him to step back and drop his sword to the ground. She could see his physical resistance as he strained against her influence, but reluctantly his feet moved, and the loud clash of metal against polished marble ricocheted through the great hall. "Explain yourself," the king bellowed in outrage. I can't," the captain tried, but she could take away his speech, too. His eyes remained on hers as disbelief and fear crossed his face. A sly smile tugged at the corners of her lips, and the realization made his eyes bulge when he finally fit the pieces together to discover she was the one in his head. "You've made the biggest mistake of your miserable life when you decided to go after my friend," she said into his mind, bringing the captain to his knees. The king's voice boomed again. "Captain Varys, you will stand at once!" But he couldn't take his eyes off Faythe even if he wanted to. She held them fixed on her. Everything inside his mind felt wrong. So much malice and hatred in his thoughts. He relished in pain, and his anger surged through her. He wanted to kill her. That thought was loud and clear above the rest. And while she was in there, she realized she could kill him. She could shatter his mind or command a sharp enough twist to snap his neck. With his rage and thirst for violence pulsing through her and mixing with her own emotions, it took everything in Faythe to keep herself separate and remember who she was. She would gladly rid the world of such an evil and not think twice about it, but her logical mind sang through, and she knew it would not win favor with the king if she killed his captain. But she could at least hurt him a little. Reaching in to grab his deepest fears, she turned his internal monsters into a vivid vision. The captain began shouting in terror and thrashed wildly from his position on the floor, fighting off foes that were not visible to anyone else in the room. The guards around him shifted in bemusement, angling their swords to strike the phantom danger. "Enough of this! Seize the girl!" Faythe felt rough hands haul her to her feet, but she remained focused on the captain for as long as she could, relishing in his fear just as he had hers, until another calloused set of hands gripped her chin with painful force, and her eyes met the black depths of the king's. As he seethed in her face, she heard the captain gasp for air. Her connection to his mind severed, and Faythe too returned to herself, her physical surroundings coming back into full clarity. "What is this trickery?" The king let go of her roughly and stepped back again, but he was reeling. His eyes narrowed on hers, and she lifted her chin. "You?" he said, incredulous. "Impossible." Exposing herself had been the only way to save Marlowe, and she would find a way to hold the minds of everyone in this damned room if she had to. She cast a glance toward Nick and found him already staring at her, though he remained impassive to her display. Faythe kept silent, but didn't balk at his look, her eyes blazing at the sight of him. "It's true." For the first time since she'd entered the hall, Nick spoke. At the sound of his voice, her heart broke, and anger flared at the same time. Here it was, the great unveiling of everything he'd learned about her to send her to her doom. She glared at him, but his eyes left her to fall on the king, his father. The thought was still inconceivable. "I've been watching her for some time now, gathering what I could to bring her to you. She is more gifted than I or any other Nightwalker, Your Majesty. She can enter the conscious mind," he said plainly, as if relaying battle information. It made Faythe sick. She couldn't bear to look at his face, for all she could see was months of lies and deception. Every feeling had been so real for her when it had only been a trap to him. She focused her gaze on the king instead, whose eyes widened a little in bewilderment. He took a cautious step toward her, sizing her up and down and making her feel horribly exposed.
"What an interesting night this has turned out to be."
He chuckled, though it lacked real humor.
"A human with gifts more powerful than yours, you say?"
He cast a glance to Nick, who said nothing.
"And your friends?"
"It's just me," Faythe said quickly.
"What else do you know, Nicholas?"
She had to close her eyes for a moment to brace herself. Nick angled his head.
"Faythe Acklin, mother human, deceased, father unknown. She lives a simple life in Farrowhold, though her swordsmanship is quite impressive. No criminal or violent history. Her ability is an anomaly, without any indication of where it derived from."
His voice was smooth, factual. She found the bravery to look up, but he was already focused on her. Anger and heartbreak fought to be her commanding emotion, but in the end, pain took over. There was no hint of kindness, no sign of remorse. He spoke of her as if she were no more than a rare find, an object, as he laid out the brief summary of her life to the king. Faythe shook her head in disbelief and switched her gaze to the king. "Now you know everything," she said calmly, and then she straightened with confidence. "My friends played no willing part in any of it. I used them through my ability. They were unwitting bystanders in my plan to get here. They're innocent." The king cocked an eyebrow in surprise at her confession.
"And what exactly was your plan?"
"To avenge my mother. You had her executed," she lied easily.
"Faythe, no!"
Jackon's voice sounded from behind, and it took everything in her not to turn to him when she heard him struggle against the guards. "Their minds are not completely their own," Faythe said, dismissing Jackon's plea.
"Sounds like a fool's desperate hope to save her friends."
Faith's nostrils flared. "I think we've all seen the extent of my reach." She cast a wicked smile to the captain, whose face contorted in savage fury. The king also looked to him.
"Indeed,"
he drawled, stalking back up onto the dais and taking a seat on his grand throne at last. He propped one elbow on the arm of the chair to hold his strong, angled chin as he pondered her fate.
"Now, what to do with you? We do not know what you are capable of if left untested, untrained."
He cast another glance over to Captain Varys, who had regained his composure and stood livid, anticipating the call to end her life.
"Powerful, for sure, to bring a Fay to his knees and whatever else you implicated on his mind."
The captain's face twitched in humiliation.
"You pose a threat to us all."
"You can do whatever you like with me if you let them go." The king huffed a laugh.
"Noble of you."
He took a long breath in, as if only now finding himself bored of the events.
"Take them all to the cells. Separate Faythe,"
he said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Faythe could have sobbed in defeat. He wouldn't listen to her, and they would all die here in this castle. She didn't fight when her friends were both pulled to their feet, and they were all escorted from the hall. She dared one last look at Nick, but he never met her eyes. Damned spineless coward! She wanted to shout the words at him, but Faythe had become too tired for her anger to rise. She had failed, and her friends would pay the ultimate price. There were no more cards to play. There was no saving grace. She fell into a hollow pit of despair and let her hope fade to nothing. Chapter 49. The prince stared after Faythe and her friends in cold trepidation, but kept his face placid. His father could not know about his connection to Faythe and what he'd been doing these past months. Gods, if his father knew what she meant to him, he would kill her in an instant. It was one thing to feel sympathy and compassion for the humans, but to love one? The king could never find out. He would end her life as a brutal lesson for him alone. His mind was still reeling from seeing her, dagger poised over Toria's throat, when he was summoned to the throne room. It took every restraint in him not to grab her and flee from his father right then. As much as it pained Nick to see the look on her face, the look of betrayal at learning who he really was, he had to be smart so he wouldn't get them both implicated. He only prayed Faythe would remain impassive about knowing him too. She had played that part too well, and he knew her anger and loathing were not a front. There was no friendliness or love in her eyes when she glared right through him, and he had achingly tried to refrain from looking at her, or his face would have begged her to hold off judgment until he could explain.
"Tell me what else you know of this, Faythe,"
his father demanded as soon as they were alone again. He shrugged nonchalantly. "Her powers are strong, as you already saw for yourself, but I think she is capable of a lot more."
"Do you think I should put her down before she becomes a threat?"
A test. His father was always one to feel him out on sensitive matters, such as executions. He claimed his son's heart was too soft to one day be ruler of High Pharaoh.
"Yes, the kingdom has no room for such an unhinged, traitorous thing."
The words burned like acid in his throat when he thought of who he was forcing himself to speak such words about. But his father liked agreement and ruthlessness. After a pause to let his satisfactory answer settle in, he continued, "But then again, she could prove to be a useful weapon." The king raised an eyebrow in surprise.
"Oh?"
He didn't let himself back out of the horrible fate he was about to propose.
"As you said, the night-walking ability has limits. Faythe does not. She can know everything with a single glance into a conscious mind, right in the moment. She is powerful. With our training, she could bring your enemies to their knees before you. Best of all, no one would expect her to exist, least of all as a human."
He stepped up onto the dais to look down on his father still sitting on the throne. Nick knew Faythe would detest the idea, would quite likely rather die than serve the king in such a manner, invading people's unwitting thoughts, even strangers, even if it would save her life. But it wasn't her own life Nick was counting on her being desperate enough to save.
"You are wise indeed, my son,"
his father commented, and he could see he was deliberating. "I, for one, quite like her spirit." Toria's voice bounced through the room. She dabbed a small cloth over her neck where Faythe had drawn blood, the wound already sealed over. Nick raised an eyebrow, suppressing a crooked smile. "What? It's not often you see a female with such fire." Her eyes twinkled mischievously. He supposed he should have seen it sooner, that Faythe and Toria matched in strong-willed spirits, but it made him nervous for the world if they were to ever meet, without one holding the other as a hostage, that is.
"I shall think on it. And what of the other two?"
the king asked the council. Nick turned to him again.
"It would be unwise to kill them. She won't make a cooperative ally if you kill her friends, and you can't force her ability out of her. If we let treason go unpunished, it puts the kingdom at risk and makes us look weak." "I believe there has been no treason committed, Your Majesty. As I've been watching Faythe, I have also been tracking her friends to see what information they hold, and I have suspected nothing." A small lie, but if Marlowe and Jackon were to die here, gods, she'd bring the might of the netherworld to their doors. While he had not really seen inside Marlowe's head for himself, he knew the captain had lied to get to Faythe. Nick decided he would find some way to have Varys removed, and not just from his position. "You say Captain Varys has lied. What reasons would he have?" "There are rumors of his unsavory activities in the human towns. Perhaps he held a grudge against someone else, and the girl was collateral." The king hummed and rose from his throne. "I will think on your proposition for this Faythe girl. To award a criminal with a high position in my court, a human. It has never been done before." Nick could only pray to the spirits his father would see her usefulness outweighed her brazenness, because the alternative, he couldn't bear to think of it. Chapter 50.
Faythe sat hollow against the cold, uneven wall of her cell, the ground chillingly damp beneath her. She would have registered the bitter nip of the icy stone if she were capable of feeling anything at all in her numb state. They had taken her weapons and even her cloak, then chained her to the back wall of the cell, as if they were afraid anyone who came too close to the iron bars might fall under her mind's grasp if she had free movement. The thought humored Faythe slightly, how the mighty Fae people could be fearful of her. She didn't know if she could do it again, seize control of a mind like she did with Varys. She had acted purely on instinct and desperation, and had no recollection of how to replicate it. The harsh scrape of iron bit at her wrists. They were already red and swollen from her futile attempts to maneuver them free. The steady drip of a leak somewhere nearby had been the only sound for a while now, and she had no concept of how many hours had passed. She had been ripped away from her friends the moment they came down here, and she didn't know where they had been taken, as she was alone in the block of dark, empty cells that reeked of neglect and death. Jackon fought valiantly, but it had been wasted energy. Marlowe only cried, and Faythe was too broken to do anything but watch helplessly as they were separated without a chance of saying goodbye. Faythe wasn't even sure if they were still alive, or had been executed the minute she was not there to stop it. So she lay down, the sound of her chains echoing through the loneliness, and slept for a temporary escape from her crippling pain and grief. When she awoke again, it was to the screeching cry of a door opening and rough boots shuffling against gravel. She groggily propped herself up to lay her head back against the wall and brought her knees up in a casual position to greet her guest. Captain Varys came into view, and Faythe huffed a laugh, all fear she had of the male gone. When his eyes flashed in rage, she laughed harder until she was clutching her stomach while the space echoed eerily with the sound. Recalling the look of helplessness on his face and the sight of him thrashing in terror made the laughter rumble through her in her state of delirium. But there was no humor, and she simply relished in making him angry. If these were to be her last days, last hours, she had nothing else to live for now. He had taken everything from her. The captain slammed his palms against the bars, and the loud clash of rattling metal cut through her chuckles. She slowed her giggling to a stop, but kept her wide smile. She was surprised he still remained outside the cell and had not entered to beat her to oblivion, as his look told her he desperately wanted to.
"You'll find you won't get into my mind so easily next time," he seethed.
"Want to come closer and we'll find out?" Her eyes danced in challenge. His nostrils flared. She could see he was deliberating. The darkness put a dampener on her even being able to try to make the initial connection into his mind from where she sat. When she locked eyes with Varys in the throne room, she had felt everything through him, and the sensation of being in such a wicked mind still made her sick to her stomach. Mixing her thoughts and feelings with his was a dangerous gamble. If she dove too deep, she could have lost herself completely and done things there would be no coming back from.
"How you managed to deceive so many people in that cave. It's fitting it was your own foolishness and arrogance that brought you here. To think you could best me."
"If I remember correctly, you failed to best me also. Not as sharp as you thought you were, it seems."
"I could have crushed your throat without any feat of strength."
"After I held a dagger under yours. But if it helps you rest easy at night to see that as a win, by all means." She was really just trying to rouse him enough to get him to break through the bars so she could have a second chance to end him. She had no reason to hold back this time. The king had already cast his verdict on them all. "I've seen your darkest fears, Varys. You are nothing more than a sheep in wolf's clothing. You can drop the facade. It must be exhausting." She watched in delight as his fingers flexed tighter around the cell bars, using all his restraint not to pull them clean from the wall and storm right in to kill her with his bare hands. He had more control than she gave him credit for, as, instead, he lifted his chin after taking a moment to calm.
Your life will be short, girl. I'll make sure I'm the one to end it for you. Consider it a parting gift, just like I gave your friends.
The air turned ice cold, and Faythe lunged for him. The chains stung her wrists, but she bit back the pain and snarled. She strained furiously to get a line into his mind, but he was too far away, and his black eyes were barely distinguishable in the grim darkness. "I'm going to kill you," she promised. It was his chuckling that now filled the silence, and Faythe jolted again.
"You probably should have when you had the chance,"
he sang as he walked off. The main door opened, and when it slammed shut, the vibrations met with loneliness once again. Faythe slumped back down in a heap, and the tears started to fall. Everyone she loved was dead because of her. It had started with her mother and ended with Marlowe and Jackon. The pain was so overwhelming she screamed and let her anguish ricochet off the stone and iron cage. When they came for her, she would make it count. No matter what she had to do, she would make them suffer as she now suffered. And the Crown Prince would be her target. She didn't know when she fell asleep again. Days could have passed, and she'd be none the wiser as she confined herself to that dark, restful pit. She couldn't bear to stay inside her own mind for long, didn't want to conjure the images of her friends, for fear she would find some way to end her own suffering. She would meet her end, but not until she achieved something in her last moments. Not until she had the chance to unleash her retribution on the King of High Pharaoh. Be wary of colorless eyes. Had Aurealis known this day would come? Was that some sort of warning about the trap she'd naively fallen into? First with Captain Varys, and now with the king. Both had the same haunting black orbs. Faythe cast away the thought of the spirit of life, even cursed her as she had failed her friends. She forced herself to sit up, her bones aching from the solid ground as they had not provided her with hay or any form of padding. She sat limp, with her hands on her stretched-out legs. The dripping sound actually kept her sane. It was like a metronome for her thoughts. She should have been smarter, should have forced Jackon to stay home so at least one of them would have a life. She had been on a fool's mission from the beginning. The block door cried open again, and Faythe tipped her head back against the wall with a groan. She was far too low on emotional energy for another round of insults and taunting from Captain Varys. But it was not the black-eyed monster who greeted her this time. Instead, the demon bore eyes of striking green and a mask of cunning deceit. 2 other guards were behind the prince. His stare never left her as he said to them, "Leave us." They hesitated, but reluctantly shuffled out, foolishly leaving her alone with her intended target of revenge. She straightened her head to look at him. A visit from the Crown Prince of High Pharaoh himself. I should be honored, she drawled.
Faythe,
You don't get to call me that, she snapped. You don't get to call me anything. I am nothing to you, as you are nothing to me. She could have sworn his eyes twinkled with sadness. Another game, one she wouldn't fall for this time. She heard the keys jingle in his hand a moment before he twisted them into the lock, and the door swung open. Foolish prince. He stepped inside but remained at a distance. If he came a little closer, she would throw everything into breaking his damned wall, and she would tear him from the inside out.
I had to tell him, or he would have killed you right there,
he said quietly. She laughed without humor. Don't act like you give a damn. Her eyes met his, still too far away in the dark. I have to give you credit, though. You played the role perfectly. Or perhaps I'm simply more of a fool than I thought. He took another step toward her.
I was never pretending, Faythe. Never with you.
She ignored him. I hope I at least satisfied your human curiosities. Tell me, are we as fragile as you thought? A pained look shot across his face. She shrugged nonchalantly. It's just a pity you never got to sample the full-course menu. She clicked her tongue. Might have hindered your findings a little. He took a small step closer, and it was enough. As soon as she felt his mind, she slammed into the black wall with everything she had and saw him physically wince. It was starting to crack, and she pushed harder. He didn't retreat when he could have in a matter of seconds. Instead, he walked toward her, and when he was right in front, he crouched to where she sat.
I'm going to let you in, to show you it was all real,
he said, heartbreakingly soft. At his closeness and tender voice, tears welled in her eyes from better memories. But they were lies and disillusioned feelings. She didn't break focus. The strain lifted as he granted her access, and she stumbled into his mind. Flashes of thoughts and feelings came her way, but she pushed them aside and dove deeper and deeper until she found the part of his mind she was searching for. Nick audibly gasped.
"Faythe."
She told his lungs to stop breathing air, and a choked sound came from him. She forced his knees to meet the hard stone, and she too shifted herself to kneel in front of him. His eyes were wide as he gasped for breath. She took his face in her hands. Tears trailed down her cheeks, but she made no sound as she watched the prince before her flounder for breath, unable to inhale. He would suffocate soon, and for what felt real on her part, the days they had spent and kisses they shared, she would hold him until the light in his eyes went out. Even though he had betrayed her, even though her body trembled in pain to do so, she could kill him. For Marlowe, for Jackon, for his role in their deaths, and to punish the king. She could do it. He gripped her arms as she felt him start to fade, but one message shot through the walls she'd put around herself in his mind.
"They're alive."
Faythe inhaled sharply, and the mental shield she'd erected around herself wavered. He showed her an image of her friends in a cell, huddled together, cold and scared, but alive. How do I know that wasn't days ago? She wouldn't let him breathe again, not yet, not when he could force her back out of his mind the moment she released control.
"You have to trust me."
Not good enough. Then all his feelings were thrown at her at once, and she was living through familiar memories from a different perspective. Everything they'd seen together, every moment they'd shared together. It was real. His emotions racked through her like a storm, and she sobbed. Not in relief or happiness. She sobbed in sadness and frustration. This changed everything and nothing at the same time. His grip on her arms loosened, and his hands fell as his mind began to fade to blackness. Faythe let his body fall. Chapter 51. Faythe sat back against the cell wall, bringing her knees up to her chest as she watched Nick's still figure lying in front of her, unconscious but breathing. After a short moment, he came around and groggily rose to a sitting position. He groaned.
"I suppose I deserved that."
His voice croaked. She remained emotionless.
"I'm not finished with you yet."
His face fell, and then he stood, brushing himself off. She took in his appearance as he did, and it was so obvious she wanted to slap herself. Prince Nicolaus Silvergriff of High Pharaoh. Though he wore casual clothes when they met, his poise, his grace, his secretiveness, it was right there in front of her the whole time. She had been too blinded by her own problems to really look at him. Maybe if she had, she would have figured it out sooner.
"I'm sorry, Faythe. Truly. I never meant to deceive you by not telling you who I really was. Nothing would have been the same if you knew. You would never have trusted me to help you."
She wanted to laugh at the irony. "And I'm supposed to trust you now? Trust built on the foundation of a lie is always doomed to fall."
"When you assumed I was a guard from the solstice, it was the perfect cover. I never lied, only concealed my true name and standing."
Semantics. She had seen it in his mind, the truth he couldn't hide from her, his feelings for her. While it comforted her to know she was not alone in those, nothing would ever be the same for them.
"Who I am. It changes nothing.
It changes everything.
Not the way I feel about you.
Her heart splintered, and she had to turn her gaze from his. It can never be between us. It never really was anything. The Fayguard I fell for, he was never real. Nick opened his mouth to respond, but the main door interrupted his words as the same 2 guards entered through it. Taking in the open cell door and the risk to their prince, both guards darted for the hilt of their swords. Faythe rolled her eyes. One cleared his throat. "Your Majesty requires your presence in the throne room, Your Highness. We're to escort the prisoner." She would never get used to him being addressed with such a foreign title. Nick sighed as he looked down at Faythe. The unspoken words he had for her would remain so, possibly forever, if she was to head to her death. She was ready. If Nick hadn't lied, Marlowe and Jackon were still alive. There was still hope, and she would do everything in her power to see them walk out of here, free. Nick left her with one last longing look before he stalked out of the cell and then out of her view completely. The guards warily stepped inside. Faythe smiled slyly at them, and they flinched a little, both of them taking extra caution to avert their eyes. She could at least have fun with their obvious unease about what she could do. They mercifully removed her chains, and she rubbed her tender wrists, which had formed thick red abrasions. Each guard held her tightly by the arm so she couldn't make any quick maneuvers. She didn't plan to fight or struggle anyway. Words would have to be her weapon if she stood a chance of getting her friends set free. They took her down familiar hallways. She'd tried to note as much detail as she could in her previous short tours. A lot of them looked the same, and she knew she wouldn't stand much chance of navigating her way out easily, if at all. She glanced at her guards, but they didn't dare look back, and she smirked to herself. They passed a few others, and she picked up on the sound of a couple more joining her escort. Faythe had to admit, she was kind of flattered the king considered her such a threat to warrant so many. They approached the familiar double doors of the great hall, and the 2 Fae posted outside swiftly opened them before they arrived. Her guards didn't falter a step as they guided her in. Inside, she beheld the king atop the dais on his throne, his ward on the smaller throne to his right, and Nick on his left. She allowed herself one quick glance at the prince, and his eyes met hers with cool impassiveness. It made her realize he must have kept the knowledge of just how well he knew her from his father. Faythe then cast her gaze to the ward, and was struck as she only now took in the full appearance of her hostage. Her skin was a glowing golden brown, and her long dark brunette hair fell like a waterfall of silk, elegantly half-braided back to show off her delicately pointed ears, which were decorated beautifully with gold accents. She sat perfectly poised in a deep green flowing gown, appearing like a monarch in her own right. But what stunned Faythe the most was the bright, eager smile she cast back to her. Not exactly the reaction she expected when she'd held the ward at knife point and threatened to end her life. Finally, her eyes fell on the king, who stalked her carefully, calculating, perhaps deciding how best to make a show of her death as the human girl who brought a Fae to his knees and took hostile action against another. The guards halted a few paces before the throne and bowed. Faythe remained upright, and the king's eyes narrowed in irritation at the disrespect. She felt hands on her back about to force her down, but the king raised a hand, and they released her, stepping to the side but remaining close.
"It seems you are something that has not existed before, Faythe," the king began, "and I fear what you may be capable of if left unchecked."
This was it. Her death sentence. She squared her shoulders, about to plead for the life of her friends with her last breath, but he continued.
"That is why, at my son's wise counsel, I have decided you may be of use to me here in the castle."
Faythe couldn't have heard right. Her eyes flashed to Nick's in accusation, but he showed no emotion.
"Just listen."
She heard it at the edge of his mind. She wanted to scowl at him, but instead she reluctantly turned back to the king. "You can't be serious," she said. His jaw flexed at her informal tone. "Oh, I assure you, I am very serious. In return for my sparing your life and dismissing your treason, the rest of your days will be bound to my service as my spy master. However, you will live here under an alias as emissary to the humans, in the presence of any guests." It took her a moment to register his words and be sure she heard them correctly. Faythe laughed breathily. She looked around the hall, but no one shared her incredulous humor at the completely absurd idea. Her laughter faltered as she took in everyone's straight faces and realized this was no joke. Then it dawned on her exactly what he was asking. No, not asking. Ordering, or it would indeed be her life. But to be his spy master? "I won't." His eyes flashed at her defiance. "I throw you a lifeline, a very generous offer, and you have the audacity to decline me." His voice dropped low. She tried not to let the dark tone rattle her. "I will not do your dirty work. If you can't trust those in your company, Your Majesty, I suggest you seek new counsel." His nostrils flared, and he shot to his feet. The sudden movement made her flinch, but she did not retreat back as he stepped down to her level, still casting a shadow as he stood a foot taller. "You would rather die? Miserable, pathetic human," he spat. "Perhaps I didn't make myself clear enough." He motioned his hand to a guard, and a second later she heard a clamor to her right. Her head snapped to the side at the commotion, and her entire body fell with relief upon seeing her friends alive. Shaken, but alive. "It was not a request." He gave a small nod in their direction. Steel flashed and sang through the hall as the guards who held them drew their weapons, poised to strike the instant the command was made. "Wait!" she screamed. I'll do it. Please. If you let them go, I'll do everything you ask. I won't resist it." Her eyes met those of her friends, and her heart shattered at the sight. Even Jackon looked weak and exhausted, but the fire in his stare remained at least. How would she ever get them to forgive her? The king scoffed. "So weak, you humans." He stalked back up to the dais. "I'm glad we could come to an agreement. Your friends will be free to leave tonight. You, however, will remain." She sagged in overwhelming relief. They would live and get to go back to their homes, to be with each other. That was all that mattered. She had tethered herself to the netherworld to do it, but she supposed that was always her end destination anyway. "All I ask is a moment to say goodbye. Please," she begged. The king contemplated. As if deciding it wasn't worth the argument or her outcry if he denied her, he simply waved a bored hand, permitting her to go to them. She briskly made the short walk to the side of the hall, and the guards stepped away from her friends as she fell into them with an arm hooked around both. They all held each other in silence for a moment, relieved none of them would be meeting an inevitable end. Then she pulled back, unsure of how many precious minutes the king would have mercy for before they were snatched away from her again. "I'm so sorry. I know you can never forgive me, but—" "There is nothing to forgive," Marlowe said softly. "Thank you for coming for me. I will never forget it." "What have you promised them, Faythe? I'm not leaving without you," Jackon growled. "I'll be okay. They're keeping me alive, at least. They seem to think I might actually be useful to them." She huffed a laugh to disguise her revulsion at what they had planned for her. "You need to go, and promise me you'll look after each other. This is not goodbye, not even close. I'll find a way to see you again soon." Her throat burned with a painful lump as she tried to keep her voice steady and not break down completely. Jackon pulled her to him, his arms tightening as if he planned to screw the odds and run off with her. "One word. You get one word to me, and I'll tear the damned wall down to get you out," he mumbled into her hair.
Gods, she knew he would, or would at least die trying. "I'll be okay," she repeated. When Jackon released her, Marlowe immediately pulled her into her own bone-crushing embrace. The quiet whisper of her voice in her ear sent a shiver through her. "This is the right path, Faythe." She could have collapsed, as a million thoughts hit her at once at those words. Did Marlowe know the captain would come for her? Had she simply played her role, knowing this would always be the outcome? Faythe didn't get to ask any of it out loud, as Marlowe went on to answer her unspoken questions quietly but cryptically. "Nothing is certain. Fate can change. Good may not always triumph. But you are on the right path toward the beginning of the end." It was all riddles to Faythe, but she understood Marlowe's gift as an oracle meant she couldn't press for information, at the risk of altering far more than her own life, it seemed. The spirits worked through her. Knowledge was both a blessing and a curse for the blacksmith. She had the power to guide the light, but the burden of knowing impending darkness and being helpless to change the order of events. There could be no victory without suffering, no compassion without pain. Faythe's grip tightened on Marlowe. "It doesn't feel like the right path," she admitted, perhaps selfishly as she thought of her wicked role for the king. They released each other, and Faythe cursed the tear that rolled down her cheek. Marlowe wiped it away with a sad smile. "That's enough. Take them away and escort them to the wall," the king's voice boomed from across the hall. Faythe quickly reached under her suit and tugged hard at the pendant hanging there. The thin rope snapped, and she pressed it into the blacksmith's hand, looking her dead in the eye. "Its effects are true." Marlowe's eyes widened as she heard Faythe's thought in her mind. She glanced at the slab of magestone, and then gave Faythe a subtle nod of understanding. She let out a sob as Marlowe was roughly pulled from her grasp by nearby guards. "Look after each other," Faythe called again when they were dragged further out of reach. She tunneled into hollow despair with each stride they made away from her, until they were both gone through the wooden side door. She would have collapsed right then if she wasn't all too aware of the audience behind her. Quickly wiping her face, she straightened, holding back her sadness for when she could finally be alone again. Chapter 52. After her friend's departure, a guard approached Faythe, and she snapped her eyes to him. He quickly averted his gaze. These guards were quick studies. She heard movement from behind and twisted to see the king and his ward stalking toward her. Faythe straightened nervously at the dark approaching force. His voice dropped deadly low. "Make no mistake, girl. If you try a single mind trick, or try to attack or escape, I will personally see to your agonizing execution." She swallowed hard at the lingering threat. Then his voice perked, and the mood turned chillingly jovial. "Lady Toria will find suitable living quarters for you. I trust there are some apologies to be made for your earlier antics." He gestured a lazy hand to his ward, who kept a sweet smile as she looked at Faythe. Honestly, she would admit Toria made her more anxious than the king in that moment. Did she plan to settle the score between them the second she got Faythe alone? Toria walked gracefully past her and mumbled for her to follow. She did so, without a glance back at where Nick stood atop the dais. 6 guards flanked them, and Faythe refrained from huffing at the excessive protection detail. It wasn't as if she could hold the minds of more than one person, or, at least, she had never tried and supposed they were just as unknowing about the full extent of her powers as she. They weaved through a maze of hallways that all looked the same, and neither female spoke. The pristine splendor of the palace was more daunting than welcoming, making Faythe feel hideously out of place at the stark contrast to her humble hut. This was to be her new home? It shocked her to hear she was even getting living quarters, as she had highly anticipated she would spend her life in the cells, given the king's obvious distaste for her. But she was to be integrated as a member of his council, spy master to those in the know, and human emissary to any outsiders.
She knew such a title had never existed in High Pharaoh's history, or likely any kingdom's past. The Fae couldn't care less about the affairs and lives of the humans in the towns below them. Jackon and Marlowe, they were the reason she would submit to it. As much as the thought twisted a knot in her stomach, it would ensure their safety, for she had no doubt his offer of execution would extend to them also if she refused or stepped out of line. They walked down another wide, bright hallway that looked just like the last, except a few paintings were different, she noted. It might look like an endless loop of halls at first, but you'll learn the differences quite quickly, Toria said, observing Faythe as she scanned her surroundings. Faythe met her deep brown stare. "I'm sorry about before. I just needed the king to hear me," she said sheepishly. Toria shrugged in dismissal. "I wanted him to hear you, too." A sly smile appeared at the corners of her mouth, and Faythe's brow rose. The ward stopped in front of a large wood door. "This should do nicely." She opened the door and glided inside. Faythe hesitated for a second before following her in with 4 guards. 2 others remained outside. She stood and gaped when she entered. She was sure the bedroom was big enough to fit the whole feeble structure of the hut inside, with an excessively large bed a prominent focal feature along the wall. She walked a few steps further in, eyes grazing the finery in admiration. She spotted a separate wardrobe ready to be filled with clothes, and a private bathroom complete with its own bath. Another door to her right led off into a small dining area. Gods, she had never seen such a luxurious living space, and this was to be where she stayed? "A little ostentatious, I know, but I'm sure you'll find yourself quite comfortable." Toria's eyes twinkled in amusement at Faythe's dumbfounded gawking. Then the ward headed to the far end of the room that was lined with full-length glass double doors leading onto a stone-walled balcony. She pushed them open and stepped outside. Faythe read her silent invitation to follow, where they might talk semi-privately out of earshot of the 4 guards. It was night, and the cloudless sky opened up to a view of the bright blanket of stars and a glorious full moon that illuminated where they stood. Toria braced her palms on the balcony's stone rail, and Faythe stepped up to join her. The view that unfolded from the vantage point took the breath from her. The entire inner city sparkled as if the sky had rained its stars below. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Toria commented. Faythe didn't reply. Instead, she asked, "Why are you being kind to me?" It wasn't an accusation or a lack of appreciation, but Faythe didn't expect the warm reception from any Fae female, never mind one whose life she had threatened. Toria looked at her, eyes turning a bright hazel in the moonlight. "Why shouldn't I be?" When Faythe didn't reply again, not seeing the need to state the obvious, Toria sighed sadly. "We're not all the heartless, human-hating monsters your people have come to see us as, Faythe. I hope in time you will see that." Faythe winced. "It's hard to believe your kind has any regard for us when you live like this, while so many suffer in the towns outside the wall." She nodded to the city below. Toria was quiet in contemplation of her words. "There are a lot of us who would like to see that changed." Faythe turned to the ward, glancing briefly at the delicate points of her ears that set the 2 females apart. For a moment, she imagined what it would be like for their 2 species to get along in friendship and equality, rather than live in a divided coexistence. It struck her then that in Toria's voice, she heard the words and wisdom of Nick. It warmed and broke her heart at the same time. "Do you think it's possible?" Faythe said quietly. The ward gave a wholesome smile. "When Prince Nicholas takes the throne, I think it will be the dawning of a new age for the citizens of High Pharaoh, for both races." Toria spoke in loving admiration of Nick, and it had her wondering what kind of history lay between them. They stood in silent thought, and Faythe tried to imagine her kind living side by side with the Fae in the star-kissed city below. The image put a smile of hope on her face. Toria released a long breath. "I'll leave you to get acquainted with your rooms." She turned for the glass doors. "I'll have one of the servants stock the wardrobe with clothing for you, and you'll have a uniform for any meetings and formal business the king requires your presence for." Toria glanced over her, and Faythe shifted. "You can bathe and freshen up in the washroom. I'll have fresh clothing sent up and a hot meal." Toria twisted and strolled back into the room. "Thank you," Faythe called. The ward paused to look back over her shoulder. She answered with a nod and a small smile. Faythe welcomed the solitude when the guards filed out behind her and the door clicked shut. She remained on the balcony, letting the cool, crisp air engulf her while she pondered her new twist of fate. She looked past the sea of lights, over the waves of uneven rooftops, and reminded herself of one thing. Though she was now physically chained within the castle, her spirit would remain free and unbroken. True to Toria's word, a short while later there was a quiet knock on her door. When Faythe answered, 2 young women stood holding fresh clothing and a meal tray. Her stomach grumbled and ached at the sight, and she wondered when she last ate. She let them inside and went immediately for the food they left on the dining table before even considering a bath. "Is there anything else we can get you?" One spoke timidly. Faythe looked up at her and smiled gratefully. They were both human, and it was a comfort she desperately needed. "No, this is perfect, thank you." The women looked a little taken aback at her warm response, and it pained Faythe to think of what kind of reception the human servants in the castle were used to from the Fae. They bent over in a short bow and went to leave. "Wait," Faythe said quickly. "What are your names?" They blinked at each other and didn't immediately respond. "I'm Elise, and this is Ingrid. We'll be your personal servants, lady." Faythe nearly choked on her bread. "Please, my name is Faythe. Just Faythe." Elise gave her a small answering nod. Faythe had not expected to have anyone tend to her, and she would have refused their service. But she had to admit, having frequent human company might just keep her sane in this place. "Would you like us to help you bathe and dress for bed?" Ingrid asked. Faythe shook her head. "No, thanks again, Elise and Ingrid." They both took their leave, and Faythe greedily devoured everything they had brought for her, stew and bread with a side of cheese, grapes, and wine. The food was glorious, and she couldn't help but feel guilty for fine dining while all the people she loved still lived in poverty in comparison. At least she knew Jackon would have all her coin from the cave. It would keep him and Marlowe comfortable for a while. She stretched from the dining table and wandered into the bedroom. Elise and Ingrid had laid out a short silk nightgown and a soft robe for tonight, as well as a rather lavish gown for tomorrow. She was to be blended into court as one of its ladies, so the Fae wouldn't undermine her presence when it came to the important tasks. They could dress her in all their best finery, but it would never disguise her human heritage, and she was sure she would never truly feel at home among the Fae. At least, not under the current social divide and friction. Toria's earlier words echoed through her mind, offering hope for the future. There was a sharp knock on her door, and then a pause before it opened. A familiar head of sleek black hair cautiously stepped inside, deliberately closing the door slowly to give her the chance to cast him out. Nick lingered just in front of the closed doorway, and they stared at each other for a moment. He cleared his throat. "I just wanted to see how you were settling in," he said awkwardly. It pained her to see Nick standing before her now as a different male to the one she'd opened her heart to. She pushed back the ache and huffed lightly. "It'll take time to adjust, for sure." He nodded in understanding. "The views are—" "Why are you really here, Nick?" She cut in, not in the mood for idle chatter. His face fell, and he came a few steps closer. "I need to know you don't hate me for who I am." "I hate that you lied to me," she admitted. "Can you forgive me?" "I don't know." It was the truth, and she refused to meet his eye. Instead, she distracted herself with the folds in the dress splayed out on the bed. He stepped closer again, and out of the corner of her eye she caught his hand going to her face. Faythe retreated a step. "Don't," she warned. Pain flashed across his face. Then it was gone, and he straightened. "We can't pretend anymore. Not here." Her heart cracked. She couldn't hide her sadness as she looked him in the eye. "You're a crown prince, and will one day be the king of High Pharaoh. Maybe not in my lifetime. We were doomed from the start, Nick." She blinked back the burning in her eyes. It wasn't just who he was. There had always been the fact of what he was that Faythe had tried so hard to forget. But no one could outrun time. She would grow old and pass away, while his immortality would keep him young and thriving. She wanted so badly to take away the despair in his eyes at the cruel reality they had both avoided confronting until now. "When you said the Fae Guard you fell for was never real, did you mean it?" he asked in no more than a whisper. "Yes," he winced a fraction. "And no," she held his intense stare. "What we had between us was real, but I have no idea who you really are, Nick Elias." He bowed his head in understanding. "Will you give me a chance to find out? The real me, no more secrets." She smiled then, a warm, genuine smile. "I'd like to." His shoulders loosened in relief. "I will always care for you, Faythe." It was all the closure she needed. Though it was torture to have him close and not be able to find comfort in his touch, she would be able to move on knowing she had a true friend in him for as long as she lived. There was no denying the bond between them. "I will always care for you too, Nick." They went out onto the balcony and sat chatting together on the cushioned chairs. She listened, awestruck, while he talked passionately about his life as the Prince of High Pharaoh. It was liberating to finally learn more about the Fae male she spent months in the company of, the one who had saved her from herself and then from his father. Despite everything, she would always owe him a great debt for what he had risked, more so now, as she discovered how difficult it must have been for the prince to roam incognito through the town. "Toria seems like an interesting female," Faythe commented when Nick mentioned the ward. He huffed a laugh. "You two could wreak havoc in this castle." Faythe grinned wide, and for the first time in what felt like a lifetime, it was genuine happiness she felt. Her friends were safe, she was alive, and her ability had become her salvation instead of her doom in the face of the king. Her secrets were out and could no longer destroy her. She despised the reason why she'd ended up in the castle, but she was exactly where she needed to be, to find the temple ruin and free her soul, which was still anchored to the eternal woods. Whatever else she learned about herself from the spirit Aurealis, she would be ready for it. "I knew your path would lead you to the royal household. That is all." A small smile tugged at her lips in awe and disbelief. Whether Marlowe had known before exactly how she'd come to be here, Faythe couldn't be sure. She supposed it didn't matter. She turned her head to look over the glittering city. If she had to now call this home, she could at least make the most of it. With a mischievous smile, she said, "I can't wait." Epilogue. Reuben. The faint intermittent scraping of scuttling rodents had been the only sound for some time now. Still, Reuben remained silently cramped in his small wooden cell, not even daring to breathe too loud. Every time a rat screeched or clawed at the ground, the disruption of the deafening stillness sent his heart into a frenzy. He knew they had docked from the loud commotion of exiting crew members a while ago, and the fact he no longer swayed nauseatingly with the motion of wild, thrashing waves. He was relieved he had managed to hold back the vomit that rose in his stomach too many times on their journey across the sea. He couldn't be sure how many days had passed since leaving High Pharaoh, or how many hours since they'd finally reached their destination of Lake Laria. His whole body had ached during the first stretch of the grueling journey, and he'd tried to shuffle his position routinely as best he could within the painful confines of the crate. Now he was completely numb all over and worried about the functionality of his limbs. Deciding no one was coming back for the cargo anytime soon, Reuben braced his splayed palms against the lid above his head. His pulse drummed in his ears in anticipation of being free from his confines and setting foot on completely new land, unknown territory. He strained against the enclosure and would have tasted the fresh air sooner were it not for his dead muscles that were agony to stretch, protesting against the strength it took. Finally, the lid popped off, and he slid it to the side with steady caution. He tuned his hearing again. Silence. Though he couldn't be sure if there were any Faythe stationed outside the ship, they were likely to detect him from inside if he was brazen in his movements. Reuben was slow to rise from his crouched position as pain started shooting up every muscle and bone that had sat dormant for days. He knew it was dark in the cargo hold from the small cracks in the barrel, but he could barely make out the distorted shapes of the other containers around him when he fully emerged. He felt around and braced against the solid form beside him. Then, as stealthily as he could, he hauled himself free at last. When his feet met solid ground to stand straight, he almost buckled under his own weight. He took a moment to stretch and then reached back into the barrel for his very few belongings. Turning, he spotted a rectangular slither of light, a door, the only one he could see. He crept toward it, wincing with every creak of the cursed floorboards. When he crossed to it, he paused for a moment to press his ear to the exit. Nothing alerted him to any man or Faythe within hearing distance. With his heart a wild rattle in his chest, he grasped the handle and slowly pulled it open. He dared a wary peek out the door first, finding no bodies in the dimly lit cabin, to his great relief. Reuben didn't have a plan, but once he made it off the ship, he supposed he would be able to find another human and beg for refuge, if the Faythe didn't catch him as a stowaway first. He was never blessed with the skill of stealth, not like his childhood friend Faythe. The thought of her, the thought of every friend, and his mother. He'd been forced to leave them behind, and it sent him into a dark pit of despair. He couldn't think of them right now, not until he at least got to safety, or he would be crippled with grief. Reuben felt the wisp of wind before he found a sure exit off the ship. He followed that wind, and it took him up a set of narrow, winding stairs, down another damp and dingy hallway until... the outside, at last! Moonlight signaled the way out where it pooled in from a doorless gap at the end of the passage. His steps quickened, so eager to feel the force of fresh air on his face that he momentarily forgot his life depended on him being slow and quiet. He approached the exit with caution, stopping to crane his neck around and scan the main deck. Surprisingly, there was not a soul, man or Faythe, left on the ship or the sandy shore. Reuben straightened and strolled out of the cabin. Out in the open, he filled his lungs with the salty fresh air and welcomed the blissful freedom. He didn't feel the need to hide or remain inconspicuous, as it was clear the docks were abandoned and unpatrolled during the night. A relief, since it was unlike High Pharaoh, where Faythe soldiers crawled at all hours. He disembarked the ship with a slight skip in his step. Perhaps this kingdom wouldn't be so bad after all if they were lax on security and control. The thought made him smile, and he crossed the sandy shore to head into the woodland. It reminded him a lot of Westland Forest, though he supposed little could be different about a woods. It was too dark to pick out anything that might set the scene apart from his homeland. It was quiet, however, almost too quiet, but he put that down to the late hour and the fact there maybe weren't as many small woodland creatures in Lake Laria. There wasn't much he could remember about the mighty land from old teachings in school, but he knew from maps that Lake Laria was famously named for its channels of water that ran throughout the kingdom. There was one chilling tale that had stuck with him since childhood, though. This was once a kingdom ruled and occupied by the sirens, who held the ability of song to lure man into their waters. Of course, it was all myth and scary stories, but Reuben would be keeping far away from the lake paths, just in case. Walking through the crooked rows of trees, he was eager to get out of the woods that were starting to make his skin crawl. But he stopped dead in his tracks, certain he caught one of the skinnier tree trunks moving. His calm heart picked up a rapid, uneven rhythm, caught between remaining paralyzed in fear or taking off in flight. He decided on something in the middle, pressing forward slowly while clutching the straps of his backpack painfully tight, should he need to make a run for it. Capturing another flinch of movement out of the corner of his eye, he whipped his head around. It could just be the leaves. He reeled in his panic. There were infinite things that moved in woodland areas. His mind was simply jumping to irrational conclusions in fear, triggering mild paranoia that he was being tracked. Still, he quickened his pace. Just as he took his next step and a branch cracked underfoot, all went black. Reuben cried out when something was thrown over his head, followed impossibly quickly by someone restraining his arms and binding them behind his back. He didn't even catch a breath before he was fully captured by his stealthy assailant. "Please, I mean no harm. Please, let me go!" Reuben cried frantically in his panic. No one spoke back to him. Still, he knew the first attacker wasn't alone when he felt an arm hook around each of his elbows and begin to drag him away. He didn't have it in him to fight as his crippling fear froze his movement, triggering an incoherent slur of pleas and protests instead. His captors paid him no attention and didn't loosen their grip or slow their fast pace that had Reuben tripping over his own feet. He soon gave up trying to walk and let them drag him. It was the most agonizingly long few minutes of his short life, and it shook him into a frenzy to imagine they would be his last if he was being led to his death. He heard the screech of door hinges, then he felt the change in the ground. His toes didn't turn up dirt or catch over sharp branches. Now they glided over a far smoother and much more even surface. Then they halted, and he was suddenly released. Reuben went from dangling limply in his captor's arms to falling against the cold ground, his shoulder taking the brunt of the force thanks to his bound hands. He shuffled himself to his knees, and then the bag over his head was roughly snatched away. His neck snapped back painfully with it, and he blinked rapidly to the beat of his heart as he adjusted to his new surroundings. He was now indoors, in a shoddy hut that was barely illuminated by some nearby torches. He glanced to the side and shrieked, flinching back at the sight of two huge Faythe males, cloaked and hooded in a black uniform. He knew that uniform, and when realization hit, Reuben thought he would pass out from the wave of flashbacks to his last encounter with such a force. Valgard. He stared at them wide-eyed and wide-mouthed, unable to speak, move, or switch emotion from cold-blooded terror. The Faythe remained stationary and didn't return his stare as they stood straight and poised, eyes fixed behind him. The floorboards creaked, signaling a new presence in the room. Reuben snapped out of his shock to whip his head around. Only, when he did, he wasn't met with the death-promising brute-force male he expected. Instead, his horror soothed into gawking awe at the tall female Faythe who emerged from the dark hole in the wall. He was struck by her beauty. It was matched by no Faythe or human he had seen before. Her hair blazed such a dark amber it was almost red, and it moved like real flames. Her face was delicate, pale, perfect. But when he looked into her eyes, he'd seen those eyes before. Their color. "No, it's only a coincidence." She came to a stop in front of him. The female crouched down to where he knelt, paralyzed by bewilderment more than fear. She wore a feline smile that made every hair on his body stand on end. She was beautiful, but dangerous. He didn't know what it was, but something told him not to be fooled by her graceful exterior. With the beauty of the leopard came the capacity to kill. Finally, the temptress spoke. "Yes," she said in an elegant melody. "I think you'll be of great use to me." Even her voice sounded not of this world, hypnotizing. And he felt it, too, as he couldn't tear his gaze from her. Perhaps he was still in a deep stupor at the thought of who else surfaced in his mind at seeing her eyes of glittering gold. There was only one other he knew whose irises shared such a color, except the females in front burned slightly brighter, almost glowing in comparison. The ethereal beauty's rouge-painted lips twitched in a cruel smile that had him trembling violently. Reuben stared and stared into those blazing orbs, straining his mind to not let the face morph into Faythe's. This concludes An Heir Comes to Rise by Chloe C. Peñaranda, narrated by Elizabeth Evans,